At the same time, somewhere deep below the ground, a roar from the core of the moon's dark side was spreading in all directions and reverberating in the sky. Sound waves were formed, and they swept through the entire moon. The sound took everybody by surprise. When it reached one's ears, one could vaguely feel an indescribable sense of sadness. It was like the final scream at the end of one's life, as if one was forcing open his eyes to take one last look at his loved ones. It was a kind of sadness similar to seeing one's home being destroyed while they survived. It was the sadness that accompanied the madness when one didn't have the strength for revenge. The moment the sound was produced, the entire moon shook, and this was needless to say for the bases of the various factions that were built on it. The ones who felt the strongest vibration were the Federation elites who were attacking the Array formation under the lead of Federation President Duan outside the boundaries of the Array formation. When they heard the thunderous sound, they were all taken aback. Some of them even screamed out of surprise. Has the Night Immortal King awakened? This sound, compared to the last time it was awakened, this sound is even more frightening. Gosh, didn't it die a long time ago and become a dormant corpse? Could it be that it was still able to train itself? This is the revival of its cultivation. Every time the Night Immortal King falls into a slumber, its cultivation would be partially restored. The people outside the Array formation were immensely shocked. From the eyes of the Federation President, Duan, a bright glow could be seen. His breathing quickened slightly, and a look of determination flashed across his eyes. He raised his right hand and grasped. Come! Upon saying that word, a wave seemed to emerge from all directions. On Earth, within Federation City, a blinding flash glowed from Duan sculpture, forming a ray of light that shot into the sky. Could be seen that there was a flying dagger within the ray of light. Every part of the flying dagger was red. When it appeared, a thunderous boom exploded in the sky, which also turned blood red. All the vegetation, all the infrastructure, and everything between heaven and earth were instantly enveloped in a red hue in that instant. There was also an extremely imposing vibe that spread, as if it were the mightiest force ever produced. All forms of life, regardless of their level of cultivation, could sense it. Anywhere in the world, one would feel an irresistible urge to pray to it at that very moment. The one that was being so earnestly prayed to by the masses was the one and only divine armament in the Federation. Its name was Red Star. One could clearly see across the starry sky that at that moment, every possible part of Earth seemed to have been dyed red within the blink of an eye. After that, the flying dagger charged towards the skies at a fast speed, with a bright red glow trailing behind it like a red hurricane as it emerged from Earth. Its target location was the moon. More specifically, it was headed towards the Federation President, Duan, who now had his arms raised. Outside the Array formation, everyone was thrown into a flurry. As Duan decisively summoned the divine armament, within the tunnels deep underground on the moon's dark side, someone was scared out of his wits. The giant tree's humanoid manifestation as a black-robed middle-aged man immediately retracted his raised right hand and retreated, fearful that he would agitate Wang Baol if he neared him after being jolted to his senses by Wang Baol's command and the Night Immortal King's shrill roar. At the same time, he screamed loudly, "Fellow Taoist Wang, don't be rash. Please don't be rash. Let's discuss this peacefully." Wang Baol had never imagined that simply driving the Green Lotus to germination could agitate the Night Immortal King so strongly. Therefore, he hurriedly stabilized the Green Lotus. As the Night Immortal King's roar softened, he looked towards the nervous black-robed, middle-aged man that had been formed from the giant tree. Now, the fruit would no longer be split amongst three sides. There are only two of us. I don't demand much, as I just want half of it. The black-robed, middle-aged man formed from the giant tree looked deeply at Wang Baol. He had a deep impression of Wang Baol. Even though that impression was derived from the people that he had assimilated, it was no different from him experiencing it firsthand. Initially, he had planned to kill Wang Baol directly. However, right now, as Wang Baol displayed capabilities that posed a threat to him, he had no choice but to accept the request, despite his unwillingness to do so. In reality, he couldn't afford to waste more time. The black-robed, middle-aged man formed from the giant tree inhaled deeply and nodded his head unwillingly. He raised his right hand and pressed it directly on the fruit. That made his hair stand. He immediately began absorbing it, without paying further attention to Wang Baol. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, similarly raising his hand and pressing it on the fruit, all the while keeping his eyes on the black-robed, middle-aged man formed from the giant tree. The devouring seed within his body was activated and unleashed, and instantly, an astonishing suction force flowed through Wang Baol's palm as he absorbed the fruit. The fruit vibrated vigorously. An invisible cavity appeared to be formed as currents of a viscous flow of life were released continuously and instantly from the fruit, flowing towards Wang Baol before being absorbed into his body and the devouring seed. Wang Baol's body trembled. He quickly realized that something was amiss, as the extremely viscous flow of life seemed to be partitioned by the devouring seed the moment it was absorbed into two portions. One portion remained as the viscous flow of life, while the other portion was made up of drops of black dew. The dew clearly harnessed some form of demonic force, one that seemed to be both poisonous and inhibitory at the same time. That made Wang Baol surprised as he realized that there was something wrong with the fruit. Is this the true nature of the fruit, or did someone do something to it? Wang Baol's breathing quickened as he looked towards the black-robed, middle-aged man formed from the giant tree. However, the youth didn't seem to have noticed anything peculiar with the fruit, as he continued to absorb it. This made Wang Baol somewhat doubtful. As he hesitated, the green lotus inside the devouring seed suddenly began to shake violently. The life force that had been absorbed was sucked towards it, and even the poisonous venom was being voraciously taken up by it. It appeared as if the poisonous venom was like a supplement. The green lotus turned a jadeite green, and even its wilted leaves were visibly rejuvenated. It can take up the poisonous venom as well? Wang Baol was dumbfounded with delight. That was not all. As the devouring seed continued absorbing and as the fruit speedily dried up, Wang Baol was surprised to find out that the green lotus was also growing during this absorption process. Even though the process was slow, it was visibly growing bigger. It was neither spirit chi nor the sign of life that was flowing from within the green lotus. Wang Baol couldn't put a finger on what it was, but he could clearly feel that the force that had been flowing out was quickly integrating with his physical body. The integration occurred with that force acting as a form of nourishment. A sensation of strength and ferocity grew stronger in his heart. His breathing was so rapid that it became slightly destabilized. In this short period of time, his physical strength seemed to have increased twofold. Wang Baol's physical body had always been strong. Now that his strength had been further boosted, it made him a rarity amongst the Foundation establishment cultivators. However, this wasn't the end of the strengthening process. As the absorption continued and the green lotus continued to grow, Wang Baol's physical body grew even stronger. Regardless of whether it was his bones or flesh and blood, everything seemed to have evolved to a higher level. Gosh, is the green lotus defying limits, or is the fruit itself just abnormal? Wang Baol took a deep breath and swallowed. He felt incredulous, and at the same time, the black-robed, middle-aged man standing opposite him began cursing under his breath. He stared with his eyes so wide that they were almost falling out of their sockets. This asshole! How could he absorb so quickly? I recall now, when he was in Coulomb Basin previously, he depended on some sort of absorption method. The black-robed, middle-aged man formed from the tree was on the brink of going crazy. His eyes had grown bloodshot from all the force he was using to absorb the fruit. He could feel that his level of cultivation was slowly being evolved. Following this process, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation in no time, reaching the nascent soul realm that no one within the different factions on Earth had managed to. The only issue was that Wang Baol was probably the nemesis of the giant tree. The moment where the giant tree filled with an uncontrollable desire finally saw a glimpse of hope. The green lotus within Wang Baol's body was also growing as the flow of life was being absorbed. As it grew, a lotus seed head emerged from it. The lotus seed head glowed brightly as if the lotus seeds were about to be produced. The force of the devouring seed within Wang Bao's body was being boosted by the minute. It was growing at such a speed that it made the black-robed, middle-aged man gasp in shock. As loud booms emerged and the fruit dried up at increasing speed, Wang Bao and the black-robed, middle-aged man fought over the life source within it. The middle-aged man, being 10 times slower, couldn't catch up to Wang Bao. Impossible! The black-robed, middle-aged man formed from the giant tree was screaming angrily in his heart while green veins bulged out from his forehead. At that moment, within Wang Bao's lotus, the first lotus seed appeared. There was now approximately a 15-fold difference in speed between the two men. As the second, third, and fourth lotus seed emerged, the difference in speed reached 30 times. Wang Bao was immensely surprised himself. On the one hand, he felt that the black-robed, middle-aged man had grown even stronger, and to some extent had reached a frightening level. On the other hand, there was something peculiar about the facial expression of the middle-aged man. His face was so black that ink might be able to flow from it if he were to squeeze it. "Excuse me, shall we awaken the night immortal king? I think that this giant tree was suppressed so much that it has become angry." Just as Wang Bao was feeling frightened, he decided to make the first move to wake the night immortal king that was in deep slumber. At the same time, the divine armament flying dagger that had stained everything red neared, charging towards Federation President Duan Muk. As it circled one full round and evoked a bloody glow that shot into the skies, it dashed towards the mystic lunar realm's array formation. It grew nearer and nearer until it made contact with the array formation on the mystic lunar realm. Boom! The red star neared, carrying a bloody red glow with it as it traveled at high speed from Earth. It passed through the starry skies directly above the mystic lunar realm's array formation. The array formation, which had largely been broken by elites of the Federation, were now being attacked. The sky's appearance was transformed as a loud boom spread in all directions. Looking from afar, one could see that the moon was floating in the starry night sky. As the red star descended, a red glow covered the entire moon instantly. What followed was a cracking sound similar to glass breaking, erupting from the moon. It was like heaven and earth were breaking apart into a million pieces. It took just a brief moment for innumerable pieces of fragments to explode out in all directions. The entire moon was vibrating, and at that very moment, the array formation on it was instantly destroyed. That wasn't the end. As the array formation of the mystic lunar realm broke apart, the elites from the various factions were immensely surprised and were about to move forward. However, the red star went ahead, entering the destroyed array formation and forming a long rainbow as it charged towards the restricted area on the dark side of the mystic lunar realm. It was like a blood-colored shooting star, shocking everyone. The Federation president and all other elites from the various factions rushed there. They gathered together and dashed towards the moon's dark side instead of searching for their respective disciples. At the same time, at the moment the array formation was destroyed, the caves on the dark side of the moon were vibrating vigorously. The black-robed, middle-aged man formed from the tree was so frightened and anxious that his eyes became bloodshot. He sensed that the array formation had broken down and that a killing force was fast approaching. Simultaneously, he felt that all the core formation realm elites from the various factions were nearing him at that instant. That was completely different from his original plan. He had only one target from the beginning, and that was the fruit. However, he knew that it was immensely difficult to attain it. Even entering the moon was a challenging task. After all, the array formation of the mystic lunar realm wasn't something he could break apart. It was impossible even though his parent tree was on the moon. Unless someone cooperated and worked with him, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to control the array formation of the mystic lunar realm. Therefore, in order to obtain the fruit, there had to be perfect coordination throughout the process. This made him begin a risky plot to mingle amongst the various factions. Even though the factions made use of him, he was also taking advantage of them, so that while the various factions kept tabs on each other, he could absorb the fruit's life source to the greatest extent to advance and become a nascent soul realm cultivator. Once he became a nascent soul realm cultivator, he wouldn't have to fear anything anymore. Then, he could agitate the Night Immortal King and wake him up in order to create chaos on the moon. He could either leave or hide to find the right time to ambush. The level of cultivation possessed by a nascent soul realm cultivator would make him formidable if he were to ambush a core formation realm cultivator. Even if Duan-Myuk was in possession of a divine armament, he was confident that he could push Duan-Myuk to his wit's end, and even kill him in the process. A scenario like that took elaborate planning and involved many sacrifices so that it would play out perfectly. After all, Duan-Myuk was an extremely sly person, making it difficult to trick him. Therefore, he pretended to go along with the Federation, helping them massacre the 5-generation Sky Clan and Galactic Dusk Sect and also handing out evidence against them. The extremely challenging process finally gave him a chance to attack. However, when that chance was destroyed by the sect lord of the Galactic Dusk Sect, he chose to abandon the Federation and work with the Galactic Dusk Sect instead. However, just as the tables turned, Wang Baol, who was a mere Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, appeared. Despite that, the giant tree bore with it in order to reach the nascent soul realm. It cooperated with Wang Baol and began the absorption process after reaching an agreement with him. He had initially thought that as someone who had perfected the core formation realm, absorbing the fruit could be done extremely quickly such that he could become the nascent soul realm even before Duan-Myuk realized something was amiss and tried to stop him. In the end, however, he realized in a state of mania that Wang Baol was absorbing it faster than himself. It wouldn't have mattered, it was just a difference in speed. Instead, since there was a limited life source within the fruit, the faster and the greater the amount Wang Baol absorbed, the lesser there would be left for himself. That would directly affect his speed of advancement. Seeing that this was the case, the black-robed middle-aged man formed from the tree turned anxious with bloodshot eyes. He was so close to becoming a nascent soul realm cultivator, and it would take too long if he were to go step by step. His only choice was to swallow Wang Baol whole. As for waking the Night Immortal King, he figured that even though Wang Baol was able to do it, it still required some time. It was therefore impossible for the Night Immortal King to wake up immediately. He was unwilling to take the risk previously, but now he had no choice but to do so. Therefore, with great determination, he gave his all and grabbed in the direction of Wang Baol. However, at the moment he set his heart to it, and as the 5th lotus seed appeared in Wang Baol's body, the fruit was completely shriveled dry. No! This scene made the black-robed, middle-aged man who was about to launch his attack shocked, and he exploded in rage. Isn't this going against me? The absorption rate is too fast to be true. Wang Baol was surprised as well. In reality, after the 5th lotus seed appeared, its speed wasn't just at 5 times the initial rate, but several more times than that. The rate of absorption and swallowing was already at the limit. Now, seeing the giant tree go crazy with rage, Wang Baol stepped back immediately, crushing the mystic trace beads that he had been holding in his hands. Releasing the suppression on his green lotus and the teleportation force of the mystic trace fog, he caused the green lotus within his body to shake vigorously. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! As the bead broke and the fog spread to engulf him, the black-robed, middle-aged man formed from the giant tree approached quickly while roaring angrily. He sucked, and instantly, the fog surrounding Wang Baol was absorbed into the giant tree's mouth, even before it could activate the teleportation function. The giant tree shook as it grabbed towards Wang Baol. He hadn't neared Wang Baol, but he was already so imposing that he formed a suppressive force that caused Wang Baol to hold his breath. As if a catastrophe was about to begin, Wang Baol grew numb. He didn't have time to be frightened as he activated all his cultivation and unleashed all his physical strength. He even took out almost all of his numinous treasures and was wielding the dermic armament in his hands. He flailed it and tried to block himself. A loud boom emerged, and an indescribably strong force erupted from the hands of the black-robed, middle-aged man's hands, forming a hurricane that destroyed everything in its path as it swept forward. When it smashed into Wang Baol, the numinous treasure he used to shield himself broke down entirely. His body trembled violently as bright red blood spewed from his mouth. Even the dermic armament was unable to resist the force. As the loud bang reverberated, Wang Bao's body was grabbed by the giant tree. A look of viciousness flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. He stared as he roared loudly, retrieving the scabbard in his body and using it to shield himself. Black and purple mosquitoes, if the both of you don't emerge, we'll all die. As Wang Bao screamed, the giant tree was fast approaching and was about to land on the scabbard. Instantly, the scabbard flashed, and the purple mosquito emerged for the first time. It seemed unhappy and somewhat indignant. Unwillingly, it charged towards the giant tree. When they made contact, the black-robed, middle-aged man screamed painfully as he retreated. His right hand instantly turned purple, and the purple hue swiftly spread. Every area it passed began to rot. Wang Bao was shocked. Seeing the purple mosquito returning lazily, he didn't think much as he kept his scabbard. He was fearful of being blocked by the giant tree and decided to take out all his mystic trace beads, crushing all of them together to unleash the fog. His body became a blur as he began to be teleported. At the same time, he punched himself in the stomach, agitating the green lotus while activating the cultivation in his body. He then agitated the green lotus once again, shaking the green lotus extremely vigorously. Wang Bao! The giant tree screamed angrily upon seeing that Wang Bao was about to escape. He prevented the poison from spreading as he dashed out like a maniac. He wanted to absorb the fog to prevent Wang Bao from leaving. However, at this time, as Wang Bao continuously shook the green lotus to call for it, an extremely deafening roar emerged from somewhere deep underground. Roar! A loud boom reverberated in all directions, shaking the entire moon. At the same time, the ground above the caves all burst open. A black patch of fog emerged and spewed towards the sky. The walls broke apart, while the tree trunk and the shriveled fruit instantly rotted, disappearing into thin air. At the same time, a large black hand half the size of the cave emerged from the ground, grabbing a hold of the land as it struggled to emerge. Clanking sounds reverberated in all directions. It was as if a supreme being that was previously restrained was born. An indescribable wave of strong force and mania that seemed to be capable of destroying life erupted towards the sky, causing the moon to shake violently and producing waves in the starry sky. The force was simply astounding. At the same time, the black-robed, middle-aged man received the most impact, and his face showed how fearful he was. He no longer cared about wanting to grab Wang Bao as he dashed out right away, his head smashing into the walls. With a loud boom, he broke through the stone layer and charged towards the skies. He was indignant, but he had no choice but to escape like a maniac. Wang Bao was now in a state of shock. The mystic trace fog was enveloping his body as the large hand grabbed forcefully. A large figure seemed to have climbed out from the deep trenches, and at that instant, Wang Bao disappeared, having been teleported away. At almost the exact instant Wang Bao left, the earth shook, and the cave located in the restricted area on the dark side of the moon exploded open. Mud and sand fell from all directions, and a gigantic trench in the ground was revealed. In the sky, there was now a crimson-red glow that was stretching as wide as the sea, appearing at an astounding speed. It fell directly above where the deep trench in the restricted area of the moon's dark side was. As it stopped in midair, a red flying dagger could be seen. It was the Red Star, the only divine armament remaining in the Federation. Its emergence caused the skies and earth to turn crimson red. Even the forests were being dyed red. There was also an indescribable suppressive force that was continuously given off by the divine armament in waves. Even though it was only palm-sized, it was like an imposing volcano. Once it erupted, it would be able to shock the heavens and earth. That was especially so as the frightening waves spreading out from it were sufficient to vibrate the entire moon. It was as if, in the face of it, every dermic armament would wither, unable to compete against it. It was because it was a dermic armament, or more specifically, the god of dermic armaments. Even the Federation president could only unleash part of its powers. Without a doubt, in the Federation, no true owner that could completely unleash its potential had emerged. Until now. When it appeared, The forest was instantly filled with dead silence. However, one could see that, in this restricted area, all the night immortals and all the moon spirits behaved as if they had met with a formidable enemy, as they didn't even dare move an inch. Outside the restricted area, there were still many cultivators, most of them disciples from the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect. It appeared that the sudden changes that happened previously prompted the core formation realm cultivators from both clans who were teleported away to anxiously send out orders to those who were in the vicinity to gather and check on the situation. Chun Hui was also amongst them. Following the awakening of the Night Immortal King, the trembling of the earth made the ones who were around the area have the initial intention to retreat. However, when the divine armament appeared, they didn't dare move. The imposing manner of the divine armament scared them pale and stiff. In the deep trench underground, where demonic vibes were churning and spreading in all directions, and sounds of metal chains clashing against each other were emerging in waves. A gigantic figure appeared to be slowly climbing within the trench and was about to crawl out and break into existence. Other than that, in the forest not far away from the restricted zone, Wang Baol appeared after being teleported there. The moment he emerged, he noticed the divine armament in the skies, as well as the demonic vibe emerging from the restricted zone. Why have I only teleported such a short distance away? Wang Baol's scalp grew numb. The teleportation by the mystic trace fog could either transport one nearby or far away. However, now that he no longer had any mystic trace beads, he was anxious. He immediately squatted down, hiding himself while raising his head to look at the skies above him. In the sky, other than the frightening crimson-red-colored divine armament that seemed to be riding on crashing waves, creating stress in anyone who saw it, there were also several figures fast approaching. There were over 100 of them, and they were noisy as they neared. They were mostly core formation realm elites from the different factions of the Federation. The Federation president was also amongst them. Their attention was fixated on their enemy, and they stared with great focus at the trench in the restricted zone. Nobody said anything, but they had all activated their cultivation, preparing to attack. Just as the people were focusing their attention on the trench, a loud boom suddenly exploded from within the deep trench. After that, a thick cloud of demonic aura emerged, spreading furiously in all directions. Looking from afar, it seemed as though a large pair of black wings had been formed, covering the skies as a humongous figure rose from within the deep trench, with the sound of metal chains clanking in the background. The figure was over 1,000 feet tall and was dressed in a set of armor that was completely black. It was wearing a ghost mask, and its exposed skin was also black in color. The figure was a man without hair who had his head lowered. As his body rose into the air, 9 metal chains attached to his body rose with it, lengthening as he rose higher. When he emerged, an indescribable sense of suppressive force and frightening vibes were given off of him continuously in waves. That made everyone who saw him, including the Federation president, instinctively develop a strong sense of fear, regardless of their level of cultivation. That was a suppression on the level of life's natural order, a suppression arising from the vast difference in the level of cultivation. It was as if every single cell in one's body was screaming. Everyone's spirit was trembling, similar to when a commoner meets with a deity. He was the legendary Night Immortal King, the corpse that had fallen onto the moon with the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword. However, things felt slightly different where Wang Baol was. He did feel the tremors, but the green lotus inside his body also began shaking violently the moment the Night Immortal King appeared. It seemed emotional and, to Wang Baol, that emotion was one of sadness and reluctance to part. It was as if it had met with an enemy from the past. Just as Wang Baol felt a torrent of emotions due to the influence from the Green Lotus, everyone in the skies, including the Federation president, were all extremely nervous and fearful despite their high levels of cultivation. The Night Immortal King was the one that was being surrounded, but it was those surrounding him who were afraid. As the 1,000-feet-tall humongous corpse covered in armor rose into the air, the metal chains attached to him were pulled taut. He finally stopped moving and stood motionlessly in place. Looking at it from afar, the demonic vibe forming his wings was spreading out from a center point from an area behind him. that alone made this humongous black corpse appear like a true supreme being, and threw the entire moon into silence. At this moment, Duan Myuk, the Federation president, took a deep breath. With the protection of the divine armament, he approached the corpse slightly, closing his eyes as he communicated with the Knight Immortal King through a unique method. As the communication process went on, everyone held their breaths nervously. Wang Baol swallowed hard and wanted to experience the emotions of the green lotus in his body in detail when, suddenly, he sensed a pair of eyes staring at him from a short distance away. As the gaze fell on him, a familiar movement made Wang Baol turn his head suddenly. Following the direction of the gaze, he noticed someone familiar, someone who caused a strong desire to kill to appear in his eyes. That person was Chun Hui. She was already at Foundation establishment stage, and the fluctuations belonging to her Foundation establishment realm cultivation that emerged from her body were extremely familiar to Wang Baol, as it was originating from the small tripod cauldron he once possessed. When the two locked gazes, Chun Hui looked awkward and quickly retracted her gaze. However, she seemed to have thought of something as she threw a quick glance at the elders from the galactic dusk sect in the sky, which didn't include the old lady. Her arrogant attitude emerged again, and she turned to stare at Wang Baol with a chill in her eyes. This Chun Hui took part in a rebellion, and still dares to look so arrogantly at me. Wang Baol squinted his eyes. If it were possible, he would have loved to attack and kill Chun Hui. However, he was a distance away, and there were many other people around. Furthermore, with the suppressive force given off by the gigantic black corpse and the divine armament, he dared not move willy-nilly. However, his intention to kill grew stronger by the minute and couldn't be suppressed at all. The small tripod cauldron in Chan Hui's body agitated Wang Baol greatly, especially as he recalled the experience of having it pulled out of his body by the old lady. I'm gonna kill her. Wang Baol's breathing grew rapid, and as his intention to kill reached the limits, all of a sudden, the green lotus in his body seemed to have sensed this intention and began to shake once again. It shook, but Wang Baol didn't manage to attack. That was when the motionless Knight Immortal King in the skies, who had its head lowered while communicating with Federation President Duan Myuk, suddenly moved. Everyone surrounding the Federation President was taken aback, as the Knight Immortal King standing in the skies suddenly turned and looked where Chun Hui was standing. His previously shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes. The moment the Knight Immortal King laid his eyes on Chun Hui's body burst open with a loud boom, breaking into many pieces as flesh and blood spewed out, disintegrating directly before she could react. Even the small tripod cauldron in her body was unable to withstand it and disintegrated into ash together with Chun Hui's body. All that happened so suddenly that everyone was gripped by shock. The core formation realm cultivators, including the Federation President, were all taken aback and began to unleash their cultivation fully. The Federation President began to hyperventilate. He controlled the divine armament, causing the red star's crimson glow to spread in all directions in an astonishing manner as he spoke quickly. Knight Immortal King, we have a promise to not overstep into each other's boundaries. I will provide you with an explanation for what has happened today. Everyone was nervous to the maximum possible level. Their scalps grew numb, and they were getting themselves ready for a counterattack. At the same time, torrents of thoughts crashed in Wang Baol's mind. He was incredulous at everything he had seen. It was so unbelievable that it made him hyperventilate and his heart palpitated furiously. What situation is this? I have the desire to kill Chun Hui, and this Knight Immortal King helped to destroy her for me? Wang Baol was trembling internally with surprise, as he thought about how the Green Lotus could awaken the Knight Immortal King, and about how the Green Lotus suddenly shook. He checked immediately and realized that there was now one less lotus seed on the seed head that had sprouted from the Green Lotus, down from the original 5. As a result of this, Wang Baol made a conjecture that was shocking even to him. Could it be that the Knight Immortal King could be controlled by using the lotus seeds? A flash appeared in Wang Baol's eyes as he quickly looked around him, searching for the old lady. However, it was a pity that the old lady wasn't present. Wang Baol felt that it was a pity, and when he raised his head to look at the core formation cultivators in the sky, he realized that other than the Federation President, the Senate, and the 4 Dao colleges, he hadn't met the rest of the people before. This made him give up the thought of testing out his hypothesis. When he calmed down and analyzed the situation, he managed to come to a rough conclusion. Unless I have sufficient lotus seeds, I wouldn't be able to control the Night Immortal King for long. 1 lotus seed for 1 attempt at controlling him? Wang Baol thought silently. At the same time, he also understood that no one should know about it, as he couldn't bet on the kindness of others. This is the same case for my green lotus as well. I need to disguise it. With that thought, Wang Baol completely gave up his intentions to use the lotus seeds to control the Night Immortal King to kill the old lady. Instead, he tried to use the method he adopted when he was in Spirit Breath Village. Very quickly, the devouring seed in his body turned into a blur, and the green lotus was hidden along with it. As for what he wanted to transmogrify, after thinking briefly about it, Wang Baol decided to transmogrify a pill bottle as the perfect item for his foundation establishment. That way, he could explain how he managed to recover fully from his injuries. After all, the purpose of a pill bottle was to store pills. It made sense if he were to say that he had good fortune for receiving a pill bottle that contained healing pills. Furthermore, in Spirit Breath Village, everyone knew well that Wang Baol's luck was unbelievably good. While Wang Baol was disguising the green lotus in the skies, after the Federation President made repeated attempts to establish communication, the Night Immortal King finally retracted his gaze from the direction where Chan Hui had died. He stood in mid-air, lifting his head as he looked in the direction of the sun, where the ancient greenish-bronze sword was. He watched silently, and after a long time, a black glow suddenly emerged in his eyes as his entire body charged forward. Amidst the loud boom and the moon's violent vibration, the Night Immortal King dashed out, and the 9 metal chains attached to him pulled taut as a result. That forcefully stopped him from moving further after he covered a small distance. The instant he stopped, the entire moon erupted in vibrations, with the ground cracking apart and the basins exploding. Loud booms reverberated in the sky, as if the entire moon was moved several feet due to his pulling force. Looking from the sky, one could see that numerous waves had appeared in the night sky surrounding the moon. The entire moon was shaking as large cracks spread noisily and continuously. This scene gripped everyone on the moon with fear. The Federation President further agitated the divine armament, causing its red glow to emerge once again in an attempt to stabilize everything. However, the Night Immortal King's body seemed to be driven crazy once it was forcefully held back by the metal chains. It struggled continuously as if it wanted to break free of the metal chains to charge ahead. If that wasn't possible, it seemed as if he might instead choose to drag the moon along. Witnessing the impending crisis, the metal chains on the Night Immortal King's body suddenly glowed purple. The purple glow flowed swiftly towards the Night Immortal King along the metal chains, enveloping him completely. The Night Immortal King seemed to be in huge pain as a result. He raised his hands to cover his head, screaming shrilly and painfully. That scream of his caused the surrounding area to vibrate. True Breath Realm cultivators near him were completely unable to withstand it, and their skulls all exploded at that instant. Even Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were bleeding from their orifices, including Wang Baol, who felt something churning in his body while fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The core formation realm cultivators all turned pale as they scrambled to retreat. It all happened under the protection of the divine armament. If there were no divine armament, the situation would be unimaginably worse. A long while later, the painful screams decreased in intensity. The Night Immortal King seemed to have lost a large part of its energy, and as he sensed that he was powerless in trying to change the situation, his body sank gradually, his eyes growing weaker such that they could no longer stay open. It seemed like he was falling into hibernation again, but he struggled to open his mouth, wanting to say something. However, what resulted were merely murmurs. His voice, which carried an unlimited amount of sadness, evoked a wave of emotions in the hearts of everyone who heard it, as if they all felt the same kind of extreme sorrow. It was akin to the melancholy that remained after one witnessed their home being destroyed with their own eyes. It was like the sadness behind the remnant indignation one carried to his grave due to an inability to take revenge. It was like a sense of guilt, coupled with pain that came along with madness. All these emotions culminated in pitiful cries at that moment, spreading in all directions. What was sadder was that in this extreme emotional pain, his tears had already dried up. In his cries, he gradually lowered his body, slowly kneeling down while facing the sun in the direction of the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Everyone, including Wang Baol, fell silent as they looked at the Knight Immortal King, who kept kowtowing in the direction of the sun after kneeling, crying pitifully. This feeling rested heavily in their hearts. As the crying sounds reverberated for a long time, a word could be heard, albeit somewhat unclearly. However, it was not a language used on Earth, and no one could understand it except Wang Baol. Perhaps it was because of Little Missy, or perhaps it was due to the Green Lotus, but Wang Baol understood the unclear word. That was Master. The Knight Immortal King was kneeling and bowing in the direction of the ancient greenish-bronze sword, which was on the sun. In his cries and sadness, he spoke with a sense of longing, a sense of guilt, his myriad of emotions encompassed in one word, Master. After a long while, the word Master reverberated amidst the crying sounds. The Knight Immortal King's body slowly fell back into the deep trench, before he eventually became completely silent. A moment passed without anyone speaking a word. After making sure that the Knight Immortal King had fallen into hibernation, Duan Myuk, the Federation president, finally heaved a sigh of relief. The core formation realm cultivators around him followed suit, and they all noticed that the Federation president was drenched in sweat. If a single mistake occurred just now, their existence could have all been pushed to the brink of nothingness. Now it's time to tidy up matters here. 3 hours later, after you've all found your respective disciples, bring them back to the bases and inspect them all. Before a conclusion is reached, the seal will not be opened, and no one shall leave. Duan Myuk turned his head suddenly, carrying a chill in his gaze as he looked at the corpses of the people who had died due to the tremors of the Knight Immortal King's cries. His gaze also swept across those Foundation establishment cultivators who were still alive but were bleeding from all their orifices. At the same time, he saw Wang Baol, and after nodding at him, he turned and left. At the same time, people began to disperse to search for the disciples from their own factions. The ethereal Dao College sect lord, who was previously standing beside Duan Myuk, approached Wang Baol. His eyes seemed to be conveying a complicated thought, while Wang Baol remained silent without a word. He was no longer the ignorant true breath realm cultivator he was when he first entered the mystic lunar realm. After experiencing the battle of the giant trees over the fruit, and listening to the conversations between the various factions, he seemed to have gained a somewhat complete and accurate grasp on the transformation that had happened in the mystic lunar realm. This mystic lunar realm was a trap. He wasn't sure whether he should believe that the 4 Dao colleges were completely ignorant of that. The ethereal Dao College sect lord seemed to have something to say, but eventually, he merely sighed deeply without speaking a word. He brought Wang Baol away, making plans for him to stay in one of the bases of the 4 Dao colleges. Very quickly, the core formation realm cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges began to bring the disciples from their respective factions away. Wang Baol saw Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming, who were both impressive and had reached the Foundation establishment state. That was especially so for Zhao Yaming, who gave Wang Baol a sense that she had reached Foundation establishment stage with a perfect item. Chun Yutong and company had returned as well. As people returned, a battle was about to begin in a patch of forest land on the dark side of the mystic lunar realm. Amidst the loud noise, the black-robed middle-aged man was pale as he hurriedly retreated. In the forest before him, a red glow was spreading, and when it completely enveloped him, the red star appeared on his glabella. Duan Myuk slowly emerged from the forest. Step by step, he appeared before the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man looked perplexedly at Duan Myuk, giving up all intentions of retaliation as he sighed. No wonder you could become the center of attention from someone insignificant amongst the candidates, surpassing your classmates to become the Federation president. Duan-myuk, I had thought that you only had two ways of bringing me down, one legitimate and one underhand method, but I seem to have belittled you. You had a third tactic. I don't know how you found the fruit before me. Furthermore, you even poisoned and put restraints on it. However, this time, I concede defeat. Say it with the fruit as a witness. What happened? Duan-myuk spoke calmly. The black-robed, middle-aged men laughed bitterly as he sighed, rattling out the truth. He only hid the details about Wang Beol, as Wang Beol was the only tool he had to get rid of the Federation president. At the same time, Wang Beol was also the key for him to reach nascent soul realm in the future, as Wang Beol had absorbed so much of the fruit. Therefore, for his own sake, he needed to protect Wang Beol. Right now, in a basin on the visible side of the moon, Galactic Dusk Sect's sect lord was wielding a 9th-grade dermic armament as he looked at a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a long black robe approaching him without emotion, carrying a similarly frightening 9th-grade dermic armament long spear. Li Qidao, as the lead senator of the Senate, why are you collaborating with White Deer Dao College? Furthermore, there is no sure win for either of us if we were to battle, so why is there a need for us to battle in the first place? The sect lord from Galactic Dusk Sect frowned as he began to speak. Sect Lord Su, the loser shall concede defeat. Since that is the situation now, why aren't you satisfied? Based on your intelligence, you must have understood that the fruit could only be used by wood types. It's useless for human cultivators in terms of their cultivation. All it does is strengthen their bodies. Otherwise, it wouldn't have existed until now. Someone altered it, such that it would be useless even for someone like you who was proficient in wood techniques and was using it to advance to reach the nascent soul realm. Galactic Dusk Sect's sect lord fell silent, before sighing deeply after a long while. Is it enough that I go into seclusion for 50 years, never to emerge in society in that period of time? It's not enough. 60 years is needed at least. While Federation President Duan-myuk, Senator Li Qidao, as well as the elites from the various factions, were handling the rebellion by the 5-generation Sky Clan and Galactic Dusk Sect in the Mystic Lunar Realm. The disciples from the 4 Dao colleges who had been through the Mystic Lunar Realm assessment were all gathered at the base of the Dao College and undergoing interrogation. Everyone was included in the list to be interrogated, except for one person. That person was Wang Beol. From the beginning until now, no one disturbed or asked him about what had happened in the Mystic Realm. However, one prominent point was that the hut residence that Wang Beol was staying in was different from that of other people. It had more privacy and was more luxurious, as it was originally a resting place prepared for the elder. At the same time, regardless of whether it was the disciples from the 4 Dao colleges who had been through the Mystic Realm assessment, or the Dao College Foundation establishment cultivators that had arrived on the Mystic Lunar Realm from Earth, they all looked at Wang Beol oddly in the 3 days that passed. Many of them even took more than a single glance, and in the depths of their vision hid a sense of reverence and fear. Apparently, what Wang Beol had experienced in the Mystic Realm and the killings that happened thereafter were no longer a secret. Everyone had heard about how he had obtained the perfect object before it was cruelly dug away by a core formation realm cultivator, which in the process destroyed his Dao foundation. They also heard that he had managed to reach foundation establishment stage and stained the Mystic Realm red with his killings of innumerable foundation establishment realm cultivators. He wasn't simply an ordinary disciple, but the deputy pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion who was already well known while he was in Ethereal Dao College. He was also one of the Federation seedlings. With such an illustrious battle history, it was natural that he would catch the attention of many. Wang Beol kept all that in mind and didn't say anything nor head out. He stayed quietly in his hut residence, waiting for the chaotic rebellion outside to end, and for the 4 Dao colleges to give him an explanation. After all, he was no ordinary disciple of the 4 Dao colleges. He was the deputy pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, and even though the incident in the Mystic Lunar Realm didn't have much of an impact on others, it had affected him greatly, far exceeding what he had experienced before. Just like that, 2 days went by. On the second night, A pursuit was taking place in the forest on the dark side of the mystic lunar realm. The one escaping was the old lady who had dug out Wang Baol's Tao foundation. The old lady's face was pale white, her hair in a mess and unkempt. As she ran, blood spewed out of her mouth. She looked lifeless, with fear apparent in her eyes as she swiftly turned and spoke to someone behind her. "Fellow Taoistly, listen to my explanation." "To hell with your explanation." Even before she could finish, an angry roar emerged from behind her, as a figure leaped out, instantly catching up with the old lady while raining punches on her. A loud boom reverberated. The old lady wanted to resist the attacks, but her attempts were futile. The punch that landed on her caused her to spew even more blood. She hurriedly retreated, but the figure immediately arrived in front of her. It was a silver-haired elder, carrying a look of anger that could burn down the skies. Madness erupted from the elder's body, making him like a walking volcano that was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. Every part of the forest he passed burned, and the ground was charred black by the heat. The suppressive force emerging from his body raged unusually. It was such an imposing force that the old lady was completely unable to resist it, screaming while vomiting fresh blood out once again. "Fellow Taoistly, there should be a limit to all this. All I did was destroy his Tao foundation. You have pursued me for 2 days, and based on your level of cultivation, you could have killed me right away. What is the point of torturing me? I am also a core formation cultivator, and I have my dignity. Wang Baol is merely one of the disciples from your Tao college." The old lady had become a maniac, and she screamed angrily like a lunatic. The past 2 days had been a nightmare for her. As she said, the ex-Federation president pursued and tortured her all the way, even purposely letting her escape before getting hot on her heels again. This made her completely exhausted, draining her of all her energy and putting her in a living hell. "That's all you can take? Why didn't you feel this way when you were after Wang Baol? You didn't choose to bully anyone else, but Wang Baol, who has no direct relatives who are core formation cultivators. Is that why you were so cruel and ruthless to him, treating him like a toy?" The Grand Supreme Elder from Ethereal Tao College appeared amiable with his head full of silver hair. However, those who knew him knew that he was extremely hot-tempered. He stared as he neared, raising his right hand. The old lady widened her eyes, as the Grand Supreme Elder perforated her flesh in one swift motion, reaching into the old lady's stomach. An indescribable pain erupted like crashing waves in the old lady's mind, flooding and overcoming her instantly as she let out a shrill, painful scream. "You bitch, let me tell you something. Wang Baol indeed has no direct relatives who are core formation cultivators, but I like that chap. I am his god-grandfather, and you'll get it from me if you were to bully him," the Grand Supreme Elder announced while gripping the core formation in the old lady's stomach tightly. As he yanked it hard, the old lady's painful screams reverberated in all directions. As blood spewed out of her mouth, the already haggard old lady seemed to have aged even more. She trembled, turning pale. The pain of having her core formation plucked away from within her body far exceeded that of one's Tao foundation being taken away. It was no longer on the level of an organ. Instead, it was like taking her life away. "Don't worry, you won't die from this. I would never let you die so easily. After all, death is only short-lived pain. I will turn you into a warning for others." A chilly look flashed across the Grand Supreme Elder's eyes, as he squatted down before the trembling old lady, slapping her face while enunciating every single word clearly. "This is your retribution for bullying our Baol. Go, continue to run. If you don't, I'll bring you back and lock you in Venus's poisonous spirit cellar. You know that place. It's very suitable for you." Hearing the term poisonous spirit cellar, the old lady who was drifting out of consciousness from her pain suddenly jolted awake. She suddenly shivered, carrying a look of fear in her eyes that was far more intense than before. She wanted to kill herself but was unable to do so as she had been made handicapped and weak. Therefore, she decided to commit suicide by biting her tongue. However, before she could do that, the Grand Supreme Elder stepped heavily on her chest, and as a heavy puff of air emerged, it blew away all her teeth. It's still not time for you to die. If you dare to die, I will extract your spirit and turn it into a chamber pot numinous treasure before tossing it in the restroom of the Tao College. The Grand Supreme Elder spoke calmly while staring at the old lady, whose wrinkled face revealed extreme fear. You? The old lady stared with her eyes wide, wanting to say something before the Grand Supreme Elder slapped her tightly. Shut up. It was a tight slap that almost broke the old lady's neck. The old lady was in so much pain that she fainted immediately. The Grand Supreme Elder hummed unhappily, before turning around and grabbing the old lady by her hair. Following the capture of the old lady, the third day arrived. In his hut residence inside the base of the 4 Tao colleges, Wang Baol was meditating with his legs crossed. He suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the door of his room. Outside, someone had arrived, without making any attempts to mask their breathing and footsteps. When the visitor neared, he stayed silent for a while, before speaking with a raspy voice. Baol. Wang Baol recognized the voice as belonging to the sect lord of Ethereal Tao College. He then stood up to open the door, greeting the sect lord standing outside with cupped fists. Greetings, sect lord. The sect lord from Ethereal Tao College looked at Wang Baol with a complex expression. After the investigations regarding the mystic lunar realm were conducted over the past few days, everyone, regardless of whether it was the 4 Tao colleges, the Federation president, or the other factions, were completely shaken by the revenge killings carried out by Wang Baol. They felt especially shocked at the invention of the mystic trace beads, which were never before seen. What Wang Baol had experienced was also shocking to everyone who heard about it. Wang Baol's reaction towards whatever had happened to him in the mystic realm evoked more emotions in the masses than before. You've had a hard time. The complex look in the Ethereal Tao College sect lord's eyes was replaced by an apologetic one. After entering the residence hut, he sought the agreement of Wang Baol before pressing on his wrist to assess his internal injuries, as well as his well-being. When he noticed the pill bottle resting on Wang Baol's dantian, an unsurprised look surfaced in Ethereal Tao College sect lord's eyes. However, he still felt somewhat incredulous. After taking another close look at it, he tuned down his cultivation before looking at Wang Baol again. This is the second perfect item that I have obtained. Wang Baol guessed what the sect lord would ask him and replied calmly without any unusual facial expressions. The Ethereal Tao College sect lord looked deeply into Wang Baol's eyes without probing further. It was the principle of the 4 Tao colleges to not question excessively in issues regarding their disciples' fates. After all, everyone had secrets, and the more they were questioned, the more likely the disciples would lose faith and integrity. That was especially so for Wang Baol, who had experienced a series of events. He could see that Wang Baol's attitude had become vastly different from before he entered the mystic realm. He understood the situation and sincerely wanted to rectify it. Therefore, he took out a box from the storage bag, placing it in front of Wang Baol before opening it up. A bloody flesh pill was revealed. When the box was opened, and the flesh pill was revealed, a thick cloud of spirit chi instantly emerged, carrying a pungent smell of blood. Wang Baol was thrown into a daze, and as he turned to look, he seemed to have guessed the box's contents. He raised his head and looked at the Ethereal Tao College sect lord. Baol, you know what is to be known. I will not say anything unnecessary. All you need to know is that now the White Deer Tao College leads the 4 Tao colleges. As for your matter, regardless of whether it's the Grand Supreme Elder or me, we share the same consensus, and that is, we will not let it rest. Wu Tianlan from the Galactic Dusk sect dug away your Tao foundation. Therefore, the Grand Supreme Elder will personally dig her core formation out. A simple outcome like death would naturally not be easily available as an option to her. Therefore, the Grand Supreme Elder will send her to the poisonous spirit cellar of Venus, which is one of the worst prisons of the Federation. There, she will have to repent and refine poisonous gold for Ethereal Tao College for the rest of her life. Are you satisfied with this punishment? The Ethereal Tao College sect lord looked at Wang Baol, speaking calmly. Wang Baol was shocked, his breathing growing rapid and his eyes turning red. An indescribable feeling emerged in his mind. All the grudges he held towards the sect vanished instantly, and all that remained was the surprise of someone standing up for him. After a long while, he stood up, bowing deeply to the sect lord. "Thank you so much, sect lord." The ethereal Tao College sect lord smiled a smile of consolation when he saw the expression on Wang Baol's face. The ethereal Tao College had had no choice but to participate in the fiasco. He didn't wish for such an exemplary disciple, whom he approved of, whom he recognized to have a bright future, to lose hope and be disillusioned with the college. The Grand Supreme Elder must have thought the same. That was why he had personally done the deed and exacted revenge for Wang Baol. He had left the old woman with her life not out of pity but to serve as punishment and a warning to the other political forces. It was also a message to the White Deer Tao College and the current Federation president to show their extreme displeasure. The look on Wang Baol's face made him feel that everything they had done was not in vain. In his comfort, he spoke a while longer with Wang Baol. Before leaving, he gave Wang Baol a pill bottle. The bottle contained extremely rare pills for healing. There were 3 5-colored pills. Any single one of them would fetch an extraordinary price. This was because they were equivalent to having 3 chances to save one's life from the brink of death. After seeing the sect lord off, Wang Baol stood outside his residence. He lifted his head and stared at the sky. After a long while, he inhaled deeply. He could feel the release of tension from his body. He thought back to everything that had happened in the mystic lunar realm. They seemed a lifetime away. After a long while, Wang Baol released a long sigh of satisfaction. It's better this way. Death is too good for her. After all, dying is just a moment's pain. But now, she'll be suffering for years, maybe decades, without rest. With that thought, Wang Baol finally let go of his hatred towards the old witch. As for the Galactic Dusk sect, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He concealed the icy glint flickering in them. What's left now is for us to return to Earth. Wang Baol buried his thoughts and feelings deep in his heart. He turned and gazed at Earth, which was hanging amidst the stars in the sky. He studied the blue starry heavens. Longing unfurled in his heart. Longing for his parents, for the people back in the college, for the things they used to do, and for every tree and leaf in the college. It was as Wang Baol had predicted. Later that night, he received a notice from the college informing him to return to Earth the next day. It was clear that the matters pertaining to the mystic lunar realm affair had been settled. There was no need for their cooperation and help anymore, which was why they could leave. Wang Baol packed his luggage and then settled down into a cross-legged sitting position. He allowed his emotions to settle and for himself to come to peace with everything that had happened. This carried on until late in the night, until an unexpected visitor arrived outside his residence. The sounds of knocking on his door resounded in his room. Wang Baol, who had been meditating, was startled. He lifted his head. The doors to his room slid open soundlessly, revealing a towering figure standing outside his room. He stood there, as tall as the heavens, exuding an indescribable, oppressive presence. There was also a blood-colored spirit energy rippling in the air. Despite having clearly been suppressed, a muted surge still leaked out and spread throughout the room. Wang Baol was no stranger to the energy signature. It was the divine armament. He was equally familiar with the person approaching. He was the Federation president, Duan Myuk. Alarm bells rang in Wang Baol's head, and he immediately became cautious. He rose to his feet hurriedly and cupped his fists in a bow towards Duan Myuk. "Greetings, President." Duan Myuk didn't speak immediately. He stood there and eyed Wang Baol. His shrewd mind and his years of experience told him that Wang Baol was clearly wary of him. He didn't tone down the force of his presence but instead intensified it. Wang Baol stared at Duan Myuk's smile, and his breathing quickened. His instincts told him to step back. This meeting with Duan Myuk was completely different from their previous encounter at the Federation's 100 Seedling Award ceremony. Then Wang Baol hadn't known Duan Myuk. Now, however, after all that he had gone through in the mystic lunar realm, he had come to his own conclusions. He knew Duan Myuk's cunning and the hidden depths of his thoughts. If they had been on Earth, Wang Baol would definitely be more nervous than he was now. But they were on the moon now. Wang Baol remembered the night Immortal King and the green lotus inside his body and gained a slight measure of confidence. He didn't take a step back and, instead, raised his head and met Duan Muk's eyes. Their eyes met, and a flicker of surprise flashed across Duan Muk's eyes. Surprise slowly transformed into approval, then into a smile on his lips. Wang Baol, come take a walk with me, he said, then turned and walked away. Wang Baol considered for a moment before following Duan Muk. They started strolling on the vast and expansive base grounds. They didn't leave the base. Instead, the two of them walked along a small path in the base, treading on the dim light cast from the overhead lamps. Half an hour passed, but Duan Muk didn't speak. Wang Baol was silent as well. They walked past a pagoda that was in the midst of being rebuilt. Duan Muk continued to look ahead as his voice rang out. Wang Baol, you asked me before when you were in the capital city about how one becomes the Federation president. Wang Baol raised his head and stared at Duan Muk's back when he heard Duan Muk's words. He remembered asking that, as that had been his dream. What I told you then was the way to become the Federation president. What happened in the mystic lunar realm? Duan Muk paused in his steps as his words trailed off. He turned and leveled an unfathomable, meaningful stare at Wang Baol. Is the first lesson you need to learn on your path to becoming the Federation president. So, what have you learned? Duan Muk smiled lightly after he asked the question. With a wave of his right hand, he threw a black pill bottle towards Wang Baol. This is the antidote. The fruit was poisoned and I also hexed it. You must have come across your own share of good fortune as I can't feel the hex on you, and the poison likely didn't work on you either. However, if you're still worried, this is the antidote. You can take it and get rid of any hidden complications. As for the fruit, the most it can do for a human is strengthen his body. It can't be used for any breakthroughs in cultivation. Only mutations, such as the giant tree, can devour and absorb it. The sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect practices would element mystic techniques, and I have a feeling he's no longer human anymore. Done speaking, Duan Muk shook his head and laughed. He turned and walked away, vanishing into the distance. He left Wang Baol standing alone before the pagoda, reeling in shock. Wang Baol's breathing was uneven. He held onto the antidote and stared into the distance where Duan Muk had disappeared. After a very long time, he took a deep breath in. Finally, he knew the truth to everything that had happened in the mystic lunar realm. The giant tree mutation had plotted against the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect, as well as the Federation. Its objective had been to monopolize the fruit. The 5-generation Sky Clan had gone along with the schemes of the Galactic Dusk sect because of what the Galactic Dusk sect had promised them. Wang Baol was unaware of the details, but he believed it must have been something the 5-generation Sky Clan had been dying to get their hands on. The Galactic Dusk sect had expended the most effort and resources for the entire affair. Their sect lord had even made a personal appearance, as his aim had been the same as the giant tree. They had both desired the fruit, and had wanted to use it to break through their cultivation and enter the nascent soul realm. That was why the old witch had been so fearless. If her sect lord had indeed had a breakthrough and attained the nascent soul realm, the current political stalemate in the Federation would be broken. The loss of balance would herald a new set of rules. It might be challenging to determine who had been the mantis preying upon the cicada in the group of the giant tree, the 5-generation Sky Clan, and the Galactic Dusk sect, and who had been the cicada that had been preyed upon. However, one thing was clear. The Oriole had been the Federation president, Duan Muk, right from the beginning. It was because his goal had been grander. He had planned for the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect's loss and the maximum weakening of their power, which in turn strengthened the political stability of the Federation. He had also used some unknown means to locate the fruit prior to the opening up of the mystic realm, and had planted both a poison and a hex in the fruit. Regardless of who eventually absorbed the fruit, he would be poisoned and fall under Duan Muk's control. Be it the giant tree or the 5-generation Sky Clan and Galactic Dusk sect, they had lost this round. The only one to emerge victoriously was Duan Muk. So, this is the first lesson I learned in order to become the Federation president. Wang Baol was silent for a long while. A glimmer began to shine in his eyes. He remembered something similar in the high officials' autobiographies. Wang Baol returned to his residence while deep in thought. He thought for a very long while. His experience in the mystic lunar realm and what he had learned was a turning point in his life. He had gone from mere realization to deep consideration, and he finally ended up with strong conviction. My dream is still to become the Federation president. Wang Baol met the next day with a raised head and a look of resolution in his eyes. He stepped out of his residence and onto the cruiser that would bring him back to Earth. He shelved the many thoughts, including that of murder, that had arisen from his encounters on the moon to the back of his mind. When the cruiser rose, humming, into the air, and as it was about to speed off into space, Wang Baol stood on the deck and patted his sizable stomach. The darkness and violence in his eyes vanished. In their place was his usual smiling cheerfulness. He grabbed Shui Yifan, who was standing beside him, into a hug, and started bragging about his adventures. As he laughed, he turned his head and stared at the moon through the cruiser's windows. It grew smaller as the distance between cruiser and moon widened. Farewell, moon. Farewell, night immortal king. Be it traveling for a vacation or any other reason, one was always beset by the same strange feeling. The journey there was always especially slow, and the journey back miraculously fast. It was the same for the trip to the moon. Their return was swift, and the cruiser quickly landed on the Upper Academy Island of the ethereal Tao College. Those who had successfully reached the Foundation establishment realm, and those who had not, all got off. They stared at the sky vastly different from the one seen from the moon, and at the sword sun. They could hear birdsong and smell flowers blooming. They could feel the air, and the spirit chi infused in it. Wang Baol was finally able to relax completely. Even though a mountain of tasks awaited him after he had advanced to the Foundation establishment realm, Wang Baol still decided to give himself a long vacation. He was going back to Phoenix City, back to his parents. His return was of great importance to the city lord of Phoenix City as well as all the city officials. They didn't go to the extent of journeying outside the city to receive him. However, the city lord and the deputy city lord stationed themselves outside the port and had a short chat with Wang Baol when he arrived. They didn't impose on his reunion with his family and instead left after exchanging a few words. Wang Baol's spirits were high on the way back home. He listened to his mother's nagging with a great deal of patience, and his father was quiet most of the time, only interrupting his mother's nagging with a few words of reprimand now and again. He remained smiling, and they spent the next 2 weeks in harmonious cheer. During that period, Wang Baol also settled his spirits and did more in-depth research on the green lotus inside his body. He gradually became convinced that the green lotus was an augmenting presence on his cultivation, and its effects on the physical body were even greater, almost out of this world. Wang Baol recalled being hunted for his life in the mystic lunar realm. His recovery speed had saved his life, as all his injuries had healed at a tremendous rate. His physical strength was also receiving increasing nourishment from the green lotus. It grew exponentially on a daily basis. Wang Baol assessed his physical capabilities to have surpassed that of a typical cultivator in the same realm. In other words, if he were to split himself into 2 people, one with his cultivation and another with his physical body, the one to emerge victorious after a fight would be the one with his physical body. The green lotus triggers the devouring seed to absorb vitality from all living things while it sits inside the devouring seed so that it can receive sustenance. Wang Baol mused. He observed the green lotus's seed head and the 4 lotus seeds inside it. He had a feeling that the lotus seeds weren't only useful for controlling the night immortal king. He had only recently acquired the green lotus though, and he was unable to fully pin down the full properties of the lotus seeds in such a short period. He tried absorbing them but found it a tedious challenge. He didn't give up. The few benefits that the Green Lotus Foundation Establishment Corps had given him were enough to send him into an excited flurry. With the devouring seed, I believe the green lotus will flourish with continual cultivation and nourishment. With its augmentation, my physical body will grow increasingly stronger as well. Wang Baol inhaled deeply. He found his future ever bright and hopeful. He had to climb back from the gates of hell in the mystic lunar realm, but it had all been worth it. Wang Baol continued to study the Green Lotus while enjoying his family life. He had wanted to extend his stay for a few more days, but he received a voice transmission message from Chen Yutong. The latter was swamped with endless work at the Dermic Armament Pavilion to the point where he could barely cope with it alone. The college had also called for Wang Baol to return and retrieve his Foundation Establishment Realm mystic technique. Besides the messages from the college asking him to return, at home, Wang Baol had also discovered, much to his grief, that his mother had begun to arrange matchmaking sessions for him these few days. He was utterly horrified. "My dear mother, your son is an esteemed Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, a young genius, the deputy pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, and one of the Federation's 100 seedlings. There are few who don't recognize who I am when I walk the streets. I just have to say the word and ladies who want to be my girlfriend will line the streets all the way from Phoenix City to the Ethereal Tao College. And you still think I need to be matchmade to solve my singlehood status? Matchmaking is an insult to my good looks and talents." Wang Baol's mother rolled her eyes and glared as soon as she heard Wang Baol's protest. She grabbed at his ear. Under duress, and with much exasperation, Wang Baol was left with no choice but to sneak out of Phoenix City and escape from his grudging parents. Wang Baol ended his vacation and returned to the college. The first thing he learned from Chen Yutong was what had followed after the Mystic Lunar Realm fiasco. Those who had left the Mystic Lunar Realm 2 weeks prior weren't only the disciples from the 4 Tao colleges but also those from the other political forces. The real cleanup on the moon had commenced after their departure. It was an utter bloodbath, an absolute massacre intended to squash the mutinous forces. Chaos overran the entire Mystic Lunar Realm. Trapped within the seal of the Array Formation, none from the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk Sect could escape. Every 5-generation Sky Clan cultivator who had participated in the revolt, be it a core formation realm or Foundation Establishment realm, or even a true breath realm cultivator, with a few exceptions, was exterminated. The exterminators were the other family clans of the 5-generation Sky Clan. It was a cleansing that had to be done. They needed to answer to the Federation, and this answer required the heads of hundreds and thousands of their clan members. The 5-generation Sky Clan also paid a heavy price elsewhere. They lost nearly a third of their lands, and only then did the Federation and the other political forces finally let them off the hook. After all, it wouldn't look good if they went too far. The fate of the Galactic Dusk Sect was worse. They had been the mastermind behind the entire fiasco. The sect lord was sent away into seclusion for 60 years, and the various political forces in the Federation would be keeping guard over where he was secluded, to prevent him from sneaking out. Save a few true breath realm cultivators who had advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm, all others from the sect who had entered the Mystic Realm were executed. Their resources as well as their lands were also seized by nearly half. This was a catastrophic blow to the Galactic Dusk Sect. They would be feeling the pain of their losses for a long time. Finally, all core formation realm cultivators from both sect and clan who had been part of the Lunar Rebellion were captured. Unlike the old lady, they wouldn't suffer the agonizing fate of having their core formation core ripped from their bodies. However, they would be spending the remainder of their lives in prison and use their lives to serve their penance. Such a fate was worse than death. The entire affair received extensive coverage from the media. Everyone in the Federation knew about it. The popularity of the Federation President Duan Muk spiked instantly, and his power grew and surpassed that of the former president because of this event. In the present political climate, after the severe weakening of the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk Sect, the Trillionaris Corporation, who had maintained cordial relations with the Federation, stood to gain a great deal. As for the isolationist Plume Manifestation Khanate sect, it maintained a low profile after the ordeal. In the eyes of those unaware of the truth, the Federation's response to the Lunar Rebellion might be perceived as slow but decisive. They might feel that the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk Sect were also the victims in the entire ordeal. They had paid a heavy price and should be forgiven for their crimes. Wang Baol knew, however, that the negotiations and choices ultimately made at the end weren't something that could be easily explained with a few words. He had no interest in making wild guesses. After bidding farewell to Chen Yutong, he poured himself into the matters that required his attention since he had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. First was the Foundation Establishment realm mystic technique to be given by the college. Within the Ethereal Tao College were multiple Foundation Establishment realm mystic techniques. The one most commonly practiced was the Ethereal Piercing technique. It was simple and safe and suited most disciples. Wang Baol didn't receive that commonly practiced technique, however. Instead, the college had given him a choice of 3 top Foundation Establishment realm techniques that existed in the college and were practiced explicitly by those who had a fully intact artifact as their Foundation Establishment core. One was the Ethereal 9 Killings technique, the second the 5 Elements Unification mystic art, and the third, the Lightning Tao, first volume. The Ethereal 9 Killings technique was the Grand Supreme Elder's creation. Its power wasn't to be underestimated, and it suited college disciples who had formed their Foundation Establishment core from a fully intact artifact. The 5 Elements Unification mystic art had been discovered on the ancient sword, and it was a complete mystic art with equally astounding power. It was able to wield the 5 elements, and the art of escape formed the essence of this mystic art. As for the Lightning Tao, first volume, it didn't originate from the extraterrestrial giant sword, but had been branded onto a meteorite. The meteorite had crashed onto Earth 2 millennia ago, before the appearance of the ancient green bronze sword. It had been cast aside when it had first appeared, until the arrival of the ancient green bronze sword and spirit chi had permeated the planet. That was when people had discovered the inscriptions carved into the meteorite. It landed in the hands of the Ethereal Tao College eventually. From the engravings on the meteorite came the unique Lightning Tao, first volume. All 3 mystic techniques required one to have a Foundation Establishment core formed from a fully intact artifact, as they would be difficult to master otherwise. In the best-case scenario, a cultivator would be mastered by the technique. In the worst-case scenario, one would spiral into madness and die from instant self-combustion. Wang Baol weighed his options. He didn't choose the Ethereal 9 Killings technique nor the 5 Elements Unification mystic art. The former was best for those whose Foundation Establishment core was formed from a metal artifact. His might have the appearance of a pill bottle, but in reality it was a green lotus. The 5 Elements Unification mystic art would produce spirit chi of all 5 elements in his body after practicing it. It was powerful, but if any of the elemental spirit chi in his body became too strong, it would adversely affect the other elemental spirit chi. As a result, Wang Baol was left with one remaining option, and that was the Lightning Tao, first volume. Effects of practicing the technique included the strengthening of his physical body. After some thought, Wang Baol decided on this technique. There were 4 levels to the Lightning Tao first volume. They aligned with the early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and perfected stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. At every level, the practitioner would have a lightning tattoo seared into his body. He would sustain and nourish the tattoo, which would eventually transform into actual lightning. After some studying and a great deal of thought, Wang Baol mused on how he enjoyed kicking his opponents, especially in the crotch. Both the fluidity of the movement and the extent of damage were astonishing. He decided to have the first lightning tattoo on his right leg. This way, there will be lightning every time I kick someone. Even if they block the actual physical blow, they'll still be electrocuted. They won't expect that. It'll be great. Wang Baol became immeasurably pleased at the thought. He was in the middle of practice when he thought of Little Missy in the black mask. His eyes lit up. Little Missy taught me the great void chi devouring art when I was at the ancient martial realm, and the compression method before I reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Now that I'm at the Foundation Establishment realm, she might have something better than the Lightning Tao, first volume. Wang Baol grew excited at that thought. He immediately pulled out the black mask and reached out to Little Missy. The Lightning Tao, first volume, was indeed impressive, but Wang Baol felt that Little Missy would definitely have something better. He eagerly pulled out the black mask and initiated the hallucination realm. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in the hallucination realm. He stood on a snowy plain. A biting wintry wind blew past, weeping. His present entry to the hallucination realm was different than his previous entries. as he didn't have to call out to little Missy. He could see her in the distance, a young woman of unearthly beauty, her long silky black hair adrift in the breeze and her white robes fluttering in the winter wind. She stood with her back towards Wang Baol, the wind in her face, her gaze seemingly out towards the distant horizon of the hallucination realm. He couldn't see her face, only her long flowing hair. He couldn't discern the shape of her body, only her white robes swaying in the wind. It was as if she wasn't of this world. Such a feeling fell over the entire snowscape, and the land transformed into a fairyland of the immortals. Staring at her back, one was overcome by shame and a sense of sin. It was as if before her, all those tall and mighty would lower their heads and give everything up as tribute. If this scene were immortalized in a painting, little Missy would be an extraordinary beauty in the painting. She would have a distant beauty that was ethereal and would seem like a fairy who shouldn't be of this world. She would vanish with the winds. Wang Baol took in the scene before him and couldn't control the stirring in his heart. In reality, on little Missy's face, with its fair, delicate skin and its beauty that was of mythical proportions, was a look invisible to Wang Baol's eyes. Her eyes seemingly gazed into the distant horizon but actually contained a flicker of slyness and self-satisfaction. This little fatty hasn't been showing me much respect these days. Even his eyes look perverted. I'm going to make use of his gratitude for what I did for him in the mystic lunar realm and reinforce who's holding the reins in this master-slave relationship. At that thought, the woman in white robes raised her chin higher. The light in her eyes made her beauty even more intense. It was a beauty that would send hearts racing and minds spiraling into a foolish daze, one that would make one bow to her willingly. Wang Baol's breath quickened. He could feel an unearthly, ethereal air exuding from little Missy. Curiosity rose in his heart. He thought back to the encounters in the mystic lunar realm and his narrow escape from the jaws of death. He thought how, without little Missy, he wouldn't have had the chance to return to Earth and to see the sun again. He would have bade farewell to this world. These thoughts quieted Wang Baol's earlier excitement. He stared at the back of the extraordinary figure and bowed slightly. There was nothing more to be said. Everything was encompassed within that single bow. Silently, Wang Baol walked towards little Missy and stopped beside her, standing next to her and gazing into the distant horizon. Time seemed to stand still in the hallucination realm. Under the heavens of the hallucination realm, amidst the falling snow, Wang Baol and the young woman in white stood alone, gazing silently into the distant sky. Snowflakes landed in their hair and remained there, frozen. Their hair would soon turn white this way, painted a beautiful scene. Wang Baol's mind slowed to a calm. It was a calm he had never experienced before. It was as if he had been released from life's burdens. The snowy landscape relaxed him. He studied little Missy next to him, and his eyes glowed with a different sort of light. Little Missy sneaked a glance at Wang Baol. She was extremely pleased with the effects she had engineered. She was about to amp it up when Wang Baol let out a soft cough, lifted his right hand, and whipped out a bag of chips. He started munching noisily. The mood was instantly ruined. The sounds of munching were especially piercing in the snowy realm. In an instant, the young woman in white turned around and gave Wang Baol a look. Wang Baol seemed slightly embarrassed. He coughed softly and handed the snacks over. "Do you want some too? I didn't think that we could conjure up snacks in this realm. They taste exactly the same as the snacks in the real world. Try some. This is barbecue flavored." "No thanks." Little Missy sucked in a deep breath. She shoved down the growing rage inside her and forced herself to remain calm and maintain her composure. She leveled a cool gaze at Wang Baol. Her experience told her that this look of hers would make anyone feel ashamed of themselves. That was indeed what happened. Under her gaze, Wang Baol started to feel sheepish. He kept his snacks and pulled out a bottle of ice spirit water. He drank a small gulp, then kept looking at little Missy as he continued drinking. The woman in white instinctively lifted her hand to her forehead as she watched Wang Baol's series of actions. She felt as if she had been playing the lyre to an unappreciative bull. A sense of resignation rose inside her. She lifted her right hand in a sudden wave, and an illusory jade slip appeared before Wang Baol. The myriad would ice heart art. This is the foundation establishment realm technique most suitable for you. That's the reason you have come here, right? Just take it and leave. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He seemed slightly embarrassed. He wasted no time in grabbing the jade slip, though. After a quick glance, he realized that the method revolved around the wood element in the 5 elements. It seemed slightly convoluted and difficult to understand, and it didn't feel as impressive as the 5 elements unification mystic art. He was slightly disappointed. He looked at little Missy and opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. What is it? Out with it. The woman in white robes saw the look on Wang Baol's face and raised her eyebrow. Wang Baol perked up when he heard little Missy ask him to speak up. He hurriedly voiced his request, adding an important last note. I want something really powerful. It'd be great if it's a technique that can strike fear into people's hearts as soon as they see it. Her eyes sharpened into a glare when she heard what he said. She decided to teach the ambitious Wang Baol a lesson he would never forget. As a cultivator, he should be taught to be realistic about his potential and not to run before he could walk. How else would he be able to enter the league of the great and extraordinary? An imperceptible flicker flashed past her eyes, and she coughed. Is that so? Let me think then. Yes, I do have a legendary mystic technique with me. It is everything you're asking for. Once it is unleashed, it'll move heaven and earth. It'll strike fear into the hearts of everyone who witnesses it. They'll be scared out of their wits. A legendary mystic technique? Upon hearing those words, Wang Baol immediately perked up. He straightened up and listened carefully. That's right. A legendary mystic technique that's many times more powerful than the myriad would ice heart art. They're leagues apart. If you can master it, you'll be nearly invincible. It has a really nice name called Corpse Face. Its full name is the Dark Corpse Face Art. How's that? Doesn't it sound really powerful? She whirled around and looked at Wang Baol with eyes bright with the light of encouragement. It sounds really powerful. But why do I feel that the name sounds a bit scary? Wang Baol froze for a moment before scratching his head. You may feel that, but your enemy's going to be even more frightened when they see it in action, she said firmly. The encouragement in her eyes grew brighter, and she even patted him on the shoulder. That seems to make sense. Wang Baol stuttered. The woman in white didn't give him time to think. She immediately explained in detail how the dark corpse face art worked. The dark art involved a certain kind of substance found within the spirit chi. The woman in white explained to Wang Baol that humankind's understanding of spirit chi was still lacking. Even though the typical cultivator could release spirit chi, he couldn't fully absorb it. There always remained a small portion that resisted absorption and would be expelled naturally from the human body. 99% of all cultivation techniques found on Earth possessed the ability to expel such substance during the cultivation process. That was how cultivation could continue without a hitch. In actuality, though, the expelled substance could also be used for cultivation. That was how the so-called dark arts were born. Where she had come from, the expelled substance found in spirit chi was called the dark spirit chi. Practicing the dark art allowed one to absorb the dark spirit chi, forming a wisp of dark fire inside one's body, and the flame was capable of burning anything in the world. This power was so great that it was beyond what words could describe. It was the opposite of ordinary spirit chi and of a greater caliber. That was why, to a certain extent, it could defeat all other types of cultivation. When practicing the dark art, one would be able to form a wisp of dark fire inside one's body during the early stage foundation establishment realm. After reaching the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, another wisp of dark fire would be born. If one were able to generate a third wisp of dark fire, one would be able to ride on the creation of the third fire wisp and propel themselves from the mid-stage to the late-stage foundation establishment realm. When the time came, the 3 wisps of dark fire would fuse into one and form a baneful flame. That was when the cultivator would advance to the perfected foundation establishment realm. This dark art was also referred to as corpse face because of what the technique did. It shared the same name as its effects. The cultivator would use the dark fire to paint on his opponent's face. First the corpse eyebrows, then the corpse eyes, followed by the nose and lips, finally forming a corpse face. Once the corpse face was formed, it would explode and destroy everything. After listening to Little Missy's description, Wang Bao's eyes widened, and he sucked in a sudden breath of air. He could feel a chill shivering up his spine, then spreading throughout his body. This dark corpse face art was simply too freaky. This is... Wang Bao hesitated. He had a feeling that Little Missy was playing him for a fool. The glow of encouragement in the young woman's eyes grew brighter when she saw Wang Bao's hesitation. She went on a bit longer about how impressive the dark art was. When she saw that Wang Bao still remained doubtful, she glared. "Tell me, Wang Bao, since the beginning, when you were at the ancient martial realm till this day, have I ever led you down the wrong path?" Wang Bao thought about Little Missy's words and was immediately assaulted by a sense of shame. It was true. Little Missy had treated him well since the beginning. She had never lied to him. "I'll learn it. Little Missy is right. You've never lied to me." Wang Bao nodded resolutely. The young woman in white was extremely happy when she heard that. Then, for some unknown reason, she started feeling despondent. She couldn't remember the number of times she had played Wang Bao for a fool. Every time, she had been prepared to watch him make a fool of himself, but every time, the fatty had been able to exceed her expectations. She didn't know if it was something in his blood or something else. She had almost begun to doubt herself. This time, though, nothing like the golden body will happen. This is the legendary forbidden mystic technique. I had looked down on the myriad wood ice heart art then too and didn't want to practice it. This was how my mother taught me a lesson and made me see the reality of things. That was how I rose to join the League of the Powerful and Exceptional. Even I didn't manage to master the dark art. Not to mention the hardship I'd gone through trying to learn it. Finally, I'll get to see someone else suffer. I don't believe he can master it. Wang Bao left the hallucination realm with his faith in Little Missy intact and great hopes for the dark corpse face art. He immediately started practicing in the cave abode. However, regardless of how hard he tried to sense the dark spirit chi in the spirit chi around him, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. He didn't believe that he couldn't do it and poured in more effort studying. At the same time, he also began cultivating the Lightning Tao, first volume. If there had been no basis for comparison in the first place, he wouldn't have realized how difficult the dark art was. The Lightning Tao, first volume, was a mysterious mystic technique. It was obviously a challenging technique to learn and master. If that weren't the case, the Ethereal Tao College wouldn't have restricted its practitioners to those with a foundation establishment core formed from a fully intact artifact. When compared with the dark art, though, Wang Bao was caught by the realization that the Lightning Tao, first volume, was much simpler than the dark art. Others would be flabbergasted if they knew this was how he felt. With a different point of reference came a different perspective. Time passed steadily. Soon a month had gone by. In that month, he had risen from the true breath realm to the foundation establishment realm. His cultivation level had exceeded the required cultivation for a deputy pavilion head at the Dermic Armament Pavilion. It was no longer appropriate for him to remain in his current post in the Dermic Armament Pavilion. The organizational structure in the 4 Tao colleges was slightly different from that in the other political institutions. His position as the deputy pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, for example, if it had been an equivalent position in another political establishment, it wouldn't have fallen to a true breath realm cultivator to take up the role. At the very least, the position would have gone to a foundation establishment realm cultivator. The 4 Tao colleges were different though. Tradition dictated that all disciples who reached the foundation establishment realm would have to join the federation. They would train and continue their cultivation in the various government departments. This was why a true breath realm cultivator could hold the position of a deputy pavilion head in a Tao college. In the same month, Chen Yutong had already shed his role as deputy pavilion head and taken up office in the Federation capital. His deputy pavilion head position had laid the foundation for his promotion to his next office, which was of a higher status when compared to the other cultivators who had recently reached the Foundation Establishment realm. The other disciples who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm in the most recent Mystic Lunar Realm episode had also received their transfer orders in the same month. They had gone their separate ways and begun their deployment and life after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. This was the case for Lu Zihao as well. He had been transferred to Venus. He intended to send a warning to Wang Baol before he left, to let Wang Baol know that they were all Foundation Establishment realm cultivators now. He wanted Wang Baol to stop addressing him as his son whenever he saw him. However, he recalled the series of violent and brutal acts committed by Wang Baol on the moon and decided not to risk offending the latter. Erring on the side of safety wouldn't go against his principles. Zhui Yifan didn't choose to leave. He decided to remain in the college and was made the pavilion head of the combat pavilion. Even though his cultivation had reached the Foundation Establishment realm, the combat pavilion was a unique place. Having a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator as a pavilion head wasn't something forbidden. As for Zhao Yaming, Wang Baol had his guesses. Her family background must have been pretty impressive for her home to be in the Federation capital. He wasn't surprised when she came to bid farewell and inform him that she was leaving for an office in the capital city. He gave her a strong hug, then spoke just as she narrowed her eyes and was about to say something. Yaming, take care of yourself. Let me know if anyone bullies you. We're all part of the male god society and brothers to one another. Zhao Yaming heard what Wang Baol said and gave him a deep, unfathomable look. Then, she smiled gently and left. Throughout the month, Wang Baol saw many people off, but the transfer orders for him didn't arrive. Wang Baol found this surprising. Is it because they aren't sure where to put me? That's good news. I may be in for a surprise. Wang Baol became excited at the thought. He had a mind to seek Bunny out, but he found out that she was still in seclusion. That made him slightly mopey. He stood outside the alchemy pavilion, staring and sighed. Bunny won't turn into an old bunny after she comes out from seclusion, right? The alchemy pavilion is trying to drive a wedge between two lovers. Bunny, my mother forced me to go for matchmaking sessions. I turned them all down for you. Dispirited, Wang Baol remembered Du Min. He then found out that Du Min had left the college with a few other combat pavilion disciples on a mission. Utterly bored out of his mind, Wang Baol went back to his cultivation. He began to craft and stock up on his previously expended stock of numinous treasures as well. The remainder of his time was spent in seclusion, practicing the two mystic techniques. He had a plan set out. The Lightning Dao. First volume would allow him to form the first lightning bolt inside his body, and the dark art would give him the dark fire once mastered. Both mystic arts would enhance his battle prowess while he was still at the Foundation Establishment realm, and his green lotus further augmented his physical capabilities. He thought himself quite powerful already. Another month passed, and Wang Baol's transfer orders still didn't arrive. He was starting to feel anxious. He thought for very long and decided that he would wait for another month. If the transfer orders still didn't appear then, he would seek the sect lord for answers. By now, most of the familiar faces in the college had left. There were many in the Dermic Armament Pavilion who continued to treat him civilly and with respect, but it all felt meaningless. Fortunately, he still had Lu Daobin at his side. That made Wang Baol feel slightly better. He thought about how he was going to be deployed soon. In the remaining time he had, while waiting for his transfer order, Wang Baol started making plans for promotions and advancements. He made arrangements for Lu Daobin and the other subordinates who had followed him from the lower Academy Island. Lu Daobin especially had passed the armament soldier assessment while Wang Baol had been cultivating in the Mystic Lunar Realm. He was made the person in charge of the college administrative department. The others were also assigned their respective offices. They would work closely with Chen Yutong's subordinates to ensure that the Dermic Armament Pavilion remained under their control even after Chen Yutong and Wang Baol left. Wang Baol even made a trip to the lightning domain. He endured the lightning blasts and made it through the final 2 bouts of lightning strikes, being rewarded with the final 2 mystic techniques. He gained the full set of mystic techniques from the lightning domain and was now able to wield the electromagnetic pulse, He realized that he would gain a better effect if he practiced the Lightning Dao, first volume inside the Lightning domain. As a result, he spent most of his remaining time there. Wang Baol finally obtained his first lightning talisman and had it tattooed on his right leg. He could feel the pulsating power of a lightning bolt inside his right leg. He still hadn't made any headway with the dark art, but by then, his transfer orders had finally arrived. The sect lord summoned him to Sky Path Island and personally met him. In the Great Hall of the Sky Path Island, he presented two options before Wang Baol. Baol, you're aware of the college tradition. Because of the attention you drew during your time in the Mystic Lunar Realm, the Federation has given your deployment a great deal of consideration. They finally came to a decision, though you still have the final say. The first option is to remain in the college. You will become the pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion and receive a primary rank 5 noble. A true Breath Realm Pavilion head isn't given a noble title. Only Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators are entitled to a noble title. The other option is to take up office in the Martian colony. The exact position will be decided by the Martian colony governor after you arrive. Don't worry. You'll be guaranteed a position that is befitting of a primary rank 5 noble. The Ethereal Dao College sect lord sat in the Great Hall and looked at Wang Baol before him. He smiled as he spoke. A primary rank 5 noble? Wang Baol said, stunned. His breathing quickened. Having diligently studied the autobiographies of high-ranking officials, he was no stranger to the Federation ranking system. However, it had all seemed like a distant future before he had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. It was something that could only be acquired after he had entered the government ranks of the Federation. The sect lord smiled at Wang Baol's excitement. He had long ago heard from someone about Wang Baol's dream to become the Federation president. He pointed at Wang Baol and laughed. You should know a thing or two about the Federation rank system. More than others, at least. Let me refresh your memory so that you have a clearer understanding. The Federation rank system can be broken down into 9 ranks and further split into 18 classes. The highest rank is the primary rank 1, and the lowest the secondary rank 9. The Federation President is the only primary rank 1 noble now. The Vice President and the Head Senator, as well as the governors of the Martian and Venerian colonies, are secondary rank 1 nobles. The sect lords of the 4 Dao colleges, like myself, are primary rank 2 nobles. The 17 city lords, including Lin Yu from Ethereal City and except the Head Senator, are secondary rank 2 nobles. The heads of the key departments in the Federation are primary rank 3 nobles. Their deputies and the deputy sect lord of the 4 Dao colleges are secondary rank 3 nobles. Below them in the hierarchy are primary rank 4 nobles and secondary rank 4 nobles. The Grand Elders in the respective Dao colleges' pavilions would fall in this tier. Rank 5 nobles are mainly held by officials in the Federation. It is a symbolic title in the Dao college, not an actual noble title. The respective pavilion heads, for example, are primary rank 5 nobles. As a deputy pavilion head, you can be considered a secondary rank 5 noble as well. The sect lord looked at Wang Baol after he was done with his explanation. Baol, tell me your answer. Do you choose to remain in the college or go to Mars? The gears in Wang Baol's head turned swiftly. This was no small matter. It was something that could decide his future. He decided he needed to give it some thought. The Ethereal Dao College sect lord knew that such decisions couldn't be rushed. He waited patiently for Wang Baol's answer. After half an hour had passed, Wang Baol thought for a while, then raised his head and looked at the Ethereal Dao College sect lord. He cupped his fists and bowed. Sect lord, I have no idea which one is best for me. What do you think? You little rascal. The Ethereal Dao College sect lord smiled and gazed at Wang Baol with approval. Wang Baol scratched his head and tried to appear like the simple and honest student he truly was. The sect lord witnessed his act and couldn't help himself. He pointed at Wang Baol again, shaking his head as he laughed. It wouldn't have been appropriate for him to advise Wang Baol if the latter hadn't asked for it. The sect lord mused for a while before speaking. You'll become a primary rank 5 noble if you stay in the college. When you reach the core formation realm in the future with your exemplary records, you would be able to rise to the position of Grand Elder in the Dermic Armament Pavilion. You'll at least be promoted to a secondary rank for Noble. A primary rank for Noble is also not beyond reach. Make a few adequate contributions to the Federation or college after that, and after you've gained more experience, you'll get a shot at becoming the Deputy Sect Lord of the Ethereal Tao College, which would place you at the secondary rank 3 Noble. This is a more secure progression path with few risks. There are benefits to that. The cons of it, though, are that you'll have to take things step by step. Basically, you'll be investing a great deal of time to build your experience. As for the second option, which is to be deployed to Mars, the pros are that there are many chances for you to showcase yourself, making progression quicker, and the people you will get to know will be different from those in the college. The flip side, obviously, is that Mars has only been partially colonized. There's an element of danger. The chances of sudden and unexpected events happening are higher. I'd advise you to accept the deployment to Mars. If you can prove yourself while on Mars and get promoted to a rank 4 Noble, even if it's the secondary rank, and achieve the core formation realm, you can then transfer back to Earth. With your experience on Mars, you're almost guaranteed a deputy head position in a key Federation department and a secondary rank 3 Noble. This is the fastest way. It'll save you half the time. The Sect Lord shared his true thoughts with Wang Baol without holding anything back. Wang Baol listened carefully and considered what the Sect Lord had said. He nodded his head and bowed at the Sect Lord. As the Sect Lord commands. The meaning of his reply was multilayered. Wang Baol hadn't studied the high officials' autobiographies for nothing. With a few simple words, he had expressed both his stance and gratitude towards the Sect Lord. The Ethereal Tao College Sect Lord smiled. He told Wang Baol to start his preparations as he would leave 3 days later. Then, the Sect Lord picked up the teacup next to him. Upon seeing that, Wang Baol immediately took his leave. He left Skypath Island and returned to the Upper Academy Island. He was in extremely high spirits and couldn't control his excitement and anticipation at going to Mars. I'm going to become a real government official. Wang Baol was extremely excited. He started packing as soon as he returned to his cave abode. He packed his materials for refining artifacts as well as items such as jade slips into his storage bracelet. Then, he remembered the monster egg he had received from the military instructor during the 100 seedling cultivation camp. He had handed the egg over to Lu Daobin after and gotten his subordinates to help speed up the incubation process. He hurriedly sent a message to Lu Daobin and got him to bring the monster egg over. Lu Daobin soon arrived with the monster egg. Wang Baol eyed the egg. It seemed slightly different from when he had last seen it. He tossed it into his storage compartment before exchanging a few words with Lu Daobin. Lu Daobin was smart. He could tell Wang Baol was leaving. After inquiring further, he started buttering up Wang Baol and piling him with congratulations and compliments. Wang Baol was on cloud 9, and he kept smiling widely and laughing. After a moment, he coughed and picked up his teacup. Lu Daobin got the message and left. Wang Baol placed the teacup down. He stared at his cave abode and the Ethereal Tao College that he had been living in for a few years with great fondness. He was overwhelmed by emotions. He felt the past few years had sped by so quickly. Just a moment ago, he had been a handsome fatty tucking into his chicken drumstick on the cruiser to the college. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had become a prominent figure in the Federation who was about to head to Mars. There was something else, of course, which was most important. Wang Baol stood before the mirror and stared. He was lost in his reflection. I've lost weight and become even more handsome. No wonder Mother wanted to arrange matchmaking sessions. If I ever have a son who's just as good looking, I'll want to matchmake him too. Let other folks' daughters fall head over heels for him. Wang Baol smacked his stomach happily. It had recently regained size and the flesh wobbled. He grew even more pleased. I look so good even when I smack my stomach. His spirits high, Wang Baol thought he could understand exactly how his mother had felt. He decided, when I have a son in the future, I'm going to name him Handsome Wang. When other people see me, they'll get to say, hey, that's Handsome Wang's handsome father. Wang Baol burst out into laughter. He thought it was a terrific idea. He started to look forward eagerly to his journey. In the past, Wang Baol would have found 3 days too short a period. Now while he waited, he found time to have slowed to a crawl. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Wang Baol had completed his preparations early in the day, so he raced towards the port. A space cruiser had been specially assigned to take him to Mars. It was already waiting at the port and ready for takeoff. The sect lord was there to see him off personally. Lu Daobin and a few other familiar faces, as well as many other unfamiliar faces from the Upper Academy Island who hadn't known Wang Baol very well but had heard of his various exploits and feats of extreme violence, were there as well. Wang Baol boarded the cruiser, then turned around and waved his goodbyes. "Farewell, everyone. I'll be waiting for you on Mars." Wang Baol shouted excitedly as the cruiser engines rumbled to life. As it slowly rose into the air, he saw a young woman in Dao robes running up the path towards the Alchemy Pavilion's mountain peak. She stood at its highest point and waved at him frantically. She seemed to be shouting, "Brother Baol?" At a single glance, Wang Baol immediately recognized that to be Bunny, whom he had sought out earlier but had still been in seclusion. "Bunny!" Wang Baol was overjoyed. The cruiser was already taking off though, so he could only shout at the top of his lungs towards the mountain peak below him, where Bunny stood. "Bunny, wait for me to come back. Don't always be in seclusion. I'm afraid the next time I see you, you'll be an old bunny." As his voice rang out, there was a sudden roar from the cruiser engines. The cruiser blasted away into the heavens. It stirred ripples in the skies and shot straight for the stars. It left behind a crowd on the Upper Academy Island watching it speed away, a myriad of emotions in their eyes. Bunny stood on the peak of the Alchemy Pavilion, dismay and regret in her eyes. "Brother Baol, I promise to reach the Foundation establishment realm by the time we meet again. I won't go into seclusion again after that." Wang Baol's heart was filled with regret as well. He missed Bunny too. It was unfortunate that they missed each other again, but they still had a long future ahead of them and plenty of chances. On board the cruiser, Wang Baol stared at the lands below him that slowly curved and turned into a round planet Earth. He didn't stop staring until the cruiser entered space. That was when he withdrew his gaze and folded his legs into a cross-legged position. His journey to Mars had begun. It was a boring trip. There were the occasional beams of light shooting by and glimmering lights, but most of the time, the scenery was a vast pitch black. It might have been refreshing if it were his first time seeing it, but Wang Baol had seen enough of the same on his way back from the mystic lunar realm. He started practicing his 2 mystic techniques. He had already gotten some headway with the Lightning Dao, first volume, so he chose to focus on the dark art now. There were shards of the ancient green bronze sword in space as well, and hence, no lack of spirit chi. It might not be abundant, but Wang Baol could still sense it. The space cruiser approached Mars steadily as he continued his practice, continued his attempts, and continued to fail repeatedly. It was difficult to tell the passing of time in space. Wang Baol suffered repeated failures in his attempts to learn the dark art. He was dejected. It was fortunate that they were arriving at Mars soon. His low spirits were given a boost by their approaching the colony. The red planet soon appeared within sight. Wang Baol stood up excitedly, no longer troubled over his challenges in learning the dark art. His attention was fully captured by the dusty red planet that lay before him. The planet was considerably smaller than Earth. Amongst the 8 planets in the solar system, it was the one second nearest to Earth. The first was Venus. This planet was Mars. Countless satellites orbited around Mars, and they immediately took over control of the space cruiser when it neared. They didn't slow the cruiser down but steered it in a different direction towards the Martian atmosphere. Wang Baol shivered with excitement as he watched everything speed past as the cruiser shot through the red planet's atmosphere and appeared on Mars. Wang Baol's breathing paused a beat, and he stood at the edge of the cruiser. With a single glance, he saw, sitting upon the dusty red lands, a rapidly approaching, increasingly large city of spectacular proportions and immense majesty. It was the only colony city on Mars. On the vast, dusty red plains stood dozens of spheres, which were connected together to form an enormous city. The city didn't sit fully on land. Instead, It floated within the large spheres. There were 36 of those spheres, and each one of them was enormous and the size of half an ethereal city. The entire city was the size of more than a dozen ethereal cities. There was an asymmetric beauty to it. It was a startling sight, indeed. The spheres on the lowest layer that formed the foundation of the city and carried its full weight were half buried in the ground, with the other half exposed. They held the weight of the other spheres, and together the spheres formed the Martian city. From outside, the city seemed to be spread out in a topsy-turvy manner inside the spheres. Countless buildings and endless crowds filled the spheres, be it from the top, bottom, left, or right. It was a spectacular sight, mind-blowing to someone visiting for the first time. This was the case for Wang Baol. He stood on the cruiser and watched as the Martian colony city rapidly approached, growing larger in size as they neared it. His heart couldn't calm down. Despite the wide coverage of the Federation media, Mars remained a mystery. Dissemination of information outside the planet wasn't permitted. As a result, there were few audiovisual recordings of the colony city. The few that had been allowed release to the non-Martian public had been edited. What had been shown in them was nothing compared to what Wang Baol was seeing with his own eyes. As he stood reeling from shock and amazement, the cruiser slowed down. It was sucked into a sphere when it approached its left wing and neared its parameter. The cruiser landed in a port somewhere in the city. With a low rumbling, it stilled. Wang Baol took a deep breath in, smoothened his shirt, then lifted his head and strolled out confidently. Someone had already received news of his arrival and was waiting for him at the port. As soon as Wang Baol stepped out of the cruiser, a young man dressed in a white combat suit stood beneath the cruiser and cupped his fists towards Wang Baol in a deep salute. He had just arrived, and already there was someone ready to receive him and treating him with the utmost respect. Wang Baol looked forward to his future life on Mars. He laughed out loud and pulled the other young man up to his feet, starting to chat happily with him. After greeting Wang Baol, the young man verified Wang Baol's identity via his jade slip. Then, his face broke into a smile before he bowed again with a greater degree of respect and politeness. Pavilion Head Wang, our new deputy governor will personally assign you your new office. He is waiting for you. This way, please. The new deputy governor? Wang Baol froze. This was a pleasant surprise. He realized that the ethereal Dao College sect lord must really favor him. The latter must have sent a message ahead of his arrival. Besides securing him a better posting, Wang Baol would also have someone to rely on while on Mars. Wang Baol grew excited at the thought. He inhaled deeply and followed the young man in a white combat suit to leave the port. They boarded a personal city cruiser and sped towards the political center of the Martian colony, Zone 18. The Martian colony was formed from 36 enormous spherical city zones. They were named accordingly, with Zone 18 being the political center. The offices of the governor and the deputy governor, as well as the headquarters of the 3 key administrative departments, were all in Zone 18. Wang Baol gazed out at the towering buildings and eccentric architecture as the cruiser sped past them. There were countless pedestrians on the walkways and numerous cruisers dashing past one another on what appeared to be roads. The entire Martian colony city was bustling with life. The Martian population was larger than the ethereal city population. The colony city's considerably greater size resulted in multiple waves of immigration and a spike in the population. Wang Baol had read up on the Martian colony in detail prior to his departure. He knew that this city was not merely a colony city. To a certain extent, it could be considered an autonomous city under the Federation's governing structure. The Martian political structure was slightly different from the Federation's political structure. The officials from the lowest to the highest echelons of the administration hailed from the various political forces in the Federation. Besides the governor, who answered to the Federation, the rest were self-governing bodies. The military had its own base on Mars as well. They were affiliated with the Federation on Earth but functioned more like local warlords. The power the native Martians held wasn't to be underestimated either. They continued to remain a significant political force despite repeated suppressions by the Federation. The other political forces had established their presence in the colony city as well. It was a chaotic place, a microcosm of the current political climate in the Federation on Earth, as well as a cultivation ground for the rising heirs of the various clans and sections. Wang Baol gazed at the world outside while reorganizing what he had learned about Mars inside his head. He gained a greater understanding of the planet. Finally, the speeding cruiser reached Zone 18 and landed in a public square. The public square was a vast patch of land, and around it grew red trees and other plant life. In the middle of the square sat a building in the shape of a flame, which was painted in red. It stood out in the open. Wang Baol could feel waves of heat surging from the building as soon as he stepped out from the cruiser. This is the Deputy Governor's personal office. Pavilion Head Wang. This way, please. The young man in a white combat suit smiled lightly at Wang Baol and led the way. Wang Baol inhaled a deep breath. He lifted his head and stared at the flame-shaped building for a few long moments. Then he followed the young man into the building. A cool breeze welcomed him the moment he stepped inside, a stark difference from the heat outside. There was also spirit chi permeating the air, which instantly energized Wang Baol. He followed the young man to the highest level in the building. There was a wooden door on this level. It was painted purple and shut. This was clearly the Deputy Governor's office chambers. The young man in a white combat suit led Wang Baol to the door before retreating. Wang Baol smoothed his shirt out again. The various etiquettes he had read from the high officials' autobiographies came to his mind. He tried to look professional and competent. With a serious look on his face, he stepped forward and knocked firmly. Not too loudly, but loud enough that the Deputy Governor would hear him, and slowly on the door. He knocked exactly 3 times. 3 neat knocks resounded in the air. Wang Baol was secretly impressed. As a dermic armament master, he could tell with a single knock that this was a century-old wood. It had been soaked in spirit fluid for many years and was one of the better grade materials for refining artifacts. The Martian colony sure is rich. Wang Baol sighed. The doors swung inward slowly, revealing before Wang Baol a simple yet elegant office interior. Spirit chi emanated from the aged couches and the desk. The spirit chi within was so thick that the room seemed to be enveloped in fog. Through the thick spirit chi, Wang Baol saw a landscape painting hanging on the wall before him. In the painting was a snowy mountain with a river flowing down it. On the river was a single boat, and on the boat an old man. He was kneeling, facing the mountain, and seemed to be praying earnestly. The other details were indiscernible. That was because a towering figure was obscuring part of the painting. The figure stood with his back towards Wang Baol. When Wang Baol's eyes fell on the man, he could feel a sudden oppressive force exuding from the latter. His heartbeat quickened. He could sense how powerful the man was. A perfected core formation realm cultivator. Wang Baol had honed his skills at assessing the cultivation levels of core formation realm cultivators after his experience in the mystic lunar realm. He immediately sensed that the Deputy Governor was a perfected core formation realm cultivator. He hastily stepped forward and cupped his fists, extending a deep bow towards the man, who still had his back towards him. "Greetings, Deputy Governor. I'm Wang Baol." Wang Baol's voice bounced off the walls in the chambers as the doors behind him slid shut silently. The spirit chi mist in the room seemed to shift with an invisible wind, dispersing. All of a sudden, the towering figure before Wang Baol looked clearer. Wang Baol observed the distinct silhouette, thinking it seemed familiar. Before he had time to recall where he might have seen it before, an even more familiar voice rang out from the man before him. "Wang Baol!" Wang Baol's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard that voice. He stopped breathing for a moment. He was about to say something when the person before him turned around and revealed the face of a middle-aged man. Wang Baol couldn't tell if he was smiling. "We meet again, giant tree." There was an explosion inside Wang Baol's head as his soul almost fled his body. The man who had just turned around and revealed his face to Wang Baol was the giant tree mutation that he had crossed paths with multiple times, and whose road to the nascent soul realm had been wrecked by him. Roaring waves of emotions stirred within Wang Baol and his breath quickened. He retreated hurriedly, but the doors behind him had been shut. Some sort of array formation had obviously been set up in the room. Wang Baol retreated right up to the doors as beads of sweat dripped profusely from his forehead. He realized he had nowhere to run. His heartbeat started beating rapidly. His face tried to contort into a smile, though it would have been better if he had wept on the spot. He was going crazy inside his head. Even in his wildest dreams, he wouldn't have expected to see the giant tree again when he arrived at Mars. The giant tree's presence meant one thing. It was clear that he was the Martian deputy governor. He was scared out of his wits. Wang Baol was prepared to whip out his dermic armament. The gears in his head spun madly. He shouted immediately, in a strangled voice, "Deputy Governor, I'm of the 4 Dao colleges. I've received orders from the Federation President to be deployed here. Don't you do anything rash." The giant tree stared frostily at Wang Baol. He observed Wang Baol's actions and could tell the latter was extremely shocked and was prepared to fight for his life. He narrowed his eyes. "It never occurred to you that the Federation President would grant me a legitimate identity. Am I right? I'm now officially a member of the Federation and the Deputy Governor of the Martian colony. Do you know why?" the giant tree asked casually. Wang Baol saw that the giant tree had no intentions of fighting him and released a sigh of relief, though he didn't lower his guard. He recovered from his shock quickly. Since the giant tree had been appointed deputy governor, he wouldn't easily harm him so openly. Wang Baol began to sense something amiss about his Martian deployment. The giant tree must have something against me. He must have done something. Wang Baol moped. He sighed inwardly. He couldn't ignore the giant tree's question, though. He decided to bite the bullet and play along. Why? Why? You're asking me why? A fire was suddenly lit in the giant tree's eyes. He glared at Wang Baol and forced the words out as he clenched his teeth. It's because I was only 1 step away from the nascent soul realm. 1 step away. 1 step away. With my cultivation and fighting abilities, I'm not only capable of taking on the post of the deputy governor, but the post of governor is also within my reach. The giant tree glared at Wang Baol. His words reverberated in the chambers, sending shivers down Wang Baol's spine. His scalp went numb. He had grown nervous when he had heard the giant tree mention 1 step away the first time. The second time he had said it, Wang Baol had been twitching in his skin. The third time, Wang Baol had hovered on the verge of tears. He no longer wanted to remain on Mars. He wanted to return home to Earth. The giant tree glared frostily at Wang Baol. He appeared to be cold and filled with rage, but, in reality, his inner emotional state had been calm like an undisturbed lake since Wang Baol entered the room. Everything he was showing Wang Baol was a deliberate act. He noticed the look on Wang Baol's face and heard his thumping heartbeat. An imperceptible frown appeared on his brow, and something flickered in his eyes. Conclusions formed swiftly in his mind. He snorted. "Your mission has been decided. I don't want to see your face again," the giant tree said. He lifted his right hand, and a jade slip flew towards Wang Baol. As soon as Wang Baol caught it, the doors behind him swung open. A force erupted from the jade slip and flung him out of the room before the doors slammed shut. The giant tree ignored Wang Baol. As the doors slammed shut, the furious expression on his face vanished instantly, and a look of consideration took its place. He had no part in deciding Wang Baol's deployment to Mars. In fact, if it were possible, he would like to keep the connection he had with Wang Baol a secret. Those were his exact thoughts when he had stood before Duan Myuk and indirectly protected Wang Baol. Wang Baol was the equivalent of the fruit to him, his last chance at attaining the nascent soul realm. If everything were to go according to his plan, he would have waited. He would wait until he gained the Federation's trust before making a move on Wang Baol. He would swallow the young man whole and bring his own body to perfection. He would use this chance to attain a breakthrough in his cultivation and achieve the nascent soul realm. He never expected the Federation to issue orders for Wang Baol to be transferred to Mars. It was as if they were presenting Wang Baol to him on a silver platter. and he couldn't help but be suspicious. Duan Myuk, are you trying to test me? Aren't you afraid that I'll just wing it and devour Wang Baol, attaining the nascent soul realm? The giant tree frowned. He had developed an instinctive wariness of Duan Myuk after the events in the mystic lunar realm. The man was unfathomable. He couldn't discern his thoughts. After a long while, the giant tree took a deep breath. He had decided. He decided to maintain the status quo. Regardless of what Duan Myuk had planned for him, he would be safe as long as he didn't take the bait. As for Wang Baol's assigned office, it hadn't been his decision. The Federation had appointed it. He took a look, decided that it wasn't that fantastic a posting, and hence didn't bother interfering further. At present, a distraught Wang Baol was fleeing the flame-shaped building. Once outside, he took a few deep breaths. He could feel a chill down his spine. He alternated between moping and going mad with anxiety. He immediately turned on his voice transmission ring and contacted the sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College. As soon as the call got through, Wang Baol started shouting frantically. I've decided, sect lord. I live and die as part of Ethereal Tao College. I want to spend my whole life working for the college. I want to remain with the college. I want to become the pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. I want to spend the rest of my life contributing to the college mission. I see you've met our fellow Taoist Osmanthus. I only found out today that he's been appointed the deputy governor of the Martian colony. The sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College sighed before continuing to speak. Your records have been transferred to the Martian colony. They're now under his jurisdiction. According to the regulations, you have to serve a minimum of 1 year on Mars before I can transfer you back. The both of us are primary rank 2 nobles. We're of the same rank. That makes things difficult. Not to mention that he's only 1 step away from the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing those words, Wang Baol's heart turned to ice. He clutched the voice transmission ring in his hands. He suddenly felt that there was no meaning in living anymore. Even the skies looked dark and hopeless. Sect Lord, please don't mention anything about being 1 step away from the nascent soul realm again. It frightens me. The sect lord sighed. He immediately consoled Wang Baol. Don't worry too much. Since our Federation president has been appointed the deputy governor, he is now a member of the Federation. He is bound by Federation regulations and won't do anything rash. Besides, there's still the Martian colony governor. She's a character. Even the Federation president accords her some degree of respect when he sees her. I'll try to think of something as well, and fight to get you transferred back as soon as possible. They exchanged a few more words before Wang Baol finally ended the transmission with a tragic sigh. He had no tears left to shed. There was nothing left to do but accept his fate. After a long while, he lowered his head and stared at the jade slip in his hand with a glum face. He activated it with his spirit chi. After reading its contents, Wang Baol's earlier sorrow and fury grew. What's this? Vice Dean of the Martian Tao Mountain Mist Academy? Me? The Martian colony had an immense population. The presence of the various political forces created a messy political scene. Said political forces even had some of their most abled cultivators stationed in the colony. Naturally, there was a need to build schools for the heirs and descendants of the powerful figures in the various political forces. The colony itself needed such academies as well, and a multitude of academies mushroomed in the city. They didn't fall under the governance of the 4 Tao colleges but were directly controlled by the colony. Amongst the schools, 2 stood out. One was the Fire Spirit Academy, and the other was the Tao Mountain Mist Academy. The 2 academies were special because they had another name in the Martian colony city. They were also known as the Academies for the Rich. The dean of an academy for the rich was a secondary rank 4 noble. Its vice dean was a primary rank 5 noble. Damn you! Asking me, an esteemed Foundation establishment realm cultivator, one of the revered 100 seedlings of the Federation, a famous personality on Earth, to be the vice dean of a stupid school? I must be the most useless primary rank 5 noble there is, the one with the least power. If it had been some other occasion, Wang Baol would have quit, but he was reminded of the deputy governor. Wang Baol sighed. He felt that sometimes one had to be a coward about certain things. It wasn't anything to be ashamed of. I've no choice. I'll just have to bear this for a while, then fight for a transfer after surviving 1 year, and get the hell out of here. Wang Baol slapped his forehead. He sighed again, then hurried dispiritedly in the direction of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy as directed by the Jade Slip. Since he was already here and had nowhere else to go, Wang Baol decided to head for the stupid school and settle the matter of his accommodation. Wang Baol sighed as he went along. He wove his way through the various city zones and finally arrived at Zone 12, the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Wang Baol didn't waste any time in contacting the Dao Mountain Mist Academy on his way to the school, informing the school of his arrival. After that, he went on the Spirit intranet and logged into the Martian colony's official website. He began searching for information on the school. As the other academy for rich kids on Mars, alongside Fire Spirit Academy, information about it was freely available and easily acquired online. Wang Baol had only needed to do a simple search and was able to amass tons of information about the school. Dao Mountain Mist Academy had quite the reputation. As the second academy for the rich on Mars, its political background was complicated. All major political forces in the Federation had a stake in the school. The Trillionaris Corporation, especially, was the biggest stakeholder. One wouldn't stray far from the truth if he had said that the Dao Mountain Mist Academy had been established for the heirs of Mars, powerful and influential. It was a top-class academy that taught nearly all subjects available. It wasn't in the same league as the 4 Dao colleges. However, as an elementary academy that provided education for and nurtured students to the true breath realm, it was a satisfactory alternative. The academy's students were either born of wealth or nobility. That was how the title Elite's Academy had arisen and was used amongst the common folk. The current dean hailed from the Trillionaris Corporation. He had stayed in his current appointment at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy for more than 5 years. Due to a myriad of reasons, his performance hadn't been exactly exemplary over the years. However, under his governance, the school hadn't encountered any major problems. Things ran smoothly. What Elite's Academy? It's just a playground for a bunch of kids. Wang Baol browsed through the information on the school and snorted. He was displeased about his upcoming appointment as vice dean, which affected his perception of the school. He soon changed his mind. That happened when he arrived at the school and got his first glance at the school gates. The gates were more than 500 meters long. They were a majestic sight of carved dragons and sculpted phoenixes, and they exuded an air of elegant tradition. If one hadn't known it was a school, they would have thought they had arrived at the entrance of the Martian colony governor's pavilion. That wasn't the thing that sealed the deal. As a dermic armament cultivator, Wang Baol quickly caught a refreshing scent in the air. He studied it carefully and couldn't control his subsequent shock. The gates are actually built out of spirit clay. They're worth so much more than the giant tree's doors. Wang Baol's eyes almost popped out of his head, and his breathing grew uneven. Spirit clay was an ingredient used for refining artifacts. Its price was fixed and determined by weight, and it wasn't cheap. It was almost unbelievable that the school gates before him were constructed out of spirit clay. Even Wang Baol, who was at the Foundation establishment realm, had to take a while to calculate the approximate cost for the building material. His arrival coincided with the afternoon break. As he stood outside, blown away by the school gates, he caught sight of numerous luxurious cruisers dashing about inside and outside the school compound. Wang Baol found a few of the cruisers familiar. He had seen similar ones at the Ethereal Fruit Feast, and a few were even more staggeringly luxurious. There were cruisers built out of diamonds, cruisers with jaw-dropping designs, and cruisers in the shape of monsters. Cruisers of all kinds could be found. It would have been fine if everything had stopped there. As Wang Baol stood dazed by the sight, a teacher noticed Wang Baol at the gates. The academy had arranged for him to receive Wang Baol at the school gates after receiving the latter's message. He was a thin man in his middle age. He took great care in making sure Wang Baol was indeed the person he was waiting for, then walked hurriedly towards Wang Baol eagerly. "Esteemed fellow Taoist, are you Dean Wang Baol?" Wang Baol was still caught in an emotional roller coaster. Shocked by the sight of the school gates, and the students rushing hurriedly around him. He heard the teacher's question and looked over. After a brief exchange, the teacher verified Wang Bao's identity and became friendlier. He led Wang Bao into the school. "Dean Wang, we've been waiting for you for so long. You're finally here." The middle-aged teacher smiled widely. As he led Wang Bao into the school, he started introducing the campus to Wang Bao. The academy grounds were spread across 300 acres of land. It had all manners of facilities and strong teaching staff. As Wang Bao strolled across the campus, he was accosted by the strong feeling of being in a garden instead of an actual school. Man-made lakes, artificial mountains, and expansive lands could be seen everywhere. Spirit chi permeated the campus. It was comparable to the Upper Academy Island in the ethereal Tao College. Everything fed into and clarified Wang Bao's understanding of what an elite's academy truly was. He saw many more students as he strolled along. His eyes bulged again. It seemed that the female students in the academy, with the help of a quality diet, had bodies that were significantly more developed than their peers on Earth hiding under their standardized uniforms. He saw a youth walking out from a building with his hands behind his back. Many others of the same age followed behind him. They were picking spirit stones out from their storage bracelets as they walked. All who cupped their fists and greeted the youth when they saw him would immediately receive spirit stones from the latter's followers. What is he doing? Does his family own a spirit stone mine? Wang Bao was lost. "Don't bother with him, Dean Wang. He's from the Trillionaris Corporation. They call this act of giving out spirit stones posturing." The teacher remained unruffled as he explained. "Posturing?" Wang Bao muttered. He didn't know what to say. He felt like a beggar standing outside the imperial palace. There was some strange power that prevented his imagination from running wild. A dazed Wang Bao continued to be shocked by the sights that he came across and continued his slow acclimatization to the alien environment as he was brought to the dean's office. As soon as he stepped inside the office, he saw an old man with a significant paunch, like his doppelganger but twice his size, lifting himself from the couch with great difficulty. He had a wide smile on his face. The old man was the current dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Wang Bao knew that standing before him was the man who would be his superior for the entirety of the next year. Despite his dissatisfaction towards his appointment, he had indeed been bowled over by the grandeur of the school. He instinctively followed the teachings he had gleaned from the high officials' autobiographies as well as lessons he had learned from Lu Daobin, and put on an appearance of respect. The old dean was encouraged by Wang Bao's arrival. He welcomed Wang Bao with great enthusiasm, then pulled Wang Bao down to sit with him. After noticing that Wang Bao only took up half the seat and that his expression remained respectful towards him, displaying none of the arrogance one might have gained from a recent spike in popularity, the dean's smile grew warmer. He chatted casually with Wang Bao and shared a bit about the school. Then he finally said earnestly, "Bao, I'm an old man. I no longer have the energy to manage the academy. Your responsibilities from now on will be great. But you're young and a graduate from the ethereal Tao College, so this shouldn't be any problem for you. The kids in our school are either from rich families, have parents who are in the upper management of the Martian colony administration, or have ancestors who made great contributions to the colony. In other words, they all come from impressive backgrounds. Their parents have great hopes for them. They want their kids to grow up excellent. Our responsibilities are great. Our school's mission is to groom them to become future talents. This will be the main focus of your work. The school also has more than 800 teachers who fall under your supervision." After another round of encouragement, the old dean brought Wang Bao around and introduced him to the rest of the school management. He affirmed Wang Bao's appointment. Regardless of their true thoughts, the rest in the management team appeared to be respectful and polite towards Wang Bao. He was after all a primary rank 5 noble. Excluding the old dean, he was the highest ranking and the one with the most authority in the school. Before the old dean left, he requested Wang Bao to help with something. "Bao, something happened a while back to the teacher in charge of the dermic armament class. The teacher has since left. The replacement hasn't yet arrived. Could you help to take over the teaching of the class in the meantime?" The old dean treated Wang Baol with kindness and friendliness throughout their entire exchange. Part of it was because of Wang Baol's reputation and his background, while a great part of it was due to the dean's character and age. Wang Baol was someone who reciprocated kindness with kindness. He agreed to the dean's request. "It's good to be young." The old dean patted Wang Baol on the shoulder, then left smiling. Wang Baol watched the old dean's rotund figure wobble down the corridor. He seemed like he might trip and fall at any moment. After the dean reached the end of the corridor and disappeared, Wang Baol turned around, started to familiarize himself with the school. This was after all his first day at work. He had an obligation to do what was necessary, even if his heart wasn't in it. A department head of the school soon located Wang Baol. He made arrangements for Wang Baol's accommodations and also asked if he might need an assistant. There were also many personal records belonging to teachers and students, as well as many other administrative tasks that required Wang Baol's attention. Wang Baol was busy for the rest of the day, and it was nightfall when he finally had a moment to catch his breath. After a whole afternoon's work, Wang Baol got a greater understanding of the inner workings of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. This is a school where the students reign supreme. They're not interested in learning at all, and the teachers have no control over them. After all, there's the troublesome political backing behind each student that the teachers have to consider. It's enough to give them a migraine. Wang Baol could feel a headache coming as he placed the files down. The old dean said that our mission is to groom them into talents. That's an impossible task. Wang Baol frowned. He felt that the Dao Mountain Mist Academy was more a childcare center than an actual school. The teachers here aren't teachers. They're nannies. Wang Baol had already been dissatisfied with his appointment. At present, after learning more about the school, the displeasure in his heart grew. Wang Baol shook his head as he placed the documents down. He returned to the accommodations the school had prepared for him. It was a 3-story pavilion built at the edge of a man-made lake. Thick spirit chi permeated the air, and the surroundings were quiet and peaceful. Wang Baol sat down at the edge of the lake and began to recall the events of the past day. He sighed. First, it's bumping into the giant tree. Then it's an appointment in a school. I'm one of the 100 seedlings, the best-looking guy in the Federation. I'm aiming for the stars. I shouldn't be here doing the job of a nanny. Wang Baol sighed with frustration. He was still fretting over his meeting with the giant tree. The school environment wasn't bad, but it was still incomparable to being a pavilion head in the ethereal Dao College. Forget it. Since I'm already here, I might as well put in a bit of effort. Quickly finish the year and have the sect lord transfer me back. At that thought, Wang Baol sighed again. He set aside his anxieties about the giant tree and returned to his pavilion. Sighing once more at the school's extravagance, he sat down cross-legged and was silent the rest of the night. The next morning, Wang Baol went to his office. He wasn't in the mood to handle the various administrative school matters, nor was he in the mood to read through the staff and student records. He snacked on his tidbits while contemplating giving his numinous treasures another round of major upgrades. As he was deep in thought, musing about upgrading his numinous treasures and contemplating how to carry out the exercise as well as the cost required for it, he received a notification. The class he was supposed to take over temporarily was about to begin. I wonder how Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming are doing now. No matter what, they must be having a better time than me. Wang Baol had little interest in the class he was going to teach. However, since he had promised the old dean, he would do it. He grabbed the textbooks for the class and walked to the classroom. He could hear the loud and noisy chatter in the classroom even before he stepped inside. He pushed the door open and walked in. It was a relatively small classroom comprised of approximately 30-odd students. The class was split equally into boys and girls. Students were sitting, standing, and even walking about. There was a slight lull in the class chattering when he came in. The students' eyes honed in on Wang Baol. A new dermic armament teacher? He looks familiar. You guys haven't been keeping up with the news. He's Wang Baol, one of the Federation's 100 seedlings. He's the new vice dean. The 30-odd male and female students engaged in a hushed, heated discussion. Many seemed to perk up in attention when they found out who Wang Baol was. Wang Baol assessed the students as they stared at him. He noticed, with some displeasure, that one of the youths was the one who had been posturing yesterday. Fortunately, the female students in the class were rather well endowed and pleasing to the eye. This helped to improve Wang Baol's mood. I should persuade the school to change the uniforms. They're too big. That's not helpful to the students' physical development at all. Wang Baol coughed. Then he slammed his palm on the desk. Let's begin. The students made their way to their desks leisurely. When they looked at Wang Baol, it was more with interest than respect. Wang Baol couldn't care less. Him being here as a temporary substitute teacher was simply a gesture on his part. Let's get the class over and done with so that I can go back and run through the upgrading and refinement of my numinous treasures. Wang Baol retracted his gaze. His heart was simply not in the pseudonanny job. He pulled out a bag of chips and started munching in front of the class. As the students stared incredulously at him, he started teaching. Wang Baol followed whatever was written in the textbook, occasionally throwing in his personal knowledge of dermic armaments. The former was standard information, while the latter was clearly priceless knowledge that encapsulated his understanding of dermic armaments. The students, though, clearly lacked focus and discipline. Except for a few native Martians who listened attentively to his teachings, the other students from families of the various political forces had initially paid attention at the beginning of class, largely due to an interest in Wang Baol, before they soon lost their interest in the lesson. Those from the 5-generation Sky clan all had supercilious looks on their faces, growing increasingly scornful of Wang Baol. There were also those from the Galactic Dusk sect. The mystic lunar realm fiasco had been a great blow to the Galactic Dusk sect. However, their parents were from the Martian colony and were barely affected by the affair. Not that it prevented them from displaying the natural coldness and dispassion bred into their bones. There were also a few students from the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. The heirs of the disciples from the two main sects could choose their own sect. This was, however, not strictly enforced. Many chose to send their children to a school on Mars to undergo basic cultivation and education. The posturing youth and his posse were from the Trillionaris Corporation. They seemed to have fallen into the habit of idleness and indolence. They kept talking in hushed tones to one another, engaging in the occasional bragging. In the span of a lesson, Wang Baol went through 5 bags of snacks. He wiped his mouth and was about to leave, wanting to head back and run through the upgrades for his numinous treasures. However, as he was about to step out of the classroom, one of the students stood up and shouted. It was the youth with the posturing antics, the one who had made such a deep impression on Wang Baol. "Teacher, please wait." He hurried towards Wang Baol with his minions following closely behind. He stood in front of Wang Baol and blocked the latter's path to the door. Wang Baol paused in his steps and raised his eyebrow. His mood hadn't taken a turn for the better since he had arrived on Mars. He glared at the person who dared stand in his way. He was about to speak when the youth smiled lightly and put on an appearance of maturity and experience. He cupped his fists towards Wang Baol and said casually, "Teacher, I heard that the puppets you make are ultra-realistic. They're famous throughout the Federation. Are they for sale?" The other students immediately raised their heads curiously and looked at Wang Baol. A few who seemed to have heard of his puppets had a look of interest on their faces. Wang Baol was caught by surprise. He didn't expect the youth to ask about his puppets. Pleasure surged within him as he wondered if his puppets had indeed become so well known. Still, he kept a poker-faced expression. "You have a sharp eye for a kid. However, those things aren't good for health. Don't obsess over puppets. They're not toys. You can get one when you become an adult." Wang Baol glanced at the youth before dishing out a few words of reprimand and continuing on his way. The youth panicked at Wang Baol's indifference and shouted hurriedly, "Teacher, I'm already an adult. My dad just bought me a hotel on Mars as a coming-of-age present. It's located right in front of the Fire Spirit Academy. It's a great spot. I'll exchange that for one of your puppets." "What?" Wang Baol paused in his tracks. He turned back and stared at the youth with shock in his wide eyes. "A hotel for a puppet?" "That's right, teacher. Are you going to do it or not? The youth jerked his chin up proudly. He had a look that proclaimed loudly about how rich and grown-up he was. Wang Baol sucked in a breath of air. Regardless of the other's family background, he still found the entire thing incredulous. He couldn't help but think that maybe the people of the Trillionaires Corporation had all become idiots from the sheer wealth they possessed. He couldn't control his curiosity, and he asked, "Why? There are many people who make puppets. Why are you buying them from me?" Upon hearing the question, the youth raised his chin higher and said arrogantly, "Jean Duoming has your puppets by his side. I saw them when I returned to Earth a while back, and he kept showing them off in front of me. I won't take this lying down. I want one too. I want the exact same female puppet." Wang Baol gave the smug youth before him a deep, meaningful look. He had an odd expression on his face. If he were this kid's father, he would smack him to hell and back. The kid was an absolute disaster. Seems like the people from the Trillionaires Corporation aren't normal. They're all prodigal sons and daughters. Jean Duoming used a dermic armament to exchange for a fragment, and this kid is exchanging his hotel for a puppet. Wang Baol sighed. He seemed to keep running into ultra-rich folks. He felt more and more resigned to his fate. His destiny seemed to be providing more ways for these rich people to spend their money. If that's the case, I shouldn't go against what fate has presented before me. At that thought, Wang Baol took in a deep breath. A bright smile appeared on his face, and he patted the youth on the shoulder. "Kid, you have a bright future." Wang Baol pulled out the puppet he was asking for immediately, and they completed the transaction. Wang Baol walked out of the classroom happily with the transfer deed in his hands. Inside the classroom, the youth also stared happily at his puppet, his eyes glowing with excitement and pleasure. When Wang Baol reached his office, he stopped, suddenly, a few steps before the door. He smacked his forehead. "That's not right. My intentions are to be transferred out. Why did I start a business on Mars?" He had mixed feelings at that juncture. He wouldn't be able to move the hotel when he left, and it would be a waste to sell it off as well. He had done some research on Mars before he had arrived. Property on Mars was precious and worth a great deal of money. Forget it, let's not think too much about it now. This is still considered a terrific start on Mars. Wang Baol's mood improved visibly. He hummed as he pushed open the door to his office. The Tao Mountain Mist Academy didn't seem as bad as he had initially thought it to be. Should I make a few more puppets to stand around in class and help with future lessons? Wang Baol was tempted to do that. It seemed like a good path to riches and wealth. As Vice Dean of the Tao Mountain Mist Academy, he had plenty of things to busy himself with if he wanted to. However, he could carve out chunks of free time for himself if he wanted to as well. The latter was what Wang Baol was doing. He returned early to his pavilion and continued running through the upgrades of his numinous treasures in his head. He finally completed the organization of all his numinous treasures late in the night. That was when he commenced the actual crafting and refinement. After he reached the Foundation Establishment realm, Wang Baol realized that the bottleneck he had encountered in the past during his attempts at crafting 4th-grade numinous treasures had disappeared with the advance in his cultivation. That was why he had begun to upgrade and enhance his numinous treasures. This grand project required a substantial expenditure. Fortunately, Wang Baol had adequate savings. He disregarded the cost of the materials and started refining his numinous treasures. He didn't stop his cultivation either. He continued practicing the lightning Tao, first volume, and could feel the lightning tattoo within his right leg growing stronger. It was ready to release a bolt of lightning with the kick of his leg. This seemed to have something to do with the lightning mystic techniques he had acquired in the lightning domain. He had made some progress with the lightning Tao, first volume, but his progress with the dark art was slow, which made him anxious. Every time he forced himself to go through practicing the latter, he would feel an agonizing pain in his entire body. It felt as if his blood and flesh were being torn apart. Wang Baol had no choice but to stop. Why is this dark art so difficult to master? Wang Baol could feel a headache coming. He could only set the dark art aside and concentrate on the lightning Tao, first volume. That was how he spent the next 3 days. Wang Baol completed his cultivation 3 days later. He had perfected the first level of the Lightning Dao, first volume. He had also exhausted the materials he had on refining his numinous treasures and needed to buy more. Wang Baol went on the Spirit intranet and did a detailed search on the Martian city. He wanted to locate a store that had a more comprehensive range of materials for sale, then purchase them in one go. The focus of his purchase was to obtain materials for refining his scabbard. I need a lot more spirit stones to refine armament sand. Wang Baol's head started pulsing with pain when he thought about how much armament sand was required to upgrade his scabbard. It was something he had to do, however. His encounters in the mystic lunar realm had taught him how extraordinary his scabbard truly was. He wasn't just referring to the gray mosquito inside the scabbard. He was also thinking about the black and purple mosquitoes. He could almost imagine the extent of power he would have once he could control them. I have to speed up the refinement process of the scabbard. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He continued his search on the Spirit intranet, and after locating a store that fulfilled his requirements, he immediately took out his cruiser and left the academy. He headed for the store. There were no restrictions on flying in the Martian colony, meaning many cruisers were dashing about in the city. Wang Baol's cruiser was actually of quite a good make. However, it appeared common in the crowd of cruisers. He lamented at how rich the Martian colony was again before he caught sight of the store he was heading towards. Suddenly, in the skies ahead, a wave of inscriptions expanded in the air. Everyone watched as the wave rippled outward. All cruisers caught within the wave malfunctioned instantly. Control of the cruisers seemed to be wrested from the drivers, and they paused and hovered in mid-air. Wang Baol's cruiser did the same. He froze in surprise and stared ahead cautiously. The people in the cruisers around him seemed unfazed, as if this was a normal occurrence. A few did step out of their cruisers, but most simply waited patiently inside. Sounds of hushed discussions rose in the air. What's going on these few days? The colony disciplinary order seems to be conducting more random searches. Guess something must have happened again. I heard a heretic cultivator appeared a while back. Wang Baol heard the discussions when he stepped outside. The mention of the colony disciplinary order drew his attention. He soon saw 7 to 8 pitch-black cruisers dashing past. They exuded a foreboding air, and the pitch-black color had a somber, murderous feel to it. They seemed to be searching for something as they approached. They left after some time. The wave of inscriptions vanished with the departure of the pitch-black cruisers, and all cruisers regained function. As Wang Baol continued his journey, his eyes fell on the distant pitch-black cruisers. They were glowing with envy. The colony disciplinary order? That's one of the 3 key departments on Mars. Wang Baol sighed. It was the department he had looked forward to joining the most. He had done thorough research on the Martian government structure before his trip and knew that Mars had 3 key departments: the Military Council, the City Administrative Department, and the Colony Disciplinary Order. The Military Council was the Martian military. The City Administrative Department served a similar function as the Federation government and was responsible for the running of the Martian colony city. And the Colony Disciplinary Order was responsible for policing and upholding the city laws. The 3 key departments branched out further into many smaller departments and teams. Above the key departments sat the deputy governor and the governor. It seemed like a straightforward and simple structure, but there were many complicated political structures and networks nested within. They came together and formed an intricate interweb that supervised the entire Martian colony. The Martian colony's governor wasn't well known by the Federation public, but Wang Baol was able to dig up some information in the Ethereal Dao College database. He had been blown away then. The governor of the Martian colony was a legendary figure. The governor wasn't a man but a female cultivator. She had a natural spirit body and had attained a perfected core formation realm cultivation. She stood at the top of the power structure in the entire Federation and held a secondary rank 1 noble. There was quite an extensive profile on the Martian colony governor in the Ethereal Dao College database. One particular section caught Wang Baol's eye. Besides her position as the Martian colony governor, she was also one of the potential candidates in the running for the next Federation president. The Holy River Dow College graduate had a high chance of becoming the next Federation president. She not only came from an impressive background, but she was also the governor presiding over the Martian colony. She had the right qualifications, the right level of cultivation, as well as the right network. Her partner was also a prominent figure. He headed the spirit science section in a few key departments in the Federation. He wasn't only a primary rank 3 noble, he was also the person in charge of the grand initiative to merge spirit chi and science. With such an impressive background and power, Wang Bail couldn't help but feel stressed after absorbing all the information. He viewed her as his future competitor. After some deliberation, he decided that he would fight for his chances after her presidential term ended. He felt a weight off his shoulders at that thought. His thoughts had strayed down that particular path at the sight of the colony disciplinary order cruisers, and he remained lost in thought as he arrived at the store. He purchased all the materials he needed and was about to return to the academy when he realized the hotel he had gotten in exchange for a puppet was in the vicinity. "Let's go take a look at my hotel." Wang Bail was tempted by the sudden thought and steered his cruiser away. He pulled out the deed and confirmed the hotel's location to be opposite the other elite's academy, the Fire Spirit Academy. Battle Axe Hotel? Wang Bail glanced at the name of the hotel and found it a cool name. He thought about how this was the first property under his name. Spirits high, he quickened his pace towards the hotel. He soon saw a towering pavilion over 40 stories tall ahead of him in the distance. It took up quite a bit of land and had an air of majesty to it. An enormous battle axe stood before the grand pavilion. It looked very impressive. There were numerous cruisers parked beneath. Crowds of people, both male and female, entered and left the hotel. It was bustling with business. Wang Bail was stunned by the sight. The scale of the hotel and the impressive display of the battle axe blew him away. He could hardly believe his eyes. This was what he had gotten in exchange for his puppet. This is why I like being friends with prodigals. Wang Bail's mood improved immensely. He quickly parked his cruiser and got out. He was about to step into his hotel and take a look at how the business was coming along when he felt someone staring at him in the distance. He turned around and saw an expressionless bald person looking back at him. I was wondering where the reflective light was coming from. Is that Baldy? Wang Bail was surprised when he saw the Baldy. It was a familiar face. The Baldy was the disciple of the Ethereal Tao College's Grand Supreme Elder, Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen had fought against Wang Bail in the Combat Pavilion tournament and lost a few years ago. He didn't expect to see Wang Bail here. He wasn't pleased at all. The sight of Wang Bail reminded him of how he had lost his precious spirit blood. He glanced away and pretended he didn't see Wang Bail. Baldy-chun, this is like meeting a familiar face in a foreign land. Why have you come to Mars? Wang Bail didn't expect to meet Li Wuchen here. He laughed and waved in greeting. Why is the entire planet your home? Why should I have to let you know if I'm visiting? Li Wuchen said coolly. It had been a while since he had left the college, and while he didn't know why Wang Bail was on Mars, he had heard about what had happened in the mystic lunar realm. He remembered his current status then, and a flash of arrogance flickered in his eyes. He ignored Wang Bail and strolled into the Battle Axe Hotel. Is he looking down on me? Wang Bail glared. He watched the young man step into his hotel and raised an eyebrow. You look down on me and still dare to step into my hotel. You're going too far. Wang Bail humphed and walked towards the lobby of the Battle Axe Hotel. The lobby was extremely spacious. Although it couldn't be considered the best hotel in the Mars colony, it could be seen as a reputable time-honored brand. Its interior design was extremely lavish, and it felt like a themed arena. Every attendant, regardless of gender, was in a jumpsuit. With one look, you could tell that they weren't ordinary people. In fact, all of them were at the ancient martial arts realm. Straight through the lobby was a check-in counter. There were sofas in front of the counter and at the four corners of the lobby for customers to rest on. Other than that, the hotel also had statues and specimens of beasts within it. This made the Battle Axe Hotel seem slightly ominous. Despite this, there were still many customers in the hotel. They came and went, making the whole hotel very lively. This is my hotel. Wang Bail stood in the lobby and looked at his surroundings. feeling very motivated. In front of him, Li Wuchen noticed Wang Baol following him and how he was looking at his surroundings. Li Wuchen laughed at Wang Baol for being a country bumpkin in his heart and didn't bother with him. At the same time, a middle-aged man wearing a white jumpsuit quickly walked out from behind the counter after he noticed Li Wuchen. He seemed to have been waiting for a long while, and he welcomed Li Wuchen with a smile on his face. "Sir, are you Dean Li Wuchen?" His voice and smile spread towards Li Wuchen before he got to him. He had a courteous expression as he greeted Li Wuchen with cupped fists. The middle-aged man was dressed differently from the other waiters, and he seemed to be at the True Breath realm. As he walked out, the surrounding waiters all bowed their heads towards him. He was obviously part of the management staff at the hotel and held a high-ranking position. "Ah, you must be Taoist Su. I'm Li Wuchen." After seeing the middle-aged man, a smile appeared on Li Wuchen's face as he nodded at him. "I rushed over to wait for you the moment I received your notice. Please, Dean Li, let's talk over here." The middle-aged man was all smiles and felt smug deep down. He knew that Li Wuchen was at the Foundation establishment realm and had a strong background. However, this was his turf. Li Wuchen still had to be courteous to him when he was there. Li Wuchen nodded while smiling in response to the middle-aged man's invitation and followed him to a rest area nearby. As for Wang Baol, he took no notice, and the middle-aged man high-ranking manager obviously didn't know who Wang Baol was. If it was any other time, he might have attended to Wang Baol personally because of Wang Baol's cultivation level, but his main focus was Li Wuchen now. Besides, the hotel had many cultivators come and go at all times. It was obvious that the middle-aged man had seen too many of them to take much notice. Thus, he started talking to Li Wuchen softly in the rest area. Seeing this scene, Wang Baol raised his eyebrows and walked into the rest area as well. He sat down comfortably near Li Wuchen and the middle-aged man and ordered a drink. As he drank and observed his hotel, he was also listening to their conversation. Noticing that Wang Baol was near them, Li Wuchen felt a little annoyed deep down. However, he had more pressing matters at hand, so he ignored Wang Baol once more and turned his head to engage the middle-aged man in discussion once more. A moment later, Li Wuchen looked unhappy and said in a low voice, "Taoist Su, you must settle this matter for me today. I come here today representing not only myself but also Fire Spirit Academy. Dean Li, the matter is too huge. I will try my best to coordinate matters, but I can't guarantee that I can get it done on time." The middle-aged man forced a smile while shaking his head. Hearing their conversation, Wang Baol was a little confused. Actually, Wang Baol had observed that Li Wuchen needed to ask for a favor from his attitude towards the middle-aged man. He went closer to listen because he was curious. Now, he still didn't understand the whole issue, but he did learn the identity of Li Wuchen. Vice Dean of Fire Spirit Academy? That's the same job as mine. Wang Baol was a little annoyed. He thought about how he had attained so many achievements to get to the position of level 5 official, but Li Wuchen got to the same position seemingly without any achievements. Even though Wang Baol was the Vice Dean of Dao Mountain Mist Academy, he was unhappy that Li Wuchen was at the same rank as him, so he humphed. During his previous research, he had also taken notice of the Fire Spirit Academy. After all, the Fire Spirit Academy was a college for the wealthy just like Dao Mountain Mist Academy. To a certain degree, one could even call the two colleges rivals. As Wang Baol was thinking, Li Wuchen and the middle-aged man's voices were a little louder than before. Li Wuchen furrowed his brows, and a glimmer appeared in his eyes. "Taoist Su, this is only a problem of where a battle axe is facing. It shouldn't be too much trouble. Besides, it's not like the battle axe hasn't changed before. Dean Li, you may say that, but I'm not the one making the decisions on this matter. Could you please wait for a few more days? I've reported this already. Although the owner changed, I believe this matter will be approved in a couple of days." Listening to their conversation, Wang Baol's curiosity was piqued even more. He couldn't understand why the Vice Dean of Fire Spirit Academy would come here to talk to a true Breath Realm cultivator about the problem of a battle axe direction. It would have been fine if this wasn't his hotel, but it was. Hence, Wang Baol was even more curious. He opened up the Spirit intranet and typed in keywords like Battleaxe and Fire Spirit Academy to do a search. This search made Wang Baol open his eyes wide, and he was very surprised. This Battleaxe Hotel has a backstory. The Battleaxe Hotel was built directly in front of the Fire Spirit Academy. Looking at its geographical location, it was in a very good area. It was close to a school and not too far away from the downtown district. Its business was also pretty good. However, this hotel was pretty odd. Its oddness came from how it seemed to counter the Fire Spirit Academy. Accurately speaking, the Battleaxe Hotel did counter the Fire Spirit Academy. The main point of this seemed to be related to the huge battleaxe in front of the entrance of the hotel. When the Fire Spirit Academy was just built, everything was normal. This was until the Battleaxe Hotel opposite opened for business. That huge malicious battleaxe faced the Fire Spirit Academy directly. Hence, not even a year had passed before the Vice Dean of Fire Spirit Academy at that time died unnaturally. Following that came the Fire Spirit Academy's second Vice Dean. Not only was he at an extraordinary cultivation level, but he was also good at divination, and he divined that the malicious aura coming from the battleaxe was too heavy. However, the hotel was the property of the higher-ups of the Trillionaris Corporation, so he couldn't use force. So he negotiated with the Battleaxe Hotel and compromised a little to make the blade of the battleaxe change its direction to not face the Fire Spirit Academy directly. It might have actually worked. In less than a year, that second Vice Dean got promoted and recalled back to Earth. Now, he was the Vice Minister in a huge ministry. As he got promoted, the third Vice Dean came in. This third Vice Dean didn't believe in superstition and took no notice of the hotel. Hence, the hotel turned the blade of the battleaxe back to face the Fire Spirit Academy directly. As a result, the corruption scandals of this third Vice Dean were found out by the Colony Disciplinary Order, and he was immediately detained. He was still locked up in the Mars prison today. The occurrence of these three events made the Battleaxe Hotel popular. From then on, the first thing new Vice Deans of Fire Spirit Academy did when they reported for work was to communicate with the hotel and get them to change the direction of the battleaxe blade. This was way too weird, and people would rather believe it. There were those who didn't, but not one escaped unscathed. Most of them were caught like the previous Vice Dean. This was why Li Wuchen, the new Vice Dean of Fire Spirit Academy, came here to negotiate with the hotel. So I can do that. Wang Baol was very happy after reading the information. His eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips when he looked at the gloomy Li Wuchen. At that moment, Li Wuchen also seemed to run out of patience. He stood up and shot the middle-aged man a cold look. He spoke in a low voice. Taoist Su, I don't care about the change in owners. I want an answer by today. Dean Li, I'll be honest with you. There was originally no problem with this, but I received a message a few days ago telling me that the hotel had changed hands. That's why I couldn't settle this matter on time. The middle-aged man also quickly stood up and replied with a forced smile. Please don't make things hard on me, Dean Li. How about this? I'll ask about it now. Although I've never seen the new owner, the old owner gave me his contact details. I'll ask now. Don't worry, Dean Li. This isn't a huge issue. There shouldn't be any problems. Hearing his reply, Li Wuchen finally relaxed a little and nodded. To him, nothing would go wrong with this issue. After all, he had the Ethereal Tao College backing him. The Grand Supreme Elder and others wouldn't make things hard for him over this small matter. So he didn't take notice of the middle-aged man who took out his voice transmission ring to contact the new hotel owner. Li Wuchen slanted his eyes to look at Wang Baol, who was fiddling with his voice transmission ring. As he noticed Wang Baol's slightly smug expression, he harumphed in disdain. Country bumpkin, one day I will make you cough up the spirit blood you swallowed with interest. As he thought that deep within his heart, the voice transmission ring of Wang Baol rang. A voice transmission ring typically didn't have any sound notifications enabled as it was activated by the spirit chi in one's body. Though, if the need arose, it was equipped with vibration as well as sound notification capabilities. Wang Baol had been playing around with those functionalities earlier to allow the voice transmission ring to give sound notifications. The notification from the voice transmission ring resounded in the air now. Wang Baol coughed, and he waited for a few moments before connecting to the transmission. His eyes didn't leave Li Wuchen all the while. As soon as the transmission connected, a voice that sounded similar to that of the man with the Su family name rang out from the voice transmission ring. "Is this Mr. Wang? A good day to you. I'm the person in charge of running the Battleaxe Hotel under your name. My name is Su Jinjing, but you can simply call me Little Su." As the voice from the voice transmission ring traveled, Su Jinjing, who had been sitting at one side of the room speaking into his voice transmission ring, heard his own voice from Wang Baiol's voice transmission ring and froze. He lifted his head and stared confusedly at Wang Baiol, who was sitting a short distance away from them on the couch. He wasn't the only one who was stunned. Li Wuchen's eyes almost popped out of his head. He looked as if he was in a daze. Wang Baiol was quietly pleased with the pair's expressions. He coughed, then lowered his head, speaking into the voice transmission ring. "Yes, it's me, Little Su. I'm quite busy here. What do you want?" Su Jinjing sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the voice transmission ring and then at Wang Baiol. He finally came to his senses after a long while and hurried over with the intention of extending a greeting. But the other party seemed to be fixated on his voice transmission ring. He tried to recall if he had offended the other earlier, then realized he had focused on attending to Li Wuchen and given his new boss the cold shoulder. He shuddered inwardly. He could cry. Why didn't the boss give a heads up before he came? Fraught with uncertainty, he hesitated before continuing to speak politely into the voice transmission ring. He communicated Li Wuchen's request hastily, then raised his head and stared nervously at Wang Baiol. Li Wuchen remained lost. He seemed to be caught in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. It was beyond his wildest imagination, and he found it difficult to accept the reality so readily. He could only stare, dazedly, as Wang Baiol and the person with the last name, Su, carried out their conversation over their voice transmission rings, despite sitting only a few yards away from one another. Wang Baiol was feeling extremely pleased with himself. He stared at the confused Li Wuchen, then replied into his voice transmission ring coolly. "Of course not. The Battleaxe represents the hotel's image. How can we just change it? I want you to quickly build another 3 identical Battleaxe sculptures. I want them all lined in front of the hotel entrance, and the axes have to face the Fire Spirit Academy." As soon as Wang Baiol said that, Su Jinjing sucked in a breath of cold air. He dared not say a single word and hurriedly and very loudly agreed to do as Wang Baiol ordered. Li Wuchen, who was sitting beside Su Jinjing, exploded. The veins on his forehead pulsated furiously, and he could hear a loud roar in his head. There was red in his eyes as he yelled furiously. "Wang Baiol, how dare you!" What Wang Baiol was doing was simply too much. A single battleaxe was enough to axe the vice dean, much less 4 axes. Li Wuchen was furious. He could sense the gathering of dark storm clouds above his head, and a strong impending sense of danger loomed, making his whole body shudder. Wang Baiol remained unfazed as Li Wuchen yelled at him, continuing to speak casually into his voice transmission ring. "Did I hear someone at your end yelling my name? Let's not stop at 3 axes then. Make it 10 instead. Every time someone over at your end yells my name, add another 10 axes. Oh, if the Vice Dean of the Fire Spirit Academy isn't happy with my decision, ask him to come look for me. I'm sure we can work things out as long as the price is right. All right, I still have other matters to attend to, so that's all for now." Wang Baiol ended the transmission. He stood up from the couch and stretched his limbs before looking around with a pleased look on his face. "This hotel's not bad at all," he sighed, pleased. Then, with great satisfaction, and under the scorching glare of Li Wuchen, he turned and headed towards the hotel entrance. A thought suddenly hit Su Jinjing. He ignored Li Wuchen and rushed over to Wang Baiol. As if trying to salvage the situation, he nodded and bowed furiously as he saw Wang Baiol off. Li Wuchen clenched his fists. The veins in his eyes were blood red. He swallowed his fury after a long, difficult moment. Then, clenching his teeth, he charged out of the hotel. He glared at the enormous battleaxe, his breathing rapid. "Wang Baiol, you want me to lower my head and negotiate with you? In your dreams. Li Wuchen snorted and left. At present, Wang Baol was in his cruiser speeding towards the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, extremely pleased with himself. The Battleaxe Hotel was a great asset. The murderous air exuding from the Battleaxe was something that surprised and delighted Wang Baol. He thought of how Li Wuchen had viewed him with disdain initially, and how his look of condescension had morphed into one of rage. Cheered him up immensely. "Baldy Chen, you dare to fight with me? If you had lowered your head and submitted yourself before me, seeing how we come from the same college, I wouldn't have made trouble for you. But you choose to be stubborn. You can't blame me for what happens next." Wang Baol snorted. He returned to the academy in a good mood and began his enhancements of his numinous treasures. 3 days passed in a blur. In an attempt to prove himself, Su Jinjing personally supervised the production of the new axes. 10 spanking new battle axes soon arrived, and all 11 enormous battle axes were lined outside the hotel, radiating violence and ill intent. Their blades were brandished at the Fire Spirit Academy, and everyone in the academy was taken aback. "My God, the Battleaxe Hotel owner has gone mad. One Battleaxe would have ended the Vice Dean's career. With 11 axes now, I think the Vice Dean's going to be slaughtered. Does the owner of the hotel have some grudge against Dean Li?" The commotion wasn't only stirred in Fire Spirit Academy. The few neighboring zones heard of what happened as well and were stunned. Many came to take a look, the crowd endless, and the Battleaxe Hotel saw a spike in business. Many students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, the Fire Spirit Academy's competitor, also heard about this. They started discussing the matter furiously. All of them were excited about what was going on and couldn't stop talking about it. The youth from the Trillionaris Corporation who had sold the hotel to Wang Baol was shocked. The hotel had been a recent gift from his father, so the administrative matters hadn't been managed by him. He had heard of the urban legend, but as a student, he hadn't paid it much attention. This was until he transferred ownership of the hotel and heard that Wang Baol had gotten someone to build 10 more battle axes. He suddenly realized how brave and extraordinary Wang Baol was. "I heard it's because he holds a grudge against Dean Li of the Fire Spirit Academy. He's trying to push him over the edge." Wang Baol's dermic armament classes continued as excited discussions carried on amongst the student body. He was due to have the second lesson with his first class. When he arrived at the classroom, the students clearly looked more attentive. Their attention wasn't on the knowledge Wang Baol was imparting though. They were simply drawn towards Wang Baol as a person of extreme interest. There was another reason for their interest. The puppet that the youth from the Trillionaris Corporation had gotten had gained extreme fame throughout the campus during the past few days. It was largely due to the youth's love for bragging. No matter where he went, he would bring along the beautiful and well-endowed female puppet. The puppet was also extremely useful. It not only helped him with note-taking, but it could also help him do his homework. It was like a real person. It massaged his shoulders and back, and it followed him around and protected him. It took care of his every need. The other students were green with envy. They longed to have one of their own. The starting price for the puppet was too high, however. They couldn't afford it despite how much they wanted one. The youth from the Trillionaris Corporation who had gotten the puppet for the price of a hotel was extremely pleased. He felt that he had handled the matter extremely well and had been very clever. "Humph! Everyone says I'm a prodigal son. They don't know I intentionally exchanged the puppet with a hotel and jacked up the price of the puppet. This means other people won't be able to afford it as easily. It'll make my puppet a limited edition, one that I can get it off my hands anytime because there'll be plenty of buyers." I believe Wang Baol would keep the price high as well and won't sell his puppets for cheap. And that was indeed the case. After having gained a hotel for a puppet, Wang Baol naturally wouldn't sell his puppets at a lower price, nor did he have the chance to do so. A few other prodigal sons of the Trillionaris Corporation and the 5-generation Sky Clan approached him. Fiercely competitive and not lacking in money, they offered similar terms of exchange. Wang Baol managed to sell a few more puppets and soon had 2 hotels and 3 stores under his name on Mars. He was completely blown away by the extent of their wealth. The minds of rich people are beyond my comprehension. To think of the puppets I had wasted in the past. They're all money. But I'm here to govern, not to accumulate wealth. If I continue doing this, will the colony disciplinary order come knocking on my door? As Wang Baol was still twitching in fear from his various puppet sales and worried about whether he'd be called up by the colony disciplinary order for a cup of tea, his substitute teaching career came to an end. The new dermic armament teacher had arrived. Wang Baol was surprised and pleased when he picked up the file and read about the new dermic armament teacher. A familiar face in a foreign land indeed. Wang Baol sighed. He deliberated for a while before arranging for someone to receive the new teacher at the school gates. He instructed the person to bring the new teacher to him when he arrived. The new dermic armament teacher arrived in the span of time Wang Baol took to finish a few bags of chips. When he heard the knocks on his office door, Wang Baol stood up and walked towards the map hanging in his room. His back faced the door and he spoke coolly. Enter. The new dermic armament teacher had an unpleasant look on his face as he knocked on the door. He heard a voice in the room, hesitated, then pushed the door open. When he saw Wang Baol's back, his face darkened. He was feeling all sorts of uncomfortable. Discomfort surged and rose like waves in his stomach. He had no choice, though. He bit the bullet and cupped his fists, saluting Wang Baol. Dean Wang, please accept the greetings of Lin Tianhao. The new dermic armament teacher was Lin Tianhao. The frustrations Lin Tianhao held inside him had reached a tipping point. If he had known that Wang Baol was here, he wouldn't have chosen to come to this place. But it had been too late when he had finally found out. The orders had been issued, and his appointment had been something his father had paid dearly for. Resigned to his fate, Lin Tianhao had no choice but to turn up. As frustrations boiled inside Lin Tianhao, Wang Baol remained with his back towards the former and spoke. Tianhao, come over. Lin Tianhao felt uncomfortable hearing how Wang Baol was addressing him, but there was nothing he could do about it. He sighed inwardly and, with a frown on his face, walked towards Wang Baol. He stood beside the ladder. Wang Baol glanced at him and said nothing. He continued staring at the map. Silence descended, and half an hour passed. Regardless of how unhappy Lin Tianhao was feeling, he still sensed something was amiss. He saw where he was standing in relation to Wang Baol and remembered his father's teachings. He realized he was standing in the wrong spot. If it had been someone else who was the vice dean, Lin Tianhao wouldn't have made the same mistake. His feelings towards Wang Baol were simply too complex. There were exasperation and a sense of powerlessness as well as an unwillingness to admit defeat. He was torn, but after a long moment, he sighed inwardly and took one step back. As soon as he did that, Wang Baol's face widened into a bright smile. He turned and laughed, then spoke with great enthusiasm. Tianhao, welcome to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Wang Baol led Lin Tianhao to sit down with him on the couch. His smile stayed on his face, and his eyes were bright with encouragement. He watched as Lin Tianhao took his seat, then smiled and spoke. Our Dao Mountain Mist Academy carries a heavy responsibility. Our mission is to groom the next generation for Mars and for the Federation. Dermic armament education is especially important, but I can put my worries to bed now that you are here. Your responsibilities are great. I'll need you to work very hard. Dean Wang, I'll do my best. Lin Tianhao was still unaccustomed to the superior-subordinate relationship he now had with Wang Baol, as well as the way they were speaking to one another. He couldn't bring himself to cheer up, and his inner frustrations grew. Do your best? Tianhao, you're no longer a student of the Ethereal Dao College. You're a teacher now. You are the candle whose light will illuminate the world of your students. It's not enough for you to try your best. You must give your all. You must pass on all that you know and understand about dermic armaments to these children. At the end of his speech, Wang Baol had a serious and fierce expression on his face. He threw a glance towards Lin Tianhao, whose bum remained firmly seated on the couch. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. He straightened his back, nodded, and was about to speak when Wang Baol suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said casually, Tianhao, we've known each other for years. We might have had some tensions in the past, but you know me, I've always been a jolly, even-tempered person. I never hold grudges. So don't worry, I really don't hold grudges. I don't hold grudges at all. Every time Wang Baol mentioned the word grudges, he patted Lin Tianhao on the shoulder once. He mentioned it 3 times and patted Lin Tianhao 3 times. This was something he had learned from the giant tree. He used it on Lin Tianhao because he wanted Lin Tianhao to yield to him. He wanted to make Lin Tianhao his loyal subordinate and follower. This way, he would no longer be alone in the Martian colony. This technique that he had learned from the giant tree really worked. Lin Tianhao's frustrations morphed into anxiety and uncertainty as he remembered Wang Baol's ruthless antics and heaved a giant sigh in his heart. If it had been anyone else, he might have been able to make use of his family connections. But Wang Baol, despite his commoner's family origins, was backed by people as impressive as his own family. Having been in the same college as Wang Baol, he was deeply aware of the fact. He even still firmly believed that Wang Baol had a mysterious godfather supporting him, as nothing else could explain how he had managed to escape unscathed so many times. He thought about how he was going to be his subordinate for the next few years. Powerless to change his fate, Lin Tianhao shifted forward and inched half his bum off the couch. He gritted his teeth and bit the bullet. For the first time in his life, he took out a storage bracelet and placed it carefully to one side. "Dean Wang, this is just a small token. Please accept it." The smile on Wang Baol's face grew wider as he witnessed the change in Lin Tianhao's attitude. He reminisced about their college lives for a while before ending the conversation. Before he picked the teacup up and sent him away, Wang Baol got Lin Tianhao to take his storage bracelet with him. His eyes were earnest as he spoke seriously to Lin Tianhao. "Tianhao, you and I are both college mates. There's no need for this. What happened between us happened when we were still young and hot-headed. Everything has been resolved during City Lord Li's fruit feast. Don't be burdened by this. I hope that you and I can bring down Mountain Mist Academy to the next level, and that both of us won't fail in the duties that have been placed on us." Wang Baol's words sounded sincere, and they moved Lin Tianhao. He looked at Wang Baol for a long time before he kept the storage bracelet. Then he cupped his fists and bowed deeply. "I'll do my very best." Lin Tianhao left after he spoke to Wang Baol. This was his first day at school, and he still had many things to attend to. Wang Baol watched Lin Tianhao's back retreat from the room and disappear behind the door. That was when he placed his teacup down, pulled out a bottle of ice spirit water, and took a big gulp. He was very pleased. There's no need to rush to secure Lin Tianhao's loyalty. I'll take things one step at a time. At that thought, Wang Baol concluded that, despite the giant tree's presence, life on Mars wasn't without its pleasures and excitement. He had increased his net worth and become Lin Tianhao's superior. Both made him incredibly happy. He hummed a small tune and was about to open a bag of chips when his voice transmission ring suddenly vibrated. He lowered his head and took a look. What he saw surprised him. "Li?" Wang Baol had a disbelieving look on his face. He activated his voice transmission ring, and Li Yi's voice immediately rang in his ear. She sounded calm and slightly tired. "Wang Baol, I know you're on Mars. I've also been deployed to Mars. I hadn't thought much of it before I graduated, but after I graduated and joined the Federation, I became so tired. I thought back to our past and all the unhappiness I felt towards you. They're all just fleeting emotions. Why should we be fixated on these things? We still have a long road ahead of us. I want to resolve the conflicts between us. Do you have time? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Wang Baol was slightly confused. This voice transmission from Li Yi was too sudden and unexpected. He not only found it incredulous, but he also began to find it suspicious too. He was of the firm belief that Li Yi was a petty, vengeful person who loved her grudges. Why would she suddenly say something like that? "Have you been kidnapped? Did my enemies do that? That's not right. My enemies wouldn't kidnap you. You're not Li Yi. Tell me, who the hell are you?" At that exact moment, inside Zone 18 of the Martian colony city, within the office building of the Martian city's deputy governor, Li Yi sat inside an office. She gnashed her teeth as she listened to Wang Baol's voice in the voice transmission ring. After inhaling a few deep breaths, she spoke softly again, trying to make herself sound tired and spent. Wang Baol, you've misunderstood my intentions. I... Wang Baol ended the transmission abruptly even before she could finish speaking. She stared at the voice transmission ring in her hand before smacking her desk violently. That jerk! How dare he hang up on me? Li Yi was furious. Her chest heaved with anger, and she gnashed her teeth, determination flashing in her eyes. I was hesitating a while ago. Now I've made up my mind. It's going to be him. I'm going to use him as the target for mastering my mystic art. Li Yi inhaled deeply. The reason she had sought Wang Baol out for reconciliation was that she had obtained a mysterious mystic art. The prerequisite for mastering it was extremely strange. It required her to fall in love with the person she hated the most and then break off their romantic relationship. That was the only way to master it. It was called the Heartless Willow Art. The mystic art wasn't something found in the White Deer Dao College's records, but something the deputy governor had given her after she had arrived on Mars and had been appointed his secretary. She even secretly contacted the college and informed them about the mystic art. The upper echelons of the White Deer Dao College were taken aback and told her to go ahead and master it. That was why she could set aside her worries and concentrate on practicing the mystic art. She thought long and hard. There were few people she couldn't stand, but amongst them was one man she despised the most, Wang Baol. She's crazy. Inside the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, Wang Baol ended the transmission abruptly. Li Yi's sudden request for reconciliation smelled fishy. Even an idiot could tell something was wrong. They all say that those with big breasts have no brains. Li Yi's breasts aren't big at all, so why is it that she also lacks a brain? Wang Baol snorted. He thought himself smarter than her. There was no way her sudden kindness was for nothing. Those who were friendly without reason all turned out to be robbers and rapists. That can't be right. Is this Li Yi trying to? Wang Baol's mind was fixated on the image of robbers and rapists. Alarm bells immediately sounded in his head. He took a look at himself in the mirror, and his alarm grew. Li Yi must be lusting after him because of his good looks. Where is her sense of shame? Wang Baol had a serious look on his face. He was both pleased and exasperated and concluded that good looks were as much a blessing as they were a curse. To be so good-looking that people longed and lusted after him every moment of his life would be an exasperating and frustrating struggle. Wang Baol sighed in exasperation as he pulled out a bag of chips. He started munching on his snacks as he reclined in his chair. From time to time, teachers would knock on his door, enter, then present their reports to him. In that manner, half a day passed. The teachers in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy were divided into male and female teachers. A majority were cultivators, with the lowest cultivation at the peak of the ancient martial realm. They had pleasing physiques and, as teachers of the school, their attire, like the students, was also standardized. It made the view extremely pleasing to the eye. Even though there's not much authority in overseeing a school, I still have a few hundred people reporting to me. It's not much different from being a pavilion head in a college's dermic armament pavilion. Wang Baol snacked and got his eyeful throughout the rest of the day. The head of the academy's administrative office, especially, was a young married woman who wasn't yet 30 years old. Her appearance was passable. Her eyes, though, were especially beautiful. There seemed to be hooks hidden in them, and every time she looked at Wang Baol, he could feel himself being hooked and slowly reeled in. He was very pleased with the current state of affairs. He increasingly felt that if the giant tree weren't on Mars, his current situation would have been perfect. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the sun was setting. As the school day came to an end, the students of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy began to leave for home. They continued their daily posturing and boarded their extravagant cruisers, and the sounds of cruisers dashing out of the school rose in the air. The youth from the Trillionaris Corporation, alongside a dozen of his classmates, was one of the first few to leave school. He headed straight for the Battle Axe Hotel. They'd agreed to visit the hotel today and admire the spectacle that was the 11 grand battle axes. When nearly half of the student population had gone, Wang Baol left the building and prepared to head back to his residence for cultivation. It was then that an unexpected guest who had been simmering in rage the entire day arrived. It was Li Yi. Li Yi was actually quite beautiful. Despite her vanity and her need to carry a mirror wherever she went, she fulfilled the criteria for being a beautiful woman. Her delicate, fair skin and voluptuous figure made her an incredibly charming and attractive woman. The view of her back was especially striking, with her perky buttocks and her ultra-slim waist. As she stood at the gates of the Tao Mountain Mist Academy, her figure drew the attention of the students who were on their way home. Most of them were young men in their teens and in the prime of their youth. They were at the age of innocence, and their eyes popped out of their heads when they saw Li Yi. Li Yi witnessed the effects of her charm and was immensely pleased. She pulled out a mirror and gazed into it, and even she was captivated by her own beauty. She sighed inwardly in wonder at her own beauty. The female students around her glared and shot daggers from their eyes. They felt like cheap knockouts next to Li Yi. They stared at Li Yi with hostility in their eyes, and a few who were brasher and less shy even started muttering, "Who is this fox? She's so old. Isn't she embarrassed to step out of her house? What a fat, ugly ass." Under the unblinking stares of the male students, and amidst the hostile looks from the female students, Li Yi stuck her chin up high and raised her voice, shouting towards the Tao Mountain Mist Academy. "Wang Baiol, come out here." Her foundation establishment realm Cultivation boosted the volume of her voice and made it sound like thunder. It rumbled and spread outwards. The surrounding students froze in surprise. A look of curiosity and interest immediately appeared on their faces. Wang Baiol had just walked out of the office building when he heard her voice. He looked over and, past the crowds of departing students, saw Li Yi standing outside the school gates. She resorted to wearing such skimpy clothes just so she can win me over and have my beautiful body to herself? She actually came looking for me? Wang Baiol instantly went on high alert. He touched his round face and smacked his forehead. He was troubled and realized he needed to end this farce, once and for all. He headed for the school gates. Wang Baiol arrived at the gates. He ignored the students who had turned curious onlookers and didn't give Li Yi a chance to speak. He spoke in a serious voice. "Li Yi, I know I have a great physique and a handsome face. I'm not only one of the Federation's 100 seedlings, but I'm also unrivaled amongst cultivators at the same cultivation realm. My potential and genius surpass everyone in the entire Federation. Even the Federation president said that I'm a prodigy, but I'm not an unprincipled, wanton person with no standards." The students around him widened their eyes when they heard what Wang Baiol had just said. They stared at Wang Baiol with incredulity, then turned and looked at Li Yi. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and hearing. Is Dean Wang praising himself? Is he turning her down? That's just too shameless. The Missy called Li Yi didn't even say she likes Dean Wang. Li Yi was equally taken aback. She almost couldn't control her temper and was on the verge of blowing up. Wang Baiol's words, when taken the other way, seemed to imply that she was the one who was unprincipled, wanton, and had no standards. She soon fell into uncertainty and doubt, though. While what Wang Baiol had said was indeed infuriating, it did reflect her true intentions to a certain extent. After all, she had come here so that she could use Wang Baiol to practice her mystic art. She took a deep breath. "Wang Baiol, you don't have to speak another word." He waved his hand. His eyes were filled with exasperation and frustration. They swept down Li Yi's face and her well-endowed figure before he coughed and continued. "I know what you want. All right, I hope this will kill whatever ideas you have in your head." Wang Baiol sighed and took a big step forward. The students around them watched, flabbergasted, as Wang Baiol came right up to a lost and confused Li Yi, opened his arms wide and pulled her into a tight embrace. Li Yi's eyes widened immediately. She was about to struggle her way out of the embrace and give Wang Baiol an instinctive smack when she remembered her plan and her objective. She sucked in a breath of air. Her body trembled, but she reined in her feelings of intense dislike and disgust and tried to control herself. The scene roused a commotion amongst the students who hadn't yet left school. They found the sight of Li Yi and Wang Baiol together unbelievable. This was beyond their wildest imagination. My God, are my eyes seeing this? Our Dean is just too amazing. Such a pretty Missy is actually actively pursuing. There's no justice in this world. As commotion stirred amongst the student body, Wang Bail copped a feel as he hugged Li Yi. Felt kind of nice. He wanted to continue but realized he didn't want Li Yi to take advantage of him. So he released her hastily and said coolly, "You've already hugged me. You can go now." Li Yi was cursing in her heart. She almost started to regret her decision, but she thought of the mystic art and gritted her teeth. She was going to wing it. She lifted her head and tried to soften her gaze. She parted her lips and was about to speak. It was then that Wang Bail's voice transmission ring suddenly vibrated. He lowered his head and checked the transmission. Anger instantly flashed across his face, his eyes burning with fury. "Tearing down my battle axes?" The sender of the transmission was Su Jinjing of the Battle Axe Hotel. His voice sounded anxious in the transmission as he informed Wang Bail that Li Wuchen of the Fire Spirit Academy had led quite a big group of his students to the hotel. They intended to tear down the battle axes. He couldn't hold them back for long and hence had sent out this call for help. "Li Wuchen, what a foolhardy idiot you've become." Wang Bail was furious. He was about to charge off when his eyes glanced over at Li Yi, landing on Li Yi's voluptuous body. He threw a casual remark over his shoulder. "Li Yi, I know you're lusting after my great looks. I can give you an opportunity to share a bath with me. I'll acknowledge your sincerity if you buy me one of every snack available on Mars." Wang Bail ignored the subsequent, louder commotion that stirred in the student body, as well as Li Yi's widened eyes and her shuddering body. She appeared to be extremely agitated by what he had said. He turned, retrieved and boarded his cruiser, then sped off towards the Battle Axe Hotel. As Wang Bail sped off, an uproar exploded outside the Dao Mountain Mist Academy school gates. Not only were the students engaging in a heated debate, but the teachers also started discussing amongst themselves as well. The dean stood at his office's window and observed the commotion with interest for a long while. Li Yi was growing mad with rage. She sorely regretted her actions, but her mind was determined. Once she had made up her mind, she wouldn't change it easily. The challenge inherent in her mission seemed to have exceeded her expectations, but Wang Bail's stare at her didn't escape her notice. She was confident she would succeed. "That disgusting fatty. I, Li Yi, am going to use you to cultivate my mystic art." At present, Wang Bail was standing in his cruiser and heading towards the Battle Axe Hotel at full speed. He was equally furious and marveling at his own charms. "Ha! She got so excited just with a hug from me, and became so agitated when I said I was going to give her a chance to prove herself." Wang Bail sniggered as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "There's something wrong with this Li Yi. She used to dislike me intensely, but just a moment ago, she was actually willing to tolerate my embrace and taunting words. She must be plotting something nefarious." Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. What he had done earlier might have seemed like harassment on his part, but, in reality, he had been testing her. He had found Li Yi's request for reconciliation and her sudden appearance at the school suspicious. After his little test earlier, he had confirmed his suspicions, though he had kept them to himself. Wang Bail set the matter aside and steeled himself. The cruiser dashed at top speed towards the Battle Axe Hotel, drawing nearer and nearer the hotel. At the same time, outside the Battle Axe Hotel, many students from both the Fire Spirit Academy and the Dao Mountain Mist Academy stood in confrontation against each other. There was tension in the air. It felt as if a fight could break out any time. "Jean Duoji 1, your name doesn't fit you at all. You should be called Piglet 2 Jean. Sun Chao, you dare fight me for a cruiser I had my eyes on. I'll kill you today. Li He, you're all words and no action. My brother kicked your brother's ass a few days ago. Today, I'm gonna kick your ass." There were more than 100 students gathered outside the hotel. Most of them were from the Fire Spirit Academy, and there were about 24 students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. The latter group was all bruised and beaten up. Despite being cornered and trapped, they remained brave. Curses and insults continued flying. The competitive nature of the two academies had influenced the attitudes of their students as well, and both groups developed an intense dislike towards the other. Many students amongst both groups might come from the same political force. However, even within a single political force, there existed multiple factions. The conflicts within the groups were endless. Jean Douagy and his group of friends hadn't come to the hotel with the intention of stirring up trouble. They had originally wanted to take a look at the battle axes. Their bumping into the students from the Fire Spirit Academy was pure coincidence and highly unfortunate. What had started as an exchange of insults spiraled into a fight. With the Fire Spirit Academy located just across the road, more than 100 students from said academy had soon rushed over. The hotel staff had observed the escalating tensions and were about to step in and appease both parties. But that was when Li Wuchen had seen his opportunity and exploited the chaotic situation between the two groups of students. He had stepped in and immediately destroyed 3 battle axes. This had resulted in a further escalation of the conflict. There was no end in sight. Before Li Wuchen had realized the hotel had changed hands, he might have been concerned about the backlash from the Trillionaires Corporation when he destroyed the battle axes. However, since he had found out that the hotel was no longer under the name of the Trillionaires Corporation, he no longer feared the consequences of his actions. He decimated the battle axes fearlessly. He continued his attacks during the entire confrontation, and deafening explosions thundered in the air as all 10 newly minted battle axes were destroyed. He continued striking the last standing battle axe, the original battle axe that the Battle Axe Hotel had erected. It seemed to be made from a different material, as it withstood his attacks without immediately being blown apart. However, the cracks on its surface grew with each new blow. The hotel's security guards were mostly true Breath Realm cultivators. They were no match for Li Wuchen at all. They could not stop him and could only watch and fret at the sidelines. All hail the mighty Dean Li. Let's tear down this Battle Axe Hotel. All hail the powerful Dean Li. Haha! Shattered stone bits exploded in the air as Li Wuchen continued his onslaught. More cracks appeared on the battle axe. Jean Douagy and his friends started panicking. You guys are too much. Our dean is Wang Baol. He'll be here anytime soon. Haven't you heard of Wang Baol? The students from the Fire Spirit Academy burst out laughing. They stared at Jean Douagy and his friends with scorn, and a few even taunted them. Of course we have. Do you mean that fatty? Our Dean Li will kick his ass if he dares turn up today. He'll swell to twice his size. That's right. I heard that this Dean Wang of yours might look powerful, but he's actually a coward. You too, Jean Douagy. You're another pighead, who exchanges a hotel for a puppet. Are you stupid? I heard the deputy governor doesn't like him very much. My father works for the deputy governor. If he dares to show up today, I'll report him to my father. The quarreling persisted. The taunting of the Fire Spirit Academy students, the raging retorts from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students, and the sounds of Li Wuchen blasting at the battle axe continued. Then, suddenly, the piercing shrill of a speeding cruiser approached from the distance. A furious roar exploded from the cruiser even before the cruiser drew near. Li Wuchen, you have a death wish. Wang Baol dashed out from the cruiser as his voice rang in the air. He was so fast that he shot past his cruiser. He crossed 100 yards with a single bound, shocking those who saw him approaching. He took another 2 steps and appeared right before Li Wuchen. His fist flew forward. Li Wuchen's pupils contracted. He retreated immediately, and his fingers formed rapid hand seals. Instantly, a drop of water appeared before him. It was clear and pristine, and it formed a defensive barrier that met Wang Baol's angry fist head-on. An explosion thundered, sending tremors through the earth and a shudder through the heavens. Li Wuchen was alarmed. The curtain of water before him couldn't withstand the power of Wang Baol's blow. It shattered instantly. Li Wuchen watched as Wang Baol charged at him with murder in his eyes. At that precise moment, a snort rang out from the Fire Spirit Academy. 7 to 8 figures dashed out towards them. Amongst them was a man in his middle age. His cultivation was at the late-stage foundation establishment realm, clearly considerably higher than the rest. He exuded an aura superior to the rest, one that was fearsome and carried a hint of arrogance. This man was the dean of the Fire Spirit Academy. The rest were teachers from the same academy. They were all support Li Wuchen had gathered since Li Wuchen had an idea of how powerful Wang Baol was. Much of what he knew was from hearsay, but while he had never witnessed Wang Baol in actual battle, he knew that Wang Baol was a powerful opponent. They had agreed to lend a hand because Li Wuchen had requested their help. Another reason was that they found the idea of 11 battle axes horrifying as well. The most important reason was the conflict and competition that existed between the two schools. They wanted to use this opportunity to establish their superiority. So what if you were newly appointed? With the Dao Mountain Mist Academy Dean advancing in age, the Dao Mountain Mist Academy was no longer performing as well as it had before. The Fire Spirit Academy should not be one of 2 elites academies on Mars, but it should be seen as the only elites academy on Mars. It should be recognized as the best academy on the planet. Their objective was to establish and prove their superiority. They wanted Wang Baol to lower his head in submission whenever he saw anyone from the Fire Spirit Academy in the future. The Fire Spirit Academy Dean had asked around for information on Wang Baol's fighting capabilities. He knew that Wang Baol had avoided late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in the Mystic Lunar Realm and had chosen to teleport them away instead. This boosted his confidence. As he drew near, the Dean of the Fire Spirit Academy thundered. Scram! The loud roar traveled swiftly through the air and surged towards Wang Baol, who had intended to go after Li Wuchen, in the form of an oral attack. Li Wuchen burst out in laughter. He stopped retreating and instead started to charge at Wang Baol instead. They rushed at Wang Baol from 2 flanks. You really think I can't hold my own against a late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm opponent? Wang Baol thundered as a murderous rage burned in his eyes. He raised his right hand and summoned his 7th-grade Dermic Armament Saber. Then, he slashed towards the approaching Fire Spirit Academy Dean. As the blade swept through the air, a black tornado rose around him. It transformed into a black crocodile. As the crocodile howled, the green lotus inside Wang Baol swayed violently. Waves of intense spirit energy erupted inside his body. They augmented Wang Baol's cultivation and strengthened his physical body to the very limits of its capacity. Everything culminated in that very moment. Wang Baol's roar drowned out the Fire Spirit Academy Deans. His overwhelming presence rose to the sky as his blade descended from the heavens. The heavens changed. Everything came to a standstill. Li Wuchen reeled back in shock and terror. The other teachers from the Fire Spirit Academy were equally dumbstruck. The Fire Spirit Academy Dean's eyes widened as an overpowering sense of danger exploded in his head. It was like a sudden tsunami that threatened to drag him under. That's impossible! Amidst the shocked gasps, before everyone's eyes, Wang Baol descended from the sky in a tornado. The sharp light glimmering off his blade hundreds of feet long. It sliced through the heavens. The eyes of the Fire Spirit Academy Dean turned red. He used his full strength to repel the blow, but he still couldn't withstand the full force of Wang Baol's attack. With the fall of the blade, a thunderous explosion resounded in the air. The resultant force of the attack surged outward in waves. The students crowded outside the hotel reeled back in shock, and many spat blood out from their mouths. Everyone started to step back hastily. Even the teachers from the Fire Spirit Academy shuddered violently as they threw up mouthfuls of blood. Like kites cut from their strings, they stumbled and staggered backwards. The dean of the Fire Spirit Academy had blood spilling from his lips as well. The hair stuck to his scalp disintegrated and turned to dust. His body trembled violently. The flat side of the saber's blade smacked firmly on his chest. He curled in and was flung out across the street, landing right in his school campus. Wang Baol had shown him mercy. At the last moment, he had twisted his blade such that the blunt and flat surface hit the dean. Else, the dean of the Fire Spirit Academy would have been beheaded with that single sweep of his blade. In the Mystic Lunar Realm, Wang Baol wouldn't have been able to accomplish this attack. He had only reached the Foundation Establishment Realm and hadn't known any Foundation Establishment Realm grade mystic techniques. Since he had returned to Earth, though, he had begun practicing the Lightning Dao, first volume. It might appear that he had only mastered the first tier and acquired a lightning tattoo on his right leg, but that wasn't true. Practicing the mystic technique also helped to refine his spirit qi. It had become more distilled, growing purer and stronger. During this period, his physique was also being nourished and maintained at peak condition. His meld with the green lotus had allowed his physical body to flourish and strengthen like never before. As a result, he was able to display a fighting prowess that surpassed his performance in the mystic lunar realm. After having sent the dean flying with a single smack from his saber, and instilling shock and awe in the other teachers, Wang Baol turned around suddenly. His breathing was slightly uneven as he stared at Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen's face was deathly pale. His eyes revealed his disbelief and incredulity. He had known all along that Wang Baol was very strong, but he never expected him to be that powerful. He never expected Wang Baol to be such a freak of nature. Wang Baol, I dare you not to use your dermic armaments. Do you have the guts to do that? Li Wuchen shouted as he retreated hastily. He was unwilling to admit defeat. If you hit my students, then I'll come after you with my dermic armaments. Wang Baol glared and retorted immediately. He dashed out, and with a sudden burst of speed he caught up immediately. He raised his saber and sent it slashing. I didn't. Li Wuchen froze when he heard Wang Baol's words. He was about to explain himself when his pupils contracted suddenly, and he hurriedly blocked the attack. His eyes were focused on the blade above him descending on his head, so he didn't see the flicker in Wang Baol's eyes and the lightning-fast kick from his right leg. His reflexes quickly caught up. As alarm flashed across his face, he lowered his left hand to block the kick. There was a loud sound of a collision. The bone in his left hand fractured instantly, and the sharp pain sent cold sweat dripping from his forehead. At least he'd managed to block the sudden kick from Wang Baol. You've got quite a strong physical body. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He hadn't used his full strength. They had been from the same college, after all, and weren't archenemies or anything like that. This was simply a petty dispute, and he only intended to teach the other a lesson. Seeing how his kick had been intercepted, Wang Baol snorted. The lightning resting within his right leg erupted. A lightning bolt snaked out unexpectedly from Wang Baol's right leg with a thundering roar, and slipped around Li Wuchen's injured left hand. Li Wuchen watched in shock and horror as it landed a direct hit on his crotch. An agonizing scream rang out as Li Wuchen's body was flung outwards like a limp ragdoll. Compared to Wang Baol, who had survived countless life and death battles and grown stronger for it, Li Wuchen was clearly lacking in cultivation, fighting capabilities, and experience. Li Wuchen might have been able to hold his own against Wang Baol when they had both been at the True Breath realm. Now, though, they were clearly no longer in the same league. The surrounding students, having witnessed the scene before them, were all stunned speechless. The students from the Fire Spirit Academy started trembling. When they looked at Wang Baol, it was with fear in their eyes. Especially the few who had spoken brashly earlier, they were terrified. They felt an inexplicable sharp pain between their legs. Wang Baol's earlier slash of his saber that had driven the dean off hadn't made as deep an impression on the students. They had found him fearsome and almost invincible, but they had remained quite unaffected by the attack. However, his subsequent kick to the crotch that had been followed with a lightning bolt attack sent every single student from the Fire Spirit Academy reeling in alarm. They felt a sudden chill come over them. He actually kicked him in the crotch. That kick would have smashed everything between the legs. That was such a low blow. It wasn't enough to just kick him. He followed up with a lightning strike. Anything left unsmashed would have been toasted. This Dean Wang from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy must have an intense dislike of people's crotches. Does he have some secret disease or something? As the pale-faced Fire Spirit Academy students retreated hastily, the students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, including Jean Duaji, experienced a sudden surge of emotions. They looked at Wang Baol, with bruised faces and swollen eyes, in a completely different light. They had thought him an ordinary member of the school's upper management. But when they looked at Wang Baol now, it was with eyes filled with adoration and respect. They were overwhelmed with excitement. They were overcome by an inexplicable feeling of Wang Baol standing up for them. Even though Li Wuchen wasn't the person who had beat them up, The students from the Fire Spirit Academy were the ones who had done that. They knew Dean Wang couldn't possibly have known that. Under such circumstances, he had stood up for them and kicked the asses of the other academy's teachers and deans. They couldn't be more moved, especially having witnessed how powerful Wang Baol was. He had sent the dean flying with a sweep of his saber, kicked the vice dean, and sent the remaining 7 to 8 teachers flying as well. Everything sent their young hearts beating rapidly, and they began to feel a sense of respect for Wang Baol. Wang Baol noticed the expressions on Jin Duoji and his students' faces. He blinked, then immediately puffed his chest out. Raising his saber and pointing it at Li Wuchen, he said calmly, "That's what you get for hitting my students. Remember, only I get to bully my students. No one else gets to do that," Wang Baol said proudly. In the distance, Li Wuchen started cursing in his heart. He clearly had some means of protecting himself. After receiving the lightning-powered kick from Wang Baol and spitting blood out from his mouth, his body became enveloped in a dazzling purple light. The speed of his recovery was superhuman, and he managed to struggle to his feet. Wang Baol's words made him realize the former hadn't changed his shameless ways. He hadn't laid a single hand on the students. Furious, he opened his mouth and was about to protest. As soon as he opened his mouth, and before he had a chance to say a single word, Wang Baol sneered. "You're absolutely right. I, Wang Baol, am biased towards my own students. I didn't—" Li Wuchen was at a loss for words. He didn't mention anything about Wang Baol's bias. He didn't even get to say anything in the first place. "I know you have a sister. This has nothing to do with what happened today. Li Xiu has already told me he wants to introduce his elder sister to me. I have no interest in your sister. Today I'm going to make one thing clear to everyone. As long as it's my student, as long as he or she calls me Dean, accords me full respect, and obeys me, I'll never allow anyone to bully them. Not you, Li Wuchen, not your teachers from the Fire Spirit Academy, not your dean, not even the Federation president himself," Wang Baol proclaimed arrogantly. He was quietly pleased. When had he ever lost at bragging? As soon as he said those words, the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students were all overcome with emotions. They trembled with excitement and agitation, moved beyond words. They were still too young. They saw how Wang Baol had stood up for them and how strong he had been in battle, and they heard the rousing speech he had made, and their eyes turned teary. "Dean, from now on, Dean, we'll listen to everything you say. Anything you want us to do, we'll get it done. All hail our mighty Dean. Dean, are you looking for a godson? From now on, I, Jin Duoji, will treat you as my godfather." Li Wuchen, the Fire Spirit Academy dean who had rushed back limping, and the other teachers, stared in shock at the agitated proclamations coming from the students. They looked at their own students and saw a considerable number staring at Wang Baol with respect and adoration in their eyes. These students were looking at Jin Duoji and the other Dao Mountain Mist Academy students with envy. This caused alarm bells to sound loudly in their heads. The situation wasn't looking good. Li Wuchen was equally alarmed and shouted hurriedly, "Wang Baol, even though we're both cultivators, we are also vice deans of our respective academies. What good does a personal victory do? Do you dare to hold a tournament 3 months later on Martian Day and let our students fight it out then? Let's have a proper friendly exchange. Let's see whose students are the strongest. The loser will become the grandson. He'll have to bow whenever he sees the winner and address the winner as his granddad." Wang Baol raised his eyebrow. What Li Wuchen had just said was simply too well put. He narrowed his eyes, waved his saber aside, and said coolly, "Sure, what do I have to fear?" A breeze stirred his hair. The warm glow of the setting sun lit Wang Baol's profile. It made him look slightly slimmer than usual and created an indescribable aura around him. At that moment, in the crowd, a few female students from both the Fire Spirit Academy and the Dao Mountain Mist Academy stared at Wang Baol with even greater adoration. Someone even whispered softly, "Dean Wang is so cool." With the evening's glow shining on him, Wang Baol's sharp ears caught the soft words of someone praising him amongst the crowds. Instantly, He felt delighted that the students had such a keen eye for talent. He slightly turned his body, changing his posture, and continued to bask under the glow of the evening sun with pride. Seeing how Wang Baol was posing, Li Wuchen gritted his teeth. He cursed under his breath as he snarled before he turned to leave. Very quickly, under the instructions of the other teachers, the students from Fire Spirit Academy who were outside Battleaxe Hotel left one after another. However, some of them were clearly swayed by Wang Baol. They turned their heads to look at Wang Baol while leaving, their eyes carrying a look of admiration. The students from Dao Mountain Mist Academy, on the other hand, were extremely exhilarated as they crowded around Wang Baol. They didn't hide the passion in their eyes. As to them, Wang Baol was a superior figure after what he had been through. Fire Spirit Academy has mentioned that they want to engage us in a sparring match. Tell me, are all of you confident? Wang Baol spoke calmly, putting away his dermic armament as he swept his gaze across the students who revered him. The replies from these tens of students were energetic, passionate, and loud. Yes, great. Since all of you are confident, I will teach you my top secret tactic. Wang Baol waved his hands and took out his cruiser before leaving the Battleaxe Hotel with the cheers and anticipation of the students in the background. However, just before he left, Wang Baol met the person in charge of the hotel, Su Jingjing, and sent out an order. Make me 100 axes with their edges all directed towards Fire Spirit College. Having witnessed Wang Baol's astonishing combat capabilities with his own eyes, Su Jingjing was also extremely shocked. Now, listening to Wang Baol's words, he hurriedly abided. He knew that this new employer of his was an enemy of Fire Spirit College. That was indeed the truth. Wang Baol wasn't the least bit happy with Li Wuchen, and the feeling was mutual. It wouldn't have mattered as much if there were no conflict between them. However, since they fought again at the Battleaxe Hotel, coupled with the fact that they were of the same rank, Wang Baol was determined to let Li Wuchen know how impressive he was by showcasing his skills at the sparring match that Li Wuchen initiated. You will not defeat me, and your students will not defeat mine. Wang Baol sneered. He had only intended to stay for a year with Dao Mountain Mist Academy, but now that someone had provoked him, Wang Baol felt that he had a duty to let Li Wuchen know who the boss was. 3 days passed just like that. 100 axes were laid densely outside the hotel in a frightening and imposing manner. Fire Spirit Academy seemed crestfallen, and not only was Li Wuchen scared by it, but the teachers and the dean reacted in the same way as well. What a bully! We must win the sparring battle in 3 months. All the teachers of Fire Spirit Academy were determined. That was especially so for Li Wuchen, who began preparing for the sparring match with passion in his eyes. The battle that was to be held outside the Battleaxe Hotel. That, as well as what Wang Baol said back then, spread throughout the entire Dao Mountain Mist Academy from the mouths of the tens of students involved. Fire Spirit Academy was extremely despicable to bring over 100 people to gang up on us. Thankfully, Dean Wang stood up for us, beating all their teachers viciously and protecting us from the front. Dean Wang mentioned that no one could bully his students, not even the Federation president. All of you have missed out on how imposing Dean Wang appeared with the glow of the evening sun on him. He was like a dragon, his spear cutting across the clouds as it charged directly towards the Dean of Fire Spirit Academy. After that incident, all the students from the Fire Spirit Academy became so respectful towards Dean Wang. The Dean is so suave. I will never forget how cool Dean Wang looked when he attacked with his kick. These tens of students who admired Wang Baol, especially Jean Duoji and company, were already quite influential within the academy, relating their personal experience and passionately advertising the issue, especially when they described in detail how Wang Baol landed a thunderous kick on his opponent's crotch, caused the news to spread like wildfire amongst the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students. When they heard the stories, they all grew excited. If they were adults, they might not have been so head over heels, believing everything that others had told them. However, these students were still rather innocent. Looking at how excited Jean Duoji and company were with the bruises they carried proudly, they grew exhilarated as well. The Fire Spirit Academy has made a bet with Dean Wang. We must definitely win the sparring match in 3 months. Yes, I want to take part in kicking Fire Spirit Academy's ass as well. In a blink of an eye, the entire Dao Mountain Mist Academy was overflowing with ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. The reasons behind their emotions made the teachers from Dao Mountain Mist Academy surprised after they understood the situation. They all felt that the newly appointed Vice Dean Wang Baol was a character not to be belittled. Seeing how the mood in the entire Dao Mountain Mist Academy had been swayed, Wang Baol was satisfied. However, even though he had great ambitions, he found that reality was cruel when he put in the effort to understand the caliber of the students from Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Even though Dao Mountain Mist Academy and Fire Spirit Academy were both elite academies, Dao Mountain Mist Academy's dean was someone who went according to the rules. Perhaps it was his age that made him less willing to improve. Therefore, all these years, regardless of whether it was in terms of the credentials of the teachers or the students' combat capabilities, they had all fallen behind that of Fire Spirit Academy. After all, the dean of Fire Spirit Academy was an ambitious person, putting in hard work to transform the college while gaining the support of numerous factions of Mars. Therefore, if they didn't put in the effort to change, Fire Spirit Academy would definitely surpass Dao Mountain Mist Academy in the sparring match. This was a headache for Wang Baol. He had confidence in transforming the college, but 3 months wasn't enough. It wasn't possible unless there was a significant amount of funds and resources. However, even though Dao Mountain Mist Academy seemed to be thriving now, it was merely an empty shell without many resources that Wang Baol could mobilize. Even if he were to apply for resources and funds from the Mars government, the approval would take some time. After making some brief calculations, Wang Baol realized that time was running short, and this made him even more troubled. I hadn't put in the effort here previously and didn't understand the situation. If I had known that the college was in this state earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to the match so readily. Li Wuchen is so sly. Wang Baol was troubled. He approached Dao Mountain Mist Academy's dean to discuss the matter, but the dean merely offered a smile, giving the green light for Wang Baol to do anything he desired since he felt that he was about to retire anyway. However, the dean offered no ideas at all. Wang Baol sighed, knowing that it was at least not a bad thing being under the leadership of a person like the dean, whom at the very least wasn't a hot-headed, capable person. He was agreeable to everything, but it was also because of this that the challenge before him had become something that he needed to tackle on his own. After thinking about the different possibilities, Wang Baol finally thought of Lin Tianhao. When we were at odds during our times in Ethereal Dao College, he seemed to have a flair for spreading rumors. He isn't stupid, but simply unlucky to have met me. With that thought, Wang Baol immediately summoned Lin Tianhao, throwing the tough question to him. Tianhao, this matter would affect Dao Mountain Mist Academy's future and reputation. I will hand it to you. If you succeed, I will definitely convey good words about you to the dean. Wang Baol cleared his throat as he patted Lin Tianhao's shoulder while conveying his confidence in Lin Tianhao through his eyes. Lin Tianhao was taken aback after listening to Wang Baol. He looked perplexed at Wang Baol and was himself troubled and battling with a new headache. He felt that Wang Baol was too shameless. Wang Baol was the one who accepted the invitation for the sparring battle, and now that it seemed too challenging, he threw the problem towards him. Lin Tianhao didn't trust Wang Baol's promise that he would sing praises of him before the dean. However, he had no other choice. Regardless of whether it was his role or his position, he was surpassed by Wang Baol, who was also his direct superior. Such an order could indeed pressure him to his limits. Why am I so unlucky to not only be bullied by him in the Dao College but even now when I've graduated? Lin Tianhao was sad and angry. However, it wasn't time for him to air his unhappiness. Therefore, he quickly thought of more important matters. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth, stepping forward before speaking softly. Dean, if it's just resources, I have an idea. Oh, Wang Baol was about to raise his teacup, but he quickly glanced at Lin Tianhao after hearing his words. Dean, I know that you actually already have an idea. You're just trying to test me, right? What I'm saying now should be similar to what you have thought of. Our troubles could be solved easily, in my opinion. The parents of these students are no ordinary people. Even though they are no match for you, they are still considered influential and powerful people on Mars. I feel that they would definitely solve our troubles for us with delight and initiative. After all, the sparring will take place on Martian Day. By slightly manipulating the situation and expanding the area, we could invite the parents of the students to be spectators. This way, the Fire Spirit Academy would have to mirror us or lose out in terms of imposing manner. However, if that ends up being the case, it means that the parents of students from both colleges would show up to watch the match. This would be a spectacular event for the Martian colony. And it's likely that even the City Lord would come personally to watch the match. This is akin to having the opportunity to showcase their children before the City Lord. No parent would want to see their child lose, especially in front of the City Lord. Lin Tianhao spoke with gusto and had unconsciously curried the favor of Wang Beol, exhausting all his energy in order to not be in the hot seat. As Wang Beol listened, his eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. Lin Tianhao's idea was in an entirely different direction from what he had imagined, which broadened his perspective. I should have thought of it earlier. What a waste of what I've learned from the high officials' autobiographies. Wang Beol's eyes glowed. As to him, the likelihood of the method of ordering others to carry out tasks in the name of a superior succeeding was almost 100%. Wang Beol now viewed Lin Tianhao differently. Vaguely, there was a sense of suspicion, as he pondered about whether Lin Tianhao had also read the high official's autobiographies. However, when he recalled that Lin Tianhao's father was a secondary rank 2 high official, he realized that Lin Tianhao didn't need to read any autobiographies at all, for he could learn from the everyday actions of this father. Therefore, Wang Beol laughed, patting Lin Tianhao's shoulders firmly. Tianhao, this is indeed a task for you, and you have indeed not disappointed me. It is worth it for me to sing praises of you before the dean. What you have mentioned just now was exactly what I was thinking of, Wang Beol said with a smile. Lin Tianhao felt disgusted but didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he flattered Wang Beol with what he said next. This is the result of learning under a superior like you all these years. As he spoke those words, Lin Tianhao felt his face turn red with embarrassment. He cursed under his breath, thinking about how Wang Beol was really a jinx to him. He was a bully in the Dao College and even more so on Mars, resulting in him no longer having the desire to rebel. Instead, his attitude was to go with the flow of things. Listening to Lin Tianhao's attempt at currying his favor, which were clearly not as impressive as that of Lu Daobin's and which obviously showed that he wasn't accustomed to such practices, left Wang Beol satisfied. He continued to speak with a smile after leading Lin Tianhao to have a seat on the sofa. Tianhao, it seems like you have already understood the purpose of the college. Your father is a secondary rank 2 noble who intentionally arranged for you to be here. I had planned to remind you of that if you were still not performing up to standard after a period of time. Wang Beol smiled while he spoke, purposely revealing a profound look in his eyes. In reality, he had also just understood that this so-called elite academy wasn't as useless as he had originally thought. It was extremely beneficial to him, on an unimaginable level. With the college under his control, as well as having gained the admiration and respect of the students, it would mean that he had already gained access to a significant portion of the human resources within Mars. These human resources would be extremely useful in times of need. That wasn't the most important part. After the students grew up, the gains that he could obtain in the future in terms of fame as their dean would be astonishing. When he understood all of that, Wang Beol was bursting with emotions and excitement internally, even though he appeared indifferent on the surface. He no longer felt that his position was disadvantaged. Instead, he now thought of it as a steal. No wonder Senator Lin wanted his son to come here. Wang Beol came to a realization but didn't show it on his face as he smiled while looking at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao hesitated for a brief moment, suddenly confused about whether Wang Beol had known the purpose of the college long before, or had just responded to the new realization. However, after considering that their relationship had become more friendly now, he chose not to hide anything and instead spoke truthfully. Dean, I was very unwilling to come when my father sent me here initially. That was until he told me not to belittle Mars's elite academies. The students here have parents who are either rich or influential and are prominent, dignified individuals working on Mars with deep connections to others. Becoming the teacher of their children is akin to gaining control of the core. Naturally, this means access to the deep interpersonal connections that they hold. Furthermore, in the future, as the students grow, a teacher who once taught and cultivated them would be on a different level in terms of identity and status. My father mentioned that I should come here to hone my skills while laying the foundation to access these valuable human resources. Wang Baol was surprised, as he felt that Lin Tianhao's father, Senator Lin, was worthy as a city lord with the rank of a secondary rank too noble. These thoughts appeared simple but showed how wide his worldview was. He was living in the now but planning for the future. Wang Baol continued conversing with Lin Tianhao, concluding some details regarding the rumors and the workflow for the task. He then passed the entire assignment under the control of Lin Tianhao before raising his teacup. Lin Tianhao stood up hurriedly, leaving after exchanging greetings. As he watched Lin Tianhao leave into the distance, Wang Baol put down the teacup. His breathing quickened, and his eyes shone brightly. He stood up and walked several rounds around his office, exhilarated. I must emerge victorious in the sparring match in 3 months. Holding onto the strong desire to win, Wang Baol began to complete and perfect his plans. He thought about the students who were now on the first level of the ancient martial realm. If they were to further advance in ancient martial realm, they would need a strong physique. It was only through this method that they would have sufficient blood qi to advance to the ancient martial realm physical seal, as well as the pulse enrichment stage. Physique is one issue while the other would be a trump card. While making the training plans, Wang Baol first thought about his past self. He felt that he was formidable while he was in the ancient martial realm. If he could nurture tens or even hundreds of people like his younger self, then the victor of this sparring match would be clear. Therefore, the trump card is extremely important as well. After thinking about it, Wang Baol decided to impart his grappling skill to the students. However, there wasn't really a need to impart this skill, as anyone who had witnessed it in action would be able to do it. All they needed to do was to familiarize themselves with the skill. However, no matter how familiar they were with it, they would never be as good as Wang Baol. That was because Wang Baol had the devouring seed, which was the reason why the grappling skill was so impressive when he exhibited it. The great void qi devouring art is my foundation, and I cannot impart that skill. Little Missy wouldn't allow me to do that anyways. With that thought, Wang Baol felt a little troubled. After pondering about it for a while, he decided to enter the hallucination realm to seek Little Missy's advice. The hallucination realm was still covered with snow and ice. However, Wang Baol didn't see Little Missy this time. When he took out the black mask in the hallucination realm and relayed his question, the black mask shone slightly before words appeared on it. Wang Baol hurriedly took a look, and his eyes lit up instantly as he read the words. This is possible? Wang Baol took a deep breath. The black mask suggested a cultivation technique that was different, but still somewhat similar to that of the great void qi devouring art. It could be said to be a simplified version of it. Learning the simplified version wouldn't result in the formation of a devouring seed, but could form a suction force to a certain extent. That would satisfy the requirements necessary for one to master the grappling skill. That was secondary. More importantly, the words on the mask clearly relayed to Wang Baol that everyone who trained in this simplified cultivation technique would be controlled by the devouring seed. It was unpredictable yet brought about advantages. Furthermore, to ancient martial realm cultivators, being trained in this cultivation technique would be extremely beneficial and could quicken the rate of increasing one's level of cultivation. To a certain extent, it could be said that unless they became Wang Baol's enemy in the future, they wouldn't be put in a disadvantage. Instead, they would stand to gain significantly. Wang Baol thought about the simplified version of the qi-devouring art and made a decision. After leaving the hallucination realm, he began implementing his training plan. 500 people were included in the first batch. In the 3 months to follow, 100 people would be chosen out of this 500 to take part in the sparring match. The sparring match on Mars wasn't carried out on an arena. Instead, 100 people would form a group that went against another group of 100. Not only did this test one's combat capabilities, but it also assessed the team's cooperation and coordination. That made it challenging, but also in line with the spirit of the Federation. The Federation needed a hero, but had a greater need for overall greatness. Just like that, Dao Mountain Mist Academy's dean gave Wang Beol, the vice dean, full rights and authority. 3 days later, on a specially demarcated area within Dao Mountain Mist Academy that was designated for cultivation, Wang Beol stood with his arms crossed behind his back, while Lin Tianhao was beside him, looking extremely stern. There were also tens of teachers who were standing around sternly. Right in front of Wang Beol was a public square where 500 students stood in an orderly manner. There was an equal number of male and female students who were all exhilarated and agitated as they looked at Wang Beol. From their eyes, a look of respect and admiration was obvious. That was especially so for a portion of students, such as Jin Duaji, whose eyes were filled not just with respect but also passion when they saw Wang Beol. With his hands behind his back, Wang Beol felt satisfaction in response to the student's attitude. He swept his gaze at the crowd before speaking calmly. Today I will impart you with a peerless cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is extremely formidable and could be used for the rest of your life. It is also what made me so impressive. I want all of you to remember that without my permission, you aren't allowed to teach it to others. This technique is known as Beol Heaven-Devouring Skill. Wang Beol's voice reverberated throughout the entire public square, making all the students there extremely surprised. That was especially so after hearing that Wang Beol was imparting such a peerless skill, which made them even more excited. What surprised them most was the name of that peerless skill, Beol Heaven-Devouring Skill. The name made many people widen their eyes. They were confused, and some of them even began talking in a hushed manner. This name is a little weird. Maybe this cultivation technique is known as the Heaven-Devouring Skill. The term Beol could be added by Dean Wang Beol himself. It sounds a little dumb. As the students discussed amongst themselves, Jin Duaji from the Trillionaires Corporation, as well as the students who had been through the incident at the Battle Axe Hotel, all turned their heads and looked angrily at the students who were engaged in the discussion. Shut up. None of you have a clue about how impressive that skill is. Our dear Dean is so selfless in imparting his secret skill, and yet all of you still gossip behind his back? Just listening to its name, this Beol Heaven-Devouring Skill already sounds formidable, several times more impressive than what has been passed down in my family. These people stared angrily at the crowd, with Jin Duaji fuming with rage and his voice the loudest amongst them. What's wrong in naming the cultivation technique after himself, since he rightly created it? This is extremely logical and reasonable, and at the same time shows how confident the dean is in his skill. Furthermore, the term heaven-devouring implies that the dean is extremely formidable, and is a highly regarded individual. This is to encourage us to learn earnestly and practice diligently. He also wants to tell us that cultivators of our generation shouldn't see the sky as the limit. One day, we will be able to break that boundary and make a name for ourselves through devouring the heavens. It gives us hope, and at the same time, he willingly sacrificed himself so that we could succeed. The simple name of the cultivation technique represents the hopes that the dean has for us, his fearlessness towards the heavenly Tao, as well as his wish for us to step into the great Tao in order to fulfill our dreams. Why don't any of you understand his efforts? Jin Duaji sounded extremely pained, as if he had managed to understand something so profound and precious which the others disregarded. As he spoke, the students around him all felt a torrent of emotions. When they looked towards Wang Beol, their eyes carried a look of excitement and agitation. Jin Duaji's explanation pumped up the spirits of those young students. Images of themselves stepping onto the clouds and devouring the heavens and earth appeared in their minds. Soon, even those who initially questioned Wang Beol or were confused repented, and they were also filled with excitement. They all looked at Wang Beol with passion as they waited for him to impart his knowledge. Jin Duaji pumped up his chest proudly, bowing deeply at Wang Beol with cupped fists. When he raised his head, he announced loudly, "Thank you for sharing your knowledge, Dean." When he spoke, the students around him followed suit immediately. Instantly, voices spread in all directions and formed quite an astonishing sight. Even Wang Baol was surprised. He had come up with the name without much thought and had never thought that it would be interpreted that way by Jin Duoji. Wang Baol wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Lin Tianhao, who was standing beside him, subconsciously made the decision to distance himself from Wang Baol after hearing the name of the cultivation technique. The teachers standing around were also confused initially, but now, after hearing Jin Duoji's explanation, many of them hesitated. Jin Duoji's explanation had somehow made sense. Wang Baol blinked his eyes and looked at Jin Duoji, touched. He thought about what a talent he was, before clearing his throat and waving his hand. Since all of you have understood where I'm coming from, you should practice hard in the days to come. For 100 of you will be eliminated, and the 100 of you that remain can be considered my disciples in the Federation in the future. Wang Baol spoke proudly, and as his voice reverberated, the 500 students grew even more agitated. A passionate fire was burning in the eyes of the majority of students, though not everyone. Basking in the emotional atmosphere, Wang Baol was satisfied. When the area had been cordoned off completely, and when Lin Tianhao and company had left, Wang Baol began to impart the heaven-devouring skill to the students. Even though the heaven-devouring skill, being a simplified version of the great void chi devouring art, wouldn't lead to the formation of a devouring seed, it was still impressive in terms of suction force. That was especially so as it was easy to master without any significant difficulties. This made the 500 students all focus hard in order to remember the skill. They then began practicing. The effect of the heaven-devouring skill was astonishing, far exceeding that of the chi-fostering art. Anyone who managed to master it would immediately sense that the suction force that emerged from their bodies made the surrounding spirit chi charge towards them at several times the original speed. Gosh! This Baol heaven-devouring skill is so amazing. It is so fast. At least 5 times that of what I was at previously. Jin Duoji was right. This is the reason why the dean could make a name for himself and become so formidable. This cultivation technique is unbeatable. After experiencing the prowess of the skill, the students were all agitated. There were tens of them who were already of excellent caliber. After practicing the skill, they felt the effects even more significantly. Even their blood chi became more concentrated. Instantly, this encouraged others to speed up in their practice, excited at receiving a precious skill. Just like that, several days passed. Each of the 500 students managed to master the heaven-devouring skill. After experiencing its astonishing effects personally, a never-before-seen wave of agitation emerged from them. On one hand, they were competing against each other, while on the other, the effectiveness of the heaven-devouring skill gave them a sense of indescribable thrill as they continued practicing. Therefore, every single one of them was determined and practiced diligently. This was a behavior rarely seen from people like them. After all, they were from rich families and were all lazy to a certain extent. When they had the opportunity to relax, they would never think about practicing. However, right now, there were several different factors, all acting together to culminate into a sense of motivation and drive. After making a comparison, their progress was shocking. Not only were the teachers from Dao Mountain Mist Academy surprised, but even the students' parents noticed the growth of their children and were impressed. Some parents who were worried even checked out the cultivation technique themselves. Even though their children didn't tell them about it, they still managed to ask and gain an answer somehow. After researching it on their own, they found that there was no harm in the cultivation technique at all. Practicing it would raise the speed in which one levels up in their cultivation. They immediately approved their children to practice the skill, and their curiosity and gratitude towards Wang Baol grew. It must be a top cultivation technique that Wang Baol came up with based on his own life experiences. Everyone tries to keep a skill a secret after they have mastered it, but Wang Baol actually imparted it to my child. I definitely owe him one. This cultivation technique is well suited for ancient martial realm cultivators. However, since it was personally taught by Wang Baol, we shouldn't leak it out. Otherwise, it would be too unjust and unreasonable. The parents of the students all reached a consensus. They also gained an understanding of the sparring match that was to take place 3 months later. With their encouragement, their children grew even more passionate and became even more diligent in their practice. At the same time, Wang Baol gave each student a list of resources to be brought to their parents. After looking and thinking it through, since the resources would be used on their children, the parents all willingly donated them to the college. Just like that, half a month passed by at a hurried pace. The students were all astonishingly determined, and their blood chi became more concentrated as the days passed. However, there was an unavoidable side effect of the heaven-devouring skill, which eventually became more apparent. That was obesity. In this half a month, as the 500 students maniacally practiced, the spirit chi that they had absorbed was turned into spirit fat. It was obvious that, regardless of whether they were male or female, their weight was increasing by the day, and they were all slowly turning into fatties. Half a month ago, all of them were slim and slender. However, right now, the 500 individuals on the public square had turned into 500 fatties. They were all rotund and looked very adorable. At the same time, the blood chi in their bodies was at least twice as strong as half a month ago. Some talented performers like Jean Duoji, who was Wang Baol's firm believer, had grown so fat that he had become even more obese than Wang Baol. The boost in his cultivation was also the most astonishing, boosted close to the limits of the blood chi realm and stepping into the physical seal realm, as the blood chi grew to 6 times that of the original. Even so, the weight gain and the fact that they had become fatties made some students shocked. That was especially so for the female students, who were dumbfounded. They cared a lot about their appearances and were considering dropping out. It was not just them, but also Lin Tianhao, the college teachers, and even the students' parents, who were delighted yet upset at the same time. The 500 students looked so much like mini Wang Baoles. Wang Baol had long anticipated that this would happen. After noticing that his students had all become fatties, he initiated a meeting on the public square, where he munched on his snacks while speaking to everyone. There is nothing to fear. Relax, everyone, as everything has been considered in my plan. The weight gain is only the first step in the foundation. Thereafter, I will lead all of you in losing weight, while further boosting your cultivation. This is because I will impart all of you with a skill that is even more valuable than the heaven-devouring skill. That is, the weight loss cultivation art. The first move of the weight loss cultivation, running. With Wang Baol's command, the 500 students all began running, not just on the public square, but around the entire college. They practically sprinted. Just like he was back then, the students didn't experience any fatigue from running. They were overflowing with energy, and the thick layer of spirit fat was being absorbed as they ran. Gradually, everyone felt that their capabilities were boosted significantly. The running lasted for 3 days. Seeing how their figure was swiftly being restored, the students were relieved. They also found out about an issue, and that was, the fatter someone was before, the quicker their cultivation was leveled up after the weight loss cultivation. For example, Jean Duoji had immediately broken through the blood chi stage and entered the physical seal realm. There were also many who perfected the blood chi stage, and these students were without a doubt the fattest of the lot. I told all of you previously to believe in the Dean. Furthermore, what's the issue with being fat? The fatter I am, the more powerful I am. Jean Duoji spoke with pride, arrogant about how obese he was. That made many students surprised, and at the same time, they also slowly began to realize how reasonable it sounded. Therefore, they continued running and training while practicing the heaven-devouring skill even more diligently. Wang Baol was encouraged, and through this process the students looked different from day to day. Their figures recovered but soon ballooned up again. This time, there were no more concerns from anyone, regardless of whether it was the teachers from the school or the students' parents. After all, they had all seen the transformation that had taken place in their children with their own eyes, and felt the speed of growth in their cultivation, as well their passion towards cultivation, in this short period of time of less than a month. The former was hard to come by, and the latter was even rarer. In addition, Wang Baol didn't disregard the students' weight gain. When he saw that most of the students were growing fatter, he imparted the second move of the weight loss cultivation art. That was weightlifting. Wang Baol still remembered that he had achieved a breakthrough previously through weightlifting. Therefore, he put a lot of emphasis on weightlifting, and this prompted the students to lift weights on the public square with all their efforts, grunting while they did so. There were male and female students in the group. Not just the male students, but also the female students were putting in all their effort. The dumbbells that the female students used were heavier than many of their male schoolmates. They grunted in such a masculine manner that it surprised the male students. Wang Baol was very satisfied with this outcome. He weaved within the crowd of students, encouraging them. Right now, outside the public square, several teachers stood dumbfounded looking at the students who were carrying weights like maniacs. One of the teachers mumbled while looking at a female student, who was in the midst of competing with Jean Duoji. I remember that Zhou Mei was a dainty lady just a month ago. At this moment, the once dainty lady had become obese. Her strength erupted, and her muscular physique could be seen clearly. Similarly, she achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation, advancing from the blood chi stage to the physical seal stage, riding on the heels of Jean Duoji. Zhou Mei wasn't an exception. Though it wasn't the case for everyone, almost half of the 500 students improved significantly in terms of physique after the past month of training and weight loss. It could be visibly seen that every single one of them were extremely strong physically. Each of them inspired to work hard as they grew confident in themselves. However, before long, some of the students who had advanced the greatest in terms of cultivation seemed to have reached a plateau physically. It was difficult for them to dissolve the spirit fat, regardless of whether it was through running or weightlifting. In response to this issue, Wang Baol, who had experienced the same thing himself, simply smiled and spoke. Which of your parents can construct a big smelting furnace using the blueprint that I have here? The moment he said that, many students responded immediately. In the end, Jean Duoji, using his cultivation that far exceeded that of the other students, managed to kick the other students away in order to grab onto the opportunity to make a loud promise. Rest assured, Dean, I will send a voice transmission to my grandfather right away. If it isn't completed in the next 2 days, I will break off all ties with him. Jean Duoji looked at the other indignant schoolmates around him arrogantly. He was filled with delight as he thought about how he would never concede the opportunity to suck up to the dean to his schoolmates. Wang Baol patted Jean Duoji's thick shoulders encouragingly, deeply heartened. He even further advised Jean Duoji. Express your gratitude to your grandfather sincerely. Don't break off ties with him so willy-nilly, as this is filial piety. Jean Duoji obeyed Wang Baol's instructions immediately and hurriedly nodded his head. On that very night, a large number of people from the Trillionaires Corporation arrived and began construction. Several foundation establishment cultivators also participated, all unhappy but left without a choice but to work. Within 2 days, an impressive smelting furnace was indeed built. Even though it still fell short compared to the one from Ethereal Tao College, it was already largely similar to a certain extent. Most importantly, it was completed within 2 days, which meant that it was a financially costly construction. With the completion of the smelting furnace, Wang Baol could finally put into practice the third trick of his weight loss cultivation plans. The first batch of students who entered the smelting furnace seemed to have been revived, recovering in terms of their figures, while their cultivation was also significantly raised. This made the other students even more motivated. At the same time, his cultivation plan was considered completed after the successful construction of the smelting furnace. His plan was centered around the heaven-devouring skill to increase the speed in which the students' cultivation leveled up. He leveraged on the suction force to absorb large amounts of spirit fat that would otherwise be impossible naturally. After which, he moved through the pipeline first with running, then with weightlifting, and finally the construction of a smelting furnace. Through these 3 steps, which allowed the absorption and dissolving of spirit fat, the students were able to regain their figures, and at the same time receive a boost in terms of individual cultivation levels. All these were just the first part of his plans. He would only move forward to the second part if the first part were successful. At the same time, the elimination process also began. After all, not everyone could bear with the weight gain for the sake of skill improvement. The first batch of people who were eliminated were the people who didn't have this sort of determination. As the dean, Wang Baol felt responsible for this group of students. Everyone who was to leave was able to recover their original figures, which had been transformed after his monstrous training regime. After they left after being eliminated, Wang Bail sternly announced to everyone that those who couldn't persevere shouldn't continue practicing the heaven-devouring skill. If they really wanted to practice the skill, they would need to be able to control themselves. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to recover to their original figures if their body weight increased exponentially, but were unable to persist in physical cultivation. Just like that, as time passed, there were less than 40 days left to the sparring match. Only half of the 500 students remained without being eliminated. That group of students chose to remain after understanding the situation. They decided to continue cultivation without any qualms even after their figures had been restored after going through the smelting furnace. They were all even more determined to master the heaven-devouring skill, and as a result, in just a few days they grew fat again. However, after a few times, the smelting furnace also began to lose its effectiveness, which slowed their cultivation progress down. They all sought solutions from Wang Baol. Wang Baol seemed to see a figure of his former self looking at those students. He felt emotional and waved his hands while sipping on ice spirit water. Rest assured, I have long made preparations and purchased weight loss pills from Earth. It should arrive by tomorrow. Wang Baol looked encouragingly at the students. Amidst the anticipation of the students, the large batch of death pills that Wang Baol had ordered from Xianxia of Earth's Ethereal Tao College arrived the next morning. The death pills were distributed, and in the days that followed, painful cries filled the entire college. Even passers-by who heard the sounds emerging from within the college were frightened, as they wondered about what had happened. The effect of the death pills was astounding. However, there were still some students who were unable to withstand it and were eliminated. In the end, less than 150 people remained, and after using the death pills, all of them had far surpassed their peers in terms of cultivation and physique. That was especially so for Jean Duoji and 30-odd other people. They were already equipped with a good foundation. Coupled with the special training regime led by Wang Baol, they had advanced exponentially, directly stepping into the pulse enrichment realm after breaking through the physical seal stage. Even though their foundation played some part in the rate of their advancement, it still shocked the college and their parents. At the same time, it motivated the other students who, despite not breaking through the blood chi stage, weren't far behind as they had reached the peak of blood chi. Their physique was also strengthened after the rounds of cultivation. Wang Baol also felt the meaning of creating benefits for each other, as mentioned by Little Missy, for the first time. In reality, following the cultivation of his students, Wang Baol could feel that his devouring seed seemed to have advanced significantly, and that was also the case for his cultivation. This made him very surprised. However, Wang Baol, knowing that weight loss wasn't an easy journey, sternly ordered everyone to restrict their practice of the heaven-devouring skill from now on. As soon as they discovered that the effect of the death pills was tapering down, they were to stop practicing the heaven-devouring skill immediately. Otherwise, even though they could continue to improve their capabilities, it would become more difficult for them to lose weight. Even though you wouldn't die and will still be able to lose weight, you will have to consider everything carefully. Next, I will impart another trump card of mine to all of you, and that is Baol's formidable skill. This skill is unbeatable. When I unleashed the first move of the skill, someone knelt down and cried for mercy while addressing me as Daddy. When I unleashed the second skill, someone lost consciousness and died. As for the third move, it is so powerful that it cannot be used as one desires. This is because, once it is used in the present, it could wipe out an entire future generation. The grappling skill was a trump card Wang Baol learned when he was at the ancient martial realm. He earned quite a name for himself through the ancient martial arts, regardless of whether it was when he pried the hands of a beast or when he kicked and came up empty-handed. Even now, with him reaching foundation establishment realm, those three trump cards were still effective to a certain extent. Wang Baol hadn't met anyone who was able to escape from his grasp if he were to unleash the three trump cards unless there was a great difference in their cultivation levels. Jean Duoji and the other students who witnessed Wang Baol's kick outside the Battle Axe Hotel back then were amongst the most excited about being imparted with the grappling skill. Therefore, they illustrated the grappling skill to the other students, which made them extremely enthusiastic about it. It was to the extent that they forgot about resting and eating, and they picked up the speed of their practice. In order to help them in their practice, Wang Beol equipped every single student with a puppet. This way, it would be more exhilarating for the students while they trained. In the days that followed, the teachers and the other students noticed that the 100-odd students were constantly battling against their own puppets on the public square of the college. They either twisted the puppet's fingers or their wrist, and the most vicious of them were female students like Zhou Mei, who seemed extremely interested in the 3 moves. They often used a powerful kick that was so vicious that it gripped everyone with fear when they saw it. Every student and teacher who witnessed the scene were shocked as a chill was sent down their spines. Even students like Jean Duoji were taken aback seeing the female students unleashing their skills. They all felt that there was no need to participate in the sparring match in 1 month. All they needed to do was to get the students from Fire Spirit Academy to watch them, and they would concede defeat without asking. This is simply ruthless. Why do I have the feeling that the Dean's trump card was specially created for females? Jean Duoji and the other students were surprised, and gradually realized that the female students had a better understanding and grasp of the trump card than them. They were indignant, and that caused them to intensify their practice. The grappling skill seemed to have transformed their lives to a certain extent, opening a door that would never have been opened previously. As a result, after the students gained an understanding of the fundamentals of the skill, they were able to extend it, creating other new trump cards such as pulling other people's hair. In the end, almost all the teachers from Dao Mountain Mist Academy were flabbergasted, as they couldn't believe the transformation that had occurred in the students. When they attacked, it was even more shocking. At the same time, even though most of the students heeded Wang Beol's advice to exercise restraint when practicing the heaven-devouring skill to prevent an overt change to their body shape, there were still a few students who either thought too highly of themselves, placed no regard on body weight, or due to some other reasons, didn't stop their practice of the heaven-devouring skill. Their combat powers far exceeded that of others, advancing significantly by the day just like their body weight. These people included Jean Duoji, Zhou Mei, as well as the others who were outside the Battle Axe Hotel then. There was also a portion of students, less than 40 of them, who joined in as well, and their bodies all grew visibly fatter. Eventually, every single one of them were astoundingly strong and fat. They were especially prominent when they walked around the public square, looking like miniature Wang Baoles. Therefore, the students were quickly segregated into 3 groups. The first group consisted of the fatties, while the second group were slightly lagging behind in terms of skill, but had managed to maintain their figures. Despite that, they were still far more advanced than their peers, reaching the physical seal stage. The third group was the largest group. Even though they had persevered until now, they hadn't managed to break through the blood-chi realm in terms of cultivation. However, regardless of the groupings, there had been transformations in terms of their self-confidence, cultivation, appearance, and personality, after going through the special training regime under Wang Beol's lead for the past 2 months. As a role model, Wang Beol's fame, cultivation, and combat skills were the envy of these students. They all began to admire him blindly. As a result, the habit of snacking was picked up unconsciously by the students. Following their cultivation of the grappling skill, these students slowly became sly, and they learned to be thick-skinned while getting used to the bizarre looks cast on them by others. When he noticed those changes, Wang Beol was immensely heartened. He felt that his students had begun to embody his good qualities. He couldn't control himself and took out a mirror to look at himself while gushing. It must be because I am too handsome. Wang Beol shook his head, sighing in a delighted mood as he left the public square. After he left, Jean Duoji, who was looking at him with adoration all the time, noticed the mirror, and his eyes instantly lit up. The next day, a luxurious mirror formed from concentrating spirit stones appeared in Jean Duoji's storage bag. He took it out from time to time, looking at the reflection of his plump self in an intoxicated manner, praising himself for how handsome he looked. In this way, the mirror slowly became the must-have item amongst the students. Some of them took it out often, while some of them did it less. However, regardless of the frequency, everyone was intoxicated with themselves once they took it out. Perhaps it was this narcissism that managed to hypnotize the students. Gradually, Jean Duoji and many others grew accustomed to their rotund body shapes and really began to think of themselves as being extremely handsome. When they looked at Wang Baol, they also found him shockingly handsome. Wang Baol came to know about this correct sense of beauty held by his students and decided to not correct it. There was even an incredulous thought that surfaced in his mind. What if the entire Federation was filled with fatties and viewed obesity as a form of beauty? Then, there would be no more need for me to lose weight, right? With that thought, Wang Baol was gripped by this noble dream of his. Even though he logically classified the matter as a passing thought, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about it. If he ever became the Federation president one day and promoted the heaven-devouring skill with all his efforts, it would definitely improve the overall capabilities of the entire Federation. At the same time, he could fulfill this new dream that had surfaced in his mind. With that thought, Wang Baol's breathing quickened. He felt that it wasn't an impossible task. That was especially so as during this period, with the imparting of the heaven-devouring skill, even the dean came by to inquire about it, using the excuse of wanting to understand it. He actually passed Wang Baol a jade slip to record the heaven-devouring skill. If this really comes through, there would definitely be little missies that are slender and pretty in my eyes but extremely ugly in the eyes of others. With an encouraging gaze, it would be possible to attract her, or even make her stomp in regret that she wasn't a good match for my handsome looks. With that thought, Wang Baol quickly slapped himself on the head, forcefully stopping himself from thinking further about this evil thought. I cannot continue to think about this. Wang Baol took a deep breath, burying the thought deep in his head, and began cultivation himself. Even though he was training the students all that while, he didn't disregard his own cultivation. With the heaven-devouring skill becoming increasingly common, the students appeared to be nearing the early stage of foundation establishment at an even faster rate. The only issue was that he was still unable to sense the dark art. He was overcome with indescribable pain every time he forcefully practiced it, and his body would even grow stiff. That made him extremely frustrated. He wanted to ask little Missy about it but felt somewhat embarrassed. Therefore, he grew even more determined. I don't believe this. I will definitely succeed in mastering the dark art. Just like that, days passed as Wang Baol practiced and trained the students. The annual Martian Day also neared gradually. This so-called Martian Day commemorated the day the Mars city was built and was meant to give recognition to the brave warriors of the Federation. Hence the name. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's plan of spreading rumors grew more apparent with the constant preparation made during the 3 months, and as the sparring match neared. He even put in good money to rent the most prominent spirit screen in each zone of Mars. He promoted the sparring match and also created invitation cards to invite all parents of Dao Mountain Mist Academy students to spectate the sparring match on Martian Day. That wasn't all. He even contacted the Fire Spirit Academy through some means and managed to convince them to pay half of the cost willingly, and also to invite the participation of the parents of their students. Furthermore, in order to invite the governor as a spectator, Lin Tianhao found the alumni records and looked through all the students who had graduated. Even though not everyone could attend, many still agreed to come as it was an invitation from their alma mater. Almost half of the powerful people on Mars will participate. This way, it strengthens the foundation for me to invite the governor to participate as well. After making all the preparations, Lin Tianhao was extremely confident as he reported the matter to Wang Baol. Right now, he had already gotten used to working under Wang Baol. He understood that inviting the governor wasn't something he should get involved in. Instead, the correct way would be to get Wang Baol to handle it. Wang Baol placed great import on the upcoming friendly match. At first, he had simply accepted Li Wuchen's proposal out of sheer arrogance. He had fought Li Wuchen and won, clearly establishing his authority and strength. The match had arisen from a petty dispute. However, after he realized the true value of an elite's academy, the gears in his head started spinning furiously. He had a feeling that this could be his chance. This was his chance to weaken the giant tree's power over him so that he need not fear him as much in the future. What I need to do is to establish myself on Mars. Make myself well known amongst the Martian public. If I manage to achieve that, even if the giant tree wants to harm me, he'll find many obstacles in his way. Simply put, the more attention I attract on Mars, the more famous I am, the safer I will be. In fact, if I can get to know the governor and gain her favor, I'll have nothing to fear from the giant tree. Wang Baol had organized his thoughts during the 3-month-long intensive cultivation for the students and come to this eventual understanding. That was why he was so fixated on a clean, clear victory. He didn't want to simply win the friendly match. He wanted to win by a large margin. He wanted his students to prove themselves before their parents, the governor, and the entire Martian city. This was how he would firmly establish himself and make his mark on Mars. With this victory, he would gain sufficient recognition. A halo would be placed upon his crown, and he would be known as the famous educator. To achieve his goals, Wang Baol included himself in the advertisements promoting the friendly match. The advertisements were shown on the spirit screens across the entire Martian colony, which had been rented by Lin Tianhao. The advertisements listed Wang Baol's past achievements and accolades, with the aim of spreading one message. Wang Baol wasn't only an exemplary figure, he was an educator as well. His disciples were as excellent as he was. It was as the idiom said, an excellent teacher begets excellent students. After Lin Tianhao made all the necessary preparations, Wang Baol immediately sought out the dean. He tactfully presented his request and got a nod of approval from the smiling dean. He agreed to Wang Baol's proposal. They penned the invitation together and sent it to the Martian colony governor's residence. Wang Baol had sought the dean out instead of acting unilaterally. This was because, despite Wang Baol's authority over the entire academy, the dean was still the main person in charge in name. Wang Baol had risen through the ranks of the ethereal Dao College, from an ordinary student to a deputy pavilion head. He knew how such matters were handled. His approach gave the dean great comfort, and the latter allowed him greater free rein in the management of the academy. As everything fell into place, Martian Day finally arrived. The entire Martian city bustled with life that day. It was rowdier than the past Martian days because every Dao Mountain Mist Academy student had beseeched their parents to support and view the friendly match. That was the mission that Wang Baol had tasked them with, and they had to do everything in their power to get it done. Wang Baol's current status and reputation in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy ensured that the students followed his every command. The Fire Spirit Academy had also done the same, with students from said academy also requesting their parents' presence at the match. On Martian Day, countless cruisers could be seen speeding through the air across all 30-odd city zones. They were all headed for the Zone 12 arena, crowding the skies with their sheer numbers. There were also plenty who journeyed to the arena on foot. Some parents still had work despite it being a public holiday, but they still tried their best to accede to their children's request. During the festive period, the spirit screens that Lin Tianhao had rented throughout the entire Martian colony city continuously broadcasted about the friendly match. The public's interest was stirred as well. There were also some families who mutually disliked each other to the extent of disallowing their children from attending the same academy. They were the most enthusiastic of the lot, eagerly hoping for their children's school to emerge victorious in the match. The most passionate were the parents of the student participants. They were the earliest to arrive at the stadium, with almost all parents of all the participants being present. Those with grandparents also saw their grandparents being dragged to watch the match. The venue of the friendly match, a stadium in Zone 12 that could sit 100,000 spectators, was rapidly filled with people and soon packed to the brim. The rowdy voices of spectators filled the air. They were all familiar faces who gathered there, and sounds of discussions and laughter rose in the air. The stadium bustled with life. "Old Zhang, you're here too? What a rare sight. That rascal of mine dragged me here. Fine, let's see how well they perform in a fight as a whole." As the stadium grew more packed with spectators, the student participants from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy gathered and boarded the cruiser. They headed towards the Zone 12 stadium. This was an important match for the academy, so the dean and all teachers were present and on board the cruiser. As the cruiser flew ahead, Wang Baol inspected the students inside the cruiser happily. There were students snacking, or drinking ice spirit water, or gazing into the mirrors, all of them little chubby fatties, These students shall be the future pillars of the Federation. Wang Bail sighed inwardly. He was about to make a rousing speech when one of the more sharp-eyed students saw, outside the cruiser, a gigantic spirit screen erected in Zone 12. His eyes flashed, and he hurriedly pointed at the screen. "Quick, look over there. It's the Dean." The people in the cruiser looked over as his voice rang out. They immediately saw an enormous spirit screen that spanned hundreds of yards wide. Wang Bail appeared on the screen. He was dressed in formal attire and had a stern expression on his face and a resolute look in his bright eyes. His right palm was placed on his chest, his head raised towards the sky. A deep voice emerged from his lips. "I'm not an educator. I'm but a ray of candlelight, who will happily exhaust this flame of life so that I may shine a light on the students of Mars and light the way towards the future. I hereby swear that I will devote myself to the Martian education field. I will fulfill my duties to teach and educate. I will groom and cultivate our students. I will transform them into the future pillars of the Spirit Inception era. They will have dreams, ideals, morals, the spirit to strive, and compassion. They will give their all for the development and prosperity of Mars. They will fight for Mars' honor and glory. I, Wang Bail, submit the above declaration." His voice swelled with emotion, but his gaze remained serious and resolute. In his eyes burned a passionate and fervent light. It seemed to reflect his hopes towards and resolution for the future and his students. Due to the angling of the camera, he even seemed slimmer than usual. He appeared almost handsome, and exuded a unique charm that spoke of great determination and passion. He didn't mention the Federation and only spoke of Mars. This resonated deeply with the native Martians. The upper levels of the Martian administration were slightly stirred when they saw this broadcast. As everyone stood stunned and affected by the broadcast, dramatic music started blasting from the spirit screen and resounded in the air. This was not isolated to Zone 12. At present, every zone in the city was screening Wang Bail's rousing declaration and broadcasting his image. It was a rousing moment for everyone who saw it. Not only were the common pedestrians stunned, but parents heading for the stadium were equally taken aback. Though, their reactions couldn't compare to the reactions of the students on board the cruiser with Wang Bail. They adored Wang Bail to the degree of fanaticism. When they saw the spirit screen broadcast and heard what Wang Bail said, they became immensely agitated. The fanatical passion in their eyes intensified. Even the teachers from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy turned and stared at Wang Bail with shock in their eyes. Lin Tianhao was the exception, instead, sighing secretly. Wang Bail had proposed filming and adding that part into the video. It hadn't been broadcast earlier. This was the first time it was being shown on the screens. He hadn't thought much of it when they had been filming. In fact, he had found it quite melodramatic. Now, having witnessed everyone's reaction to it, he couldn't help but be convinced of how brilliant the move had been. As long as he wins the match, Wang Bail will not only establish a strong presence on Mars, he'll make a mark on the planet. The definition of result and accomplishment might overlap, but they held vastly different weight and meant completely different things. That was the true reason for Lin Tianhao's sighing. Happiness blossomed in Wang Bail's heart as he observed the expressions on everyone's faces. He coughed. He thought that he shouldn't say anything at the moment. He placed his hands behind his back and gazed ahead, a stern expression on his face and a deep, unfathomable look in his eyes. The Zone 12 arena soon appeared before Wang Bail. They could hear the roaring commotion from the stadium even before the cruiser drew near. From afar, the stadium appeared like a bird in mid-flight, its two outstretched wings filled to the brim with spectators. The main body was the central public square, which was where the two academies would have their friendly match. On the two sides of the central square were the parking bays for large cruisers, and they were slightly sunken in. Students alighted from the cruisers, hidden from public view. There were pathways specially built that led to the central public square. "We're here." Anticipation flashed in Wang Bail's eyes. The cruiser landed in the parking bay left of the central square. Amidst the students' excitement, they could no longer see what was outside. As they got out, Wang Baol turned and looked at the students who would be participating in the match. Your parents are all watching outside. Let's have quick battle. Let's show them what we from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy are made of. And don't forget the special present we've prepared for our opponents. Victory! Jean Duoji and the others shouted, battle lust and fervor coursing in their blood. More and more people streamed into the stadium. They had seen the cruiser from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy arriving. Many of them, especially those who had come on foot, had also seen Wang Baol's dramatic and stunning declaration on the spirit screens. This sparked the inevitable discussion on how the friendly match had come about. The proposal for a friendly match between Li Wuchen and Wang Baol was no secret. As news about the friendly match spread, most people became aware of the matter. This had something to do with the famed reputation of the two academies, but it also had something to do with Wang Baol and Li Wuchen themselves. The Martians saw them both as impressive personalities who weren't to be underestimated. Li Wuchen was the disciple of the ethereal Dao College's Grand Supreme Elder. He would draw attention anywhere he went. This was the same for Wang Baol. He might not have the same impressive background as Li Wuchen, but he was still a striking personality with an impressive list of achievements in battle. He had especially made a name for himself for his performance in the mystic lunar realm. Every political force had their eyes on Wang Baol after the mystic lunar realm incident. They couldn't ignore his existence, as too many Foundation establishment realm cultivators had died by his hand. His talents in refining dermic armaments were also what had caught the attention of many. The Federation had deliberately tried to keep his creation of the mystic trace beads under wraps. However, the various political forces had been able to dig up some information on it. They understood how great an impact the mystic trace beads would make on the moon. The deployment of these two people to Mars had received great attention from many. They had been appointed the same rank, coincidentally, and their mutual competition had resulted in the friendly school match. The growing debate and advertisement, as well as the horde of spectators watching the match, culminated in the news of the friendly match being spread like wildfire across the entire planet before its official commencement. The Federation media had caught wind of it as well and rushed down with an intention for a live broadcast. But the local Martian broadcasting agency exercised their local privileges. They contacted Lin Tianhao, paid an endorsement fee, and acquired the best deal for a live broadcast. This gave Wang Baol an idea. He passed down his instructions to Lin Tianhao, and while Lin Tianhao was initially reluctant, he grit his teeth and began to seek endorsements and sponsorships. Advertisement banners and posters were hung everywhere in the stadium, the vibrant colors adding to the overall lively atmosphere. More than half of the famous and important personalities in the Martian city made an appearance, all of them from political forces. The military was also activated, and they assisted with stadium security. The scale of the friendly match had grown too big, both in terms of turnout as well as the level of participation from the Martian political sphere. That wasn't the end of it. Just before the match commenced, a crimson-red cruiser, accompanied by 7 to 8 black cruisers, appeared in the distant skyline and rushed towards the stadium. The crowd cheered. The red cruiser was clearly made from a special material. Even from afar, it exuded an intense heat. As it drew near, the heat grew scorching and more intense, like a fire that would burn everything in its path. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The governor! The governor has made a personal appearance. Everyone in the stadium rose to their feet when they saw the red cruiser, saluting the incoming cruiser. It hovered in mid-air above the stadium, and two figures dashed out, one after another. Everyone started shouting out their greetings. It was as if a thunderous roar had risen to the skies to greet them. Greetings to the governor. Greetings to the deputy governor. The new arrivals were a man and a woman. The woman was middle-aged, but she looked young for her age. She had beautiful features and a sharp gaze that made her seem stern. She seemed to possess an unfathomable cultivation, and her crimson robes exuded an intense heat. She was the Martian colony governor. Following close behind her was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes. He was the Martian colony deputy governor, the giant tree disguised as a man. A faint smile appeared on their stern faces when they landed in the stadium. The giant tree deliberately fell one step behind, bowing slightly and gesturing for the governor to walk ahead. The crimson-robed governor simply smiled. She nodded and took her seat on the main platform. The giant tree followed behind and sat next to her, causing the Martian officials around them to all perk up. Those whose children were contesting in the match immediately sent a transmission to their children, instructing them to present their best side in the match. After all, it was a rare opportunity to showcase one's talents before the governor. The atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak with the arrival of the governor and the deputy governor. The friendly match officially kicked off. Lin Tianhao displayed his talents at event management and stirring public interest. After consulting the Fire Spirit Academy, he had engaged 2 commentators for the friendly match. The 2 commentators were well known on Mars. The male and female commentators stood in the center of the public square and started conversing merrily under the eyes of the 100,000 spectators. Their laughter rose in the air. All right, let's stop the unnecessary chatting. If you will look to my right, the contesting students from the Fire Spirit Academy will be making their appearance now. As soon as the male commentator said that, the eyes of everyone in the stadium turned towards the corridor on the right. They soon saw Li Wuchen, dressed in Dao robes, exuding an unearthly aura and a calm composure, walk out from the corridor. Behind him were 100 students. They all wore the same uniform, and every one of them looked impressive. The team leader from the Fire Spirit Academy is the Academy's Vice Dean, Li Wuchen. All of you should be familiar with his name. His master is the former president of the Federation. Fellow Taoist Li reached the Foundation establishment realm at a very young age, and he exudes an extraordinary aura. His students have inherited this quality of his as well. Just look at them. They're all tall and beautiful. Outsiders have said how the people of Mars are gifted with good looks. I didn't notice that before. Come to think of it now, that's actually true. As the commentators continued chatting happily, the spectators started smiling. Both the Martian Broadcasting Agency as well as the Federation media had their cameras zoomed in on Li Wuchen and his students. The parents of the Fire Spirit Academy students started laughing. They were very pleased and approved of the students. The parents of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students, on the other hand, all felt a slight pulsing pain in their heads. They didn't say a word. The governor eyed the group of students before her and nodded, smiling. She turned and exchanged a few quiet words with the giant tree next to her. This moment wasn't only witnessed by the entire Martian colony, but by the numerous people tuning in within the Federation. That included people in the ethereal Dao College. Lu Daobin had made the necessary arrangements, and a great many people were tuning in to the match via the Spirit intranet. All right, now let's look to my left. The Dao Mountain Mist Academy makes their appearance. The female commentator was extremely pretty. She had a smile on her face and radiated beauty and charm. As soon as she said those words, a series of thunderous roars rumbled from the left corridor. Victory! Victory! The shouts were deafening and overflowed with intense battle lust, booming like thunder. It would have been fine if it had only been the students, but amongst the numerous student voices was also Wang Baol's. The resultant roar was a deafening thunder that shook the heavens and the earth and drowned out the female commentator's voice. She froze, then spoke hastily in a louder voice. The team leader of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy is... she shouted. Before she could finish speaking, though, the ground suddenly trembled. The next moment, under her shocked stare and the stunned looks from many of the spectators, a group of chubby fatties surged out from the left corridor. Leading the team was Jean Duoji and Zhou Mei. They weren't only fat but muscular. An immense and fearsome aura exploded from their bodies as they ran. They looked ferocious and overpowering, exuding an air of arrogance that shocked everyone in the stadium. Following behind them were 90-odd students. Not everyone was as chubby and muscular. However, they were still considerably larger than the students from the Fire Spirit Academy. The circumference of their arms was wider than that of the Fire Spirit Academy students' waists. They ran and arrived at the central public square. Both commentators gasped, and a commotion stirred amongst the spectating audience. What's going on? My God! Are these fatty students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy? Is that old Jin's kid? Dear Lord, he didn't look like that when I saw him 6 months ago. How are they going to continue with the match? What have the fatties been eating? They are built like war horses. An uproar spread throughout the entire stadium, and even the governor was taken aback. The giant tree stared unblinkingly at the sight before him. The Federation public, who were watching the live stream, were equally shocked by what they were seeing. Truthfully, everything would have been fine if there wasn't a basis for comparison. With the two groups of students placed next to each other, it was clear who was the weaker group and who the stronger group. Next to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students, the students from the Fire Spirit Academy looked like fragile twigs that couldn't withstand a gentle breeze. Many from the Fire Spirit Academy even grew alarmed as the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students charged towards them. They instinctively fell back, shouting hastily, "Stay away! Stop! The fight hasn't started yet. My God! How did they grow so big? How do we fight them? One of them can fight 100 of us." Chaos momentarily overtook the arena and the surrounding spectators' area. Li Wuchen was stunned at the sight of the group of fatties as well. Confusion fell over him. He had seen how Wang Baol looked when they had both been in college. He stared at the fatties before him and suddenly thought he might be hallucinating. He thought he saw 100 Wang Baoless charging at him. His breathing grew uneven, but he quickly recovered from his initial shock. His face darkened, and he clenched his teeth in anxiety. He saw how some of his students had retreated, alarmed by the opponent's forceful presence. Some of them even gasped in terror, causing the expression on his face to grow darker. He glared at them immediately, which finally stopped the terrified students from stepping back. They stopped their exclamations of shock and fear. They couldn't control the uncertainty in their hearts, though. They stared at Jean Duoji and the other Dao Mountain Mist Academy students, at their strong, muscular builds, and started trembling inside. The two commentators were confounded by the sudden group of fatties that had charged out towards them. It was as if they had overcompensated on their diet of vitamins and herbal supplements. They were sturdy like farm horses. Never in their wildest imagination could the two commentators have expected the Dao Mountain Mist Academy to appear in such a manner. Every one of those fatties held their chins high arrogantly and with great pride, exuding an air of superiority and invincibility. The two commentators were completely lost for words. Finally, the female commentator took a deep breath and struggled to say a few words. The students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy have a strong, forceful presence. Their sturdy and robust physiques are astonishing. They look confident. They seem assured of their victory today. As she spoke, she saw Wang Baol walking out from the corridors from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy's side. His appearance was like a savior descending from the heavens. Something else to talk about. She hurriedly spoke again. The team leader of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy is also their vice dean. I believe his name is familiar to everyone. He is Wang Baol. Wang Baol puffed his chest out and strolled out calmly. As he appeared, Jean Duoji and the other students started cheering loudly. All hail our mighty dean. Our dean is invincible. Li Wuchen will lose. The cheers drowned out the commentator's voice once more. Both commentators looked embarrassed as they tried to continue talking, but they didn't expect Wang Baol to pull out a large megaphone suddenly. He stood there and started speaking into the megaphone. His voice, augmented by the instrument, was many times louder than the commentators' voices, and it rang out across the entire stadium. Let's stop with the useless talk and begin the fight. Dao Mountain Mist Academy, show me what you've got. For this battle, we will stop at nothing but victory. The 100 students, including Jean Duoji, roared at the top of their lungs. Their veins bulged on their foreheads, and the energy within their bodies suddenly erupted at the same moment. Only 5 student contestants from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy had reached the Pulse Enrichment Stag. Those that reached the Physical Seal stage numbered 31, and the remaining students were at the Blood Chi stage. At that moment, when they let out a thunderous roar, the remaining students' Cultivation suddenly received a boost from their loud cheer. Their cultivation broke through in that instant and advanced straight into the physical seal stage. It sent the entire stadium into an uproar. A breakthrough at the same time. More than 50 people at one go. All these students are already very impressive. Their peak blood chi stage cultivation had clearly surpassed that of a typical cultivator. Now that they have had a breakthrough in cultivation, they will be even more powerful. This Wang Baol's really something. The spectators were all gasping in shock and wonder. The student contestants' parents, especially, having witnessed their children attain a breakthrough in cultivation in public before 100,000 people, were feeling extremely good about it. In reality, under Wang Baol's intensive cultivation, this group of people had already been on the verge of a breakthrough a few days ago. They had been held back by Wang Baol. He had wanted to give the Fire Spirit Academy, as well as the Martian administration, a surprise. A battle between ancient martial realm cultivators might seem like child's play to them. Even if they had arrived with the intention of watching the match, their interest wouldn't be held for long. It would be difficult to make this a memorable event for them. However, if more than half of the team achieved a breakthrough in cultivation simultaneously before a crowd of 100,000, that would create a publicity stunt and draw enough attention. It would be like bestowing despair upon the Fire Spirit Academy right before the battle started. It would crush their opponent's spirits and secure their own chances of victory. This was also a great opportunity for the students themselves. They had, after all, achieved a breakthrough in cultivation before the governor herself. The event carried a different weight and meaning as compared to them achieving a breakthrough in private and alone. To achieve victory in the friendly match immediately after that would help tremendously in building their self-confidence. That was why the simultaneous mass breakthrough in cultivation had been staged. The effect was indeed spectacular. Following the sudden spike in energy, the eruption, the thunderous roars, and the simultaneous advances in cultivation, the vitality and energy on the public square intensified more than tenfold. It sent everyone reeling back in shock, and the contestants from the Fire Spirit Academy were terrified out of their skins. The two commentators were shocked speechless. Their eyes popped out of their heads, and their jaws dropped. The expression on Li Wuchen's face was so dark that it couldn't get any blacker. He looked at the student contestants from Fire Spirit Academy. They were all pale in the face, and their breathing had become uneven. They had lost all hope of winning even before the match began. 100 fatties was nothing to be afraid of, but if every one of those fatties was at the physical seal stage, with vitality and energy that clearly surpassed that of an ordinary physical seal stage cultivator, then that was truly something to be terrified of. They were overwhelmed by terror and alarm. There was no time for them to react. The rules of the match didn't allow them to leave before they admitted defeat. Most importantly, the 100 students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy had experienced 3 months of painful and tedious cultivation and suffered 3 months of madness. They could barely control themselves and wanted desperately to unleash themselves and to release their pent-up emotions. As soon as Wang Baol gave the command, as soon as they broke through their current cultivation level and advanced to the next stage, they immediately charged at the Fire Spirit Academy students. The commentators hadn't even left the arena. A chaotic battle erupted in the middle of the public square. Battle cries, shouts of rage, screams of pain, howls of agony. A cacophony of noises resonated in the air. The students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy were like apex predators charging into the fray. They lunged madly like starving tigers at their prey. Their ferocious attacks rendered the Fire Spirit Academy students powerless, as they struggled to stand their ground and kept retreating. The spectators looked on, barely blinking. Every perspective and angle showed the Fire Spirit Academy was the weaker of the two teams. Standing behind, Li Wuchen started panicking. He shouted suddenly, "Execute Plan C! Form an array formation!" As Li Wuchen's voice rang out, the students from the Fire Spirit Academy scrambled amidst their terror to form an array formation. They had practiced this during their cultivation. The people from the various political forces started nodding their heads approvingly when they saw that. They approved of Li Wuchen's strategy. Using array formations to suppress the overpowering attacks of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy was the right thing to do. It did have an effect. Part of it was because of the array formations. Another part of it was because the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students lacked experience in such forms of battle. They were clearly inexperienced in coordinating their attacks for optimal impact. Wang Baol frowned at the sudden turn of events. He was clearly not happy as he raised his megaphone and shouted angrily into it. "Did you guys miss lunch? I give you 1 minute. After 1 minute, if there's still a single person standing on the other side, I'll no longer recognize you as one of my disciples. The time starts now." The 100 contestants from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy started breathing heavily when they heard what Wang Baol had said. Their eyes reddened instantly, Jin Duoji, especially. He panicked as soon as he imagined being expelled as Wang Baol's disciple. He howled and then charged ahead, a mountain of hard muscle, and started bending fingers. The rest did the same. They panicked and went mad. It was as if the god of war had suddenly possessed their bodies. They relied on their large, sturdy builds and higher cultivation level, and propelled themselves like missiles straight into their opponent's array formation. They were wild and ferocious and without reason. They moved blindly like a hurricane through clouds and swiftly like winds stirring fallen leaves. They bent fingers and wrists. They were like wolves set loose in a flock of sheep. Screams of pain, shouts, and crying resounded in the air across the entire stadium. The spectators watched, wide-eyed and with shock, at the scene unfolding before their eyes. They heard a loud buzzing in their heads. The Fire Spirit Academy students were all going mad. Many of them had started crying. "Shameless! All of you have no shame. Let go of my finger. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not fighting anymore. Save me, Daddy?" All manners of screams and cries for help rose and rang in the air. Jin Duoji swiftly caught the finger of his archenemy. The latter had beat him up then, outside the Battle-Axe Hotel. He bent the finger up sharply and shouted, "Calling Daddy won't help you now." The Martian administration, including both the governor as well as the giant tree, watched the chaotic battle on the public square with an odd expression on their faces. An even more shocking scene soon appeared that made their eyes pop out from their heads. Zhou Mei led the horde of muscular female students charging ferociously into the fray. Besides bending fingers and wrists, they were armed with another tactic: kicking the crotch. Zhou Mei's target was a student who had bullied her countless times. He had even blackmailed her. His father was a member of the colony disciplinary order. Zhou Mei had been soft-spoken and a little meek in the past, which was why she hadn't dared to speak to anyone about these encounters. She was now a changed person, and she dashed out and saw her chance, flinging her leg out in a kick that landed a perfect hit. "Let's see if you dare bully me again." The face of the student who had just been kicked in the crotch by Zhou Mei immediately turned pale as he clutched at his crotch and fell to the ground. A shrill scream many times louder than all the screams that had been heard in the arena pierced the air and rang out across the entire public square. Many from the Martian administration were utterly lost when they witnessed that scene. Zhou Mei's mother sat at the viewing platform. Seated next to her was a cultivator who was a good friend of hers, and he couldn't help but ask, "Is that Mayor?" The Martian administration looked on with shock as the chaotic battle unfolded on the public square before them. There had been too many surprises this day. First was the sturdy, muscular builds of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students and their overflowing vitality. Then came the simultaneous breakthrough in the cultivation of more than 50 students as they stepped into the physical seal stage. After that was the sudden madness that had taken over the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students after Wang Baol's single command when they were faced with the Fire Spirit Academy's array formation. When they charged towards the Fire Spirit Academy students, it was with a hint of murderous intent. It was a mere faint whiff, but it immediately caught the attention of the spectating crowd. Nearly all of them had experienced battle and deaths on the battlefield. They were extremely attuned towards such intentions of murder. These students were all children in their eyes, but after Wang Baol's intensive cultivation, they seemed to have shed their original skins in a short time. They might still retain some childlike qualities, but their eruption of murderous intent and their fearsome aura were qualities that made them fit more in this era. This was what had stirred the crowd. It was what had troubled them in the past, something that they had exasperated over. The better the family background, and the safer the environment, the more their children would differ from them. They would lack the harsh cultivation and the experience of war. They would become like flowers in a greenhouse, safe and fragile. They wouldn't be able to compare with the disciples of the 4 Tao colleges. The disciples from the colleges had to fight for everything they earned. They couldn't even compare with the disciples from the minor sects and minor political forces. They might win a friendly match, but when it came to a battle to the death, they would be the ones who were eventually killed. This was what was happening with the Tao Mountain Mist Academy and the Fire Spirit Academy. It was the strongest case being made. The Fire Spirit Academy students were weeping on the public square, every one of them screaming. They had lost all fight in them and were shuddering with fear. Their array formation was in shambles, and they fought to escape from their opponents. Every one of them couldn't run faster. The students from the Tao Mountain Mist Academy, on the other hand, stood mighty and tall and were ferocious. All 100 of them charged forward and tore into the Fire Spirit Academy students. They sent the latter scattering in chaos. There were even cases of one person charging after a dozen fleeing opponents. At this juncture, the friendly match had progressed to a point where the spectators were looking at one team overwhelmingly overpowering the other, aggressively and without mercy. The difference separating wolves and sheep stared them in the face. The startling difference was being exposed before the upper management of the Martian administration. Everyone fell silent. It mattered not if their children were the ones beating others up, or if their children were the ones being beaten up, or if their children weren't even participating in the friendly match. No one spoke. The comparison was too stark. The real-life battle scenario showed at one glance who was the weaker party and who the stronger. It didn't matter if the Tao Mountain Mist Academy students were bending fingers and wrists and kicking their opponents in the crotch. These might seem like underhanded attacks that were unpresentable, but to the Martian administration, no one would care about such things during an actual battle to the death. During such battles, a moment could decide one's survival or death, and a single mistake could result in the destruction of both their spirit and flesh. The more battle-worn a person was, the more he or she would approve of such tactics. The parents of the Tao Mountain Mist Academy students felt the same. They had seen the changes in their children's appearance, as well as the changes in their fighting spirit, their confidence level, the aura they exuded, as well as the level of their cultivation. That was why they approved of Wang Bao's cultivation and the growth their children had shown. They approved of how they had turned out and believed they would become the future pillars of society. The parents were roused with excitement, and they started looking at Wang Bao in a different light. Mayor's doing very well. Seated amongst the spectators, Zhou Mei's mother smiled, a flicker of comfort flashing across her eyes. In her opinion, physical appearance might be important, but it could be remedied with time. One's mental resilience and spirit, though, weren't something that could be cultivated within a day. She knew the fearsome appearance and fighting spirit the Tao Mountain Mist Academy students had put up before the match had all been a pretense. It had been a weak and false front. But after Wang Bao had thundered at them, they had bit the bullet and unleashed their fighting prowess. That had been what had overwhelmed the Fire Spirit Academy, and that had been when they had truly established their fighting spirit. Everything that happened before, be it the overpowering vitality or the sudden breakthrough in cultivation, had all been a building up to the final moment. It was all so that they could erupt with such a ferocious battle spirit. This Wang Bao not only possesses impressive personal qualities, but he is also talented in the grooming of others. The spectators had a short-lived discussion after their prolonged silence. The giant tree, who was sitting on the main viewing platform, frowned slightly and gave Wang Bao a meaningful look. He didn't wish for Wang Bao to attract too much attention on Mars, as it would affect his plans. However, he couldn't openly make life difficult for Wang Bao and had only done so secretly. He hadn't expected Wang Bao to use the friendly match to his advantage and turn the tides. At that thought, the giant tree sneaked a look at the governor beside him. The governor, dressed in red robes, had a blank expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. As long as she remained silent, the rest only dared to conduct their discussions in hushed tones. Chaos persisted on the public square. The Fire Spirit Academy students continued to be pursued relentlessly by the Tao Mountain Mist Academy students. Jean Duoji and Zhou Mei especially had become the leaders leading the chase. Explosions, cries, and howls continued to resound in the air. There's still one last step, the Martian governor in red who was witnessing everything murmured. As soon as she said that, Wang Baol, who was standing on the public square, frowned. He glared and yelled at Jean Duoji, who was chasing after the Fire Spirit Academy students excitedly. Jean Duoji, are you done fooling around? Wang Baol's voice was like a sudden boom of thunder. Jean Duoji, who had been fearless his entire life and hadn't even feared his own father, shuddered. He hastily shoved aside the excitement rising in his heart and remembered what Wang Baol had instructed them before the match. He stopped in his tracks and yelled at the sobbing Fire Spirit Academy students. Fire Spirit Academy? Do you admit defeat? All the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students started shouting as well. Do you admit defeat? The thundering roars of 100 people were an impressive sight indeed. It became an unreckonable force, and the students from the Fire Spirit Academy cried out in terror and shouted their defeat. Their admission of defeat was like oil splattered across a raging fire, causing the student contestants from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy started cheering loudly. They were excited and overwhelmed with emotions. They had won. Victory didn't belong to any single person. It belonged to all of them. At that moment, their pride at their teamwork and their self-confidence erupted. They were bursting at the seams with pride and joy. Something that had barely formed within them blossomed from their excitement and happiness. Inside each of them was a young sapling that had spread its roots deep in their hearts, and its presence would stay with them their entire lives. They might encounter obstacles in the future, but as long as the young sapling remained in their hearts, they would hold their heads high regardless of the challenges they met. They wouldn't yield to destiny so easily. Their bond, forged in battle, would run deeper than their friendships with other classmates. The spectating Martian administration witnessed the scene and were comforted by it. The parents of the victorious students were overwhelmed with excitement, and intense gratitude towards Wang Baol surged in their hearts. Wang Baol was equally pleased as he watched the excited looks on his students' faces. He felt as if something was still missing though if they simply ended it that way. He remembered what he had read from the high officials' autobiographies, and his eyes flashed. He inhaled a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and shouted, "Assemble!" As soon as he shouted the command, the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students, who had been cheering excitedly a moment earlier, immediately raced towards Wang Baol and lined up in neat rows behind him. Wang Baol didn't look at the students behind him but raised his head and looked directly at the Martian governor, who was seated on the elevated viewing platform in the distance. He cupped his fists in a salute and said loudly, "Esteemed Governor, your humble servant wishes to groom a platoon of cultivators for Mars, who will fight and go to war, who will never yield to the forces of evil and who will remain fearless in the face of adversity. They have won their first victory today, but they remain without a name. If you will forgive my insolence, I hereby request the governor to confer our platoon of Dao Mountain Mist Academy students with a platoon name." His words immediately shocked the Martian administration watching from the viewing platforms. Many had a strange glimmer in their eyes and looked at Wang Baol with shock. The eyes of the grateful parents also flashed. They not only found the proposal a fantastic idea, but they also began to realize Wang Baol's importance. To be able to think of such an idea, this kid is really something. He's not only a strong warrior, but he also has an extensive social network and is extremely quick on his feet. He's also adept at seizing opportunities when they present themselves. Wang Baol's future in the Federation will undoubtedly be bright. He will do great things. The expression on the faces of everyone on the viewing platforms underwent a series of changes. What Wang Baol had said had been brilliant. What he had done had been just right, without too much exaggeration or too little justification. He hadn't brought himself to the forefront but instead placed the students in the limelight. His request for a name for the student platoon had achieved a similar effect, accentuating his own value. What was most important was that, with the Martian governor's conferment, the Dao Mountain Mist Academy would no longer be one of two elites academies on Mars but the only one. The encouragement and inspiration that the students would receive from this christening would be unprecedented. It would elevate their gratitude for and loyalty towards the governor to an extreme. This strategy of Wang Baol not only resolved the potential problem of him overshadowing the students' glory due to their fanatic devotion to him, but it also served as a devious way to suck up to the governor. Once the platoon was conferred a title, Wang Baol's own reputation would accompany the birth of the name and go down in Martian history. As long as the platoon and its name remained, the mark Wang Baol left on Mars would never be erased. Such a string of simple words could have been uttered by anyone. However, the meaning and significance hidden within were multi-layered. After all, whether one could think of saying something like that, and whether one dared to say something like that in front of such a large audience, and whether one even had the opportunity to say something like that, all these factors culminated in Wang Baol impressing everyone in the stadium. The Dao Mountain Mist Academy dean was shaking with excitement and agitation at present. He thought of the glory and honor that he would receive if the governor did confer the student platoon. It wouldn't rival that of Wang Baol, but as the dean of the academy, his contributions would also not be easily forgotten. It meant that once he left his current role and returned to Earth, his new position wouldn't be as lowly as the one originally planned for him. The thought moved him, and he felt immense gratitude towards Wang Baol. To the Fire Spirit Academy, though Wang Baol's request was a complete nightmare. The faces of the dean and teachers immediately went pale. They looked as if they were on the verge of tears. They were powerless, though. They stared at Li Wuchen with anger, regret, and sorrow. Why did you have to offend him? Li Wuchen was equally pale. He felt bitter and couldn't speak a single word. Since the moment the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students' fighting spirit had erupted, he had known that he had lost. It had been a complete and utter defeat. He had not only lost to Wang Baol in a one-to-one fight, but he couldn't even compete against Wang Baol when it came to grooming students. He was unwilling to admit defeat, however. He thought of his family background and his future. He thought about many things. His body shook violently when he heard Wang Baol asking for a christening of the student platoon. He raised his head and stared at Wang Baol, a myriad of emotions and thoughts stirring inside him. Intense envy, a feeling he had never experienced in his entire life, suddenly surged within him. There were people who were delighted, people who had mixed feelings, people who were excited, and people who fell into despair. The stadium gradually descended into silence. The Fire Spirit Academy students hung their heads in defeat while the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students' breathing grew uneven from their excitement and anxiety, their eyes shining with anticipation and nervousness. The two teams played out a stark contrast on the public square. The Martian governor, dressed in her red robes, looked at the excitement in their eyes, and a smile slowly unfurled on her face. What she had meant by one last step earlier had referred to the admission of defeat. It didn't matter if they had decimated the Fire Spirit Academy team. This might have given them confidence, but it wouldn't have instilled the idea of team honor and glory in their minds. That could only be achieved by driving fear into their enemies' hearts and forcing a complete surrender. This meant that the Fire Spirit Academy wasn't admitting defeat to a single person, but to the entire team. After she heard Wang Baol's request, she gave him a deep and meaningful look. Her gaze shifted and swept across the excited students, and she pondered for a while. Then, with encouragement in her eyes, she rose from her seat. Those with great ambitions will travel the skies and reach for the stars. Their achievements will soar through the clouds and be sung throughout the lands. I name you, the Soaring Cloud Student Platoon. As soon as the governor spoke, cheers exploded in the entire stadium. Members of the Martian administration who were present were all visibly affected. What the governor had said meant the world to the students. The atmosphere in the stadium reached its climax following the governor's proclamation. Everyone from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy was overwhelmed with excitement and happiness, and the students started cheering uncontrollably. The dean and the teachers from the Fire Spirit Academy, on the other hand, hung their heads in bitter defeat. Wang Baol witnessed the scene before him and was immeasurably pleased. He extended a deep bow towards the governor. My utmost gratitude to the governor. The Martian governor gave Wang Baol another deep, meaningful look before turning away, leaving the arena in the company of the giant tree. The Dao Mountain Mist Academy students on the public square saw the governor and her people leave and unleashed the full extent of their joy. Their booming cheers rose to the sky as they let loose their youthful joy and excitement without restraint. Excitement and chaos took over the entire stadium. The departing Martian governor heard the deafening ruckus behind her and smiled faintly. Wang Baol, he's an interesting fellow. The Soaring Cloud student platoon became famous after the friendly match between the two academies. The name spread across the entire Mars, and the Federation's live stream of the match resulted in their rising fame in the Federation as well. Wang Baol's name once again became a household name in the Federation. He had also firmly established himself on Mars. After the friendly match ended, he gathered all the student contestants and got them to thank their parents for their support. They started chatting happily. Before long, quite a few students from the Fire Spirit Academy submitted their transfer requests to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. With Wang Baol's earlier instructions to Lin Tianhao to broadcast his declaration on the rented spirit screens, the overwhelming victory and recognition from the governor resulted in Wang Baol gaining 2 new titles. He wasn't only a famed educator, but he was also the founder of the Soaring Cloud student platoon. This was a platoon that he had groomed and trained personally. As the Dao Mountain Mist Academy grew stronger, the platoon would increase in numbers as well. Wang Baol looked forward to that with great anticipation. He knew that with his current status, it would be difficult for the giant tree to stir trouble for him. In terms of self-defense abilities, I'm already many times stronger than I was before. Wang Baol thought proudly. The danger he had felt due to the giant tree's presence still remained. However, he no longer felt as stressed about it. If he tried to order me to do something forcibly in the past, I wouldn't have been able to fight against his orders. Now, with my 2 sparkling halos, I might not be able to fight him head-on yet, but at least I have the power to not do exactly as he orders. Wang Baol was immensely pleased with himself. He felt he had finally established a firm footing on Mars. With the Fire Spirit Academy's defeat, Wang Baol naturally won the bet with Li Wuchen. From now on, whenever Li Wuchen saw him, he would have to address Wang Baol as his grandpa. Just as Wang Baol was looking forward eagerly to being addressed as grandpa, he found out that Li Wuchen had gone into seclusion. This made Wang Baol really unhappy. Is he trying to sneak his way out of a bet? It's just a simple form of address. What's he got to be such a sore loser for? Wang Baol felt that Li Wuchen was really a petty loser. He pulled out his voice transmission ring and sent a transmission to Su Jinjing of the Battle Axe Hotel, instructing the latter to build another 500 battle axes. They were all to be placed outside the hotel and facing the Fire Spirit Academy. The 500 battle axes with their malicious aura terrified the wits out of the Fire Spirit Academy dean. He was of the mind to seek Li Wuchen out for a chat and persuade the latter to give in to Wang Baol. That would easily resolve the matter. He knew that they were college mates and could tell that this was merely a petty dispute between 2 people who happened to dislike one another. Li Wuchen immediately refused. He was mad with jealousy at the moment, and there was no way he would give in to Wang Baol. He comforted himself by telling himself that one shouldn't be superstitious. They were only 500 battle axes. They were nothing to be frightened of. However, there might really be something to the superstition surrounding the Battle Axe Hotel. News about the governor's displeasure with the Fire Spirit Academy soon started spreading. She had some comments about their education methodology and especially their performance during the friendly match. The news made Li Wuchen's heart shudder. He couldn't help but recall the stories relating to the Fire Spirit Academy and the Battle Axe Hotel. He hadn't yet decided whether to give in to Wang Baol when his transfer orders arrived. It was the direct orders from the Martian administration. He was to be transferred out from Mars and back to the Federation on Earth. This had been Li Wuchen's oversight. The defeat during the friendly match had earned the unhappiness and displeasure of more than 100 parents who wielded power and authority on Mars. Regardless of what kind of family background Li Wuchen came from, he stood no chance against their unified stand. This was a complete and utter failure where Li Wuchen was concerned, and he quietly left the planet. All of a sudden, Battleaxe Hotel's popularity spiked. Following Li Wuchen's departure, the next vice dean of the Fire Spirit Academy arrived days later, making an impressive and dramatic appearance on Mars. A loud explosion thundered inside the Martian colony city port that day. It came from the skies and resounded across the entire city. Wild winds howled fiercely in the heavens as a startling and overwhelming presence spread across the sky. The loud explosion and the overpowering presence sent the skyport staff reeling back in shock and alarm. They raised their heads skyward as a cruiser, the likes of which they had never before seen in their entire lives, descended gradually from the skies. Perhaps it could no longer be called a cruiser. It was 10,000 feet long, with the appearance of a stronghold, and from afar, it dazzled glaringly. Anyone who had their eyes on it would soon find their eyes tearing from the blinding glare. It was like a small sun. The eyes of the skyport staff, the residents of the Martian colony city, as well as many pedestrians were immediately drawn to the site of the sun's stronghold as soon as it appeared. My God! What is that? It looks like a star, but the size seems weird. In Zone 12, within the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, on the public square, Wang Baol was supervising Jean Duoji and the other students in their cultivation. He froze as well when he saw the dazzling light in the sky. A bomb! Wang Baol tensed immediately. Jean Duoji lifted his head hastily. He took a look and seemed uncertain, so he took another, closer look. Then he spoke sullenly. Dean, that's not a bomb. The awful jerk Jean Duoming is here. He loves to show off, so he's arrived in his stronghold. Humph! Of course, it's not a bomb. Wang Baol glared, but he released a sigh of relief secretly. Then he asked curiously, Is Jean Duoming your brother? Dean, do I look that old to you? Jean Duoming's my uncle. We're completely different people. He's an idiot with too much money to spare, while I'm so much smarter than him, never spending my money needlessly. Jean Duoji sighed, then suddenly seemed so proud of himself. Wang Baol gave Jean Duoji a strange look but coughed and remained silent. He was curious about Jean Duoming's arrival. They had crossed paths on the moon when the youth had made an exchange with his dermic armament. He had indirectly been an invaluable help to Wang Baol when they had been in the mystic lunar realm. It's getting crowded on Mars. Since Jean Duoming's here, I should find a chance and pay him a visit, Wang Baol thought. Beside him, Jean Duoji stared at the stronghold in the distant sky and snorted. My uncle has many interests. He's especially obsessed with pretty women. I'm guessing that he has his eye on some girl on Mars. Otherwise, with his personality, coming to Mars is like being cast into hell. Wang Baol heard that, and he remembered Jean Duoming's procession on the moon. He sighed, feeling almost envious. He thought about asking his father when he returned home if they had any relatives they hadn't been keeping in contact with. There might just be a filthy rich relative they hadn't heard of. His grandfather especially. Where exactly was he? He remembered asking that question when he was a young boy. His father had remained silent then. Wang Baol suddenly found that really peculiar. Something wasn't right. It caused him to grow excited all of a sudden. Maybe I do have a mysterious, filthy rich grandfather. As Wang Baol immersed himself happily in his strange imagination, a commotion stirred amongst a great portion of the Martian colony city public. Numerous cruisers dashed from the various city zones in the Martian city towards the skyport. They were all of uniform appearance, silver and with a smooth, fluid form. They looked to be from the same political force, as well as looking very expensive. Hundreds of such cruisers sped towards the skyport. They seemed to hold certain privileged access that allowed them to disregard the port defenses and array formation. They passed through both without a hitch and landed on the largest public square in the skyport, and then, more than 1,000 cultivators alighted. The cultivators were dressed in the same attire. They immediately spread out and redirected other cruisers out of the area and cleared out a wide perimeter, then lined up in neat rows. After that, they lowered their heads and waited. The sight shocked everyone in the port as they recognized the silver cruisers and the uniforms. They stared at the vast stronghold in the sky, which was making a slow descent into the port, and gasped. The Trillionaris Corporation. The guys from the Trillionaris Corporation actually came to receive whoever's in the stronghold. Whoever's inside must be some important figure in the Trillionaris Corporation. The sky stronghold gradually approached amidst everyone's shock. Its appearance became more distinct, and everyone soon saw that it was built out of a custom-made diamond. The diamond was extraordinarily hard, even harder than mystic silver. It conducted spirit chi extremely well and hence was an essential ingredient in the crafting of dermic armaments. The novelty of dermic armaments meant that any of its ingredients were also extremely costly. To use such a costly material to build an entire stronghold of such enormous proportions, the cost of its production must be unimaginable. It was beyond extravagant. The stronghold approached as everyone's breathing grew uneven, dazzling with its blinding light. Everyone had to focus their spirit chi in their eyes in order to protect their eyes against the blinding glare of such a massive entity. The outer shell of the stronghold was covered in countless inscriptions. Between the lines of inscriptions were cannons built out of special spirit stones. The stronghold wasn't only striking and overwhelming in its sheer size and appearance, but its battle capabilities were equally impressive. There was no doubt it would send the earth shaking should it release its full power. As the crowd stood in awe, a deafening thunder resounded in the air. The enormous stronghold finally landed. The doors to the stronghold opened, and a dozen large men in black walked out. Every one of them possessed impressive cultivation. Behind them followed a dozen beautiful female servants of all races and ethnicities. At the tail of the long procession was Jean Duoming. He wasn't dressed in his floral pants. Jean Duoming had on a pair of black aviator sunglasses and a formal suit, and his near-shoulder-length hair swayed lightly in the breeze as he walked out. He had a lazy smile on his face, and 3 puppets trailing behind him, 1 male puppet, 1 female puppet, and 1 monster puppet. Each puppet was dressed in armor. The waves of spirit energy exuding from the armor were clear proof that the armor was more powerful than the puppets themselves. "Greetings, young master." As soon as Jean Duoming stepped out from the stronghold, the 1,000-odd cultivators lined up in the square cupped their fists and bowed deeply towards him. Their booming voices were like thunder, resonating in the air. Jean Duoming seemed accustomed to such treatment wherever he went. He didn't say anything as he stepped onto another cruiser under the escort of the 1,000-odd men. The hundreds of cruisers soon lifted into the air and clustered protectively around the cruiser where Jean Duoming sat, speeding towards Zone 12. Everyone who caught sight of the procession of cruisers was stunned by the elaborate scene. It was simply too striking a sight. The cruisers looked like countless spirit stones dashing across the sky. "It's so nice to be rich." Envious mutters could be heard in the crowd that watched the cruisers fly away. On the way to Zone 12, Jean Duoming sat in his cruiser, his head on the laps of 2 beautiful female cultivators. He nibbled at the fruit slices prepared by another female cultivator while taking his sunglasses off. He looked at the stern, middle-aged man reporting before him. "Young master, this year the Trillionaris Corporation has made a profit of the following in the Martian colony city. Old Lee, just report this to my dad. You know I don't care about this." Jean Duoming yawned and interrupted the man's speech. The middle-aged man grimaced and shook his head. He lifted his head and looked at Jean Duoming. He realized that the young master's cultivation was now at the Foundation Establishment realm, and his Foundation Establishment core was clearly not formed from fragments but from a fully intact artifact. He eyed the 3 puppets standing beside Jean Duoming, sighed, and spoke again quietly. "Young master, the political situation on Mars is chaotic and somewhat sensitive. Perhaps we should keep a low profile." He was obviously talking about the stronghold. Jean Duoming laughed when he heard that. He sat up and said softly, "My dad keeps a low enough profile for the both of us. If I do that as well, our Trillionaris Corporation will be in serious trouble. Let's not talk about that. Old Lee, I asked you to prepare a dossier on Lee. Is it ready?" The man had been deep in thought because of the first half of what Jean Duoming had said, and he smiled wryly when he heard the second half. He pulled out a jade slip with an odd look on his face and handed it to Jean Duoming. Jean Duoming's eyes shone. He grabbed the jade slip and started reading, his eyes flashing with excitement after reading. He smacked his thigh. Li is quite something. That's the girl that Jean Duoming, have my eyes on. She's actually the assistant to the deputy governor. She's got a bright future ahead of her. At the thought of Li, the flames of passion became ignited inside Jean Duoming. When he had first seen Li in the mystic lunar realm, he had immediately been drawn to her well-endowed figure. He had felt himself falling for her. Even though he had experienced that feeling for more than 200 times in his life, this didn't lessen his excitement and passion each time. He had come to Mars in order to court Li, but since he was going to be here, he might as well get an official appointment. Coincidentally, the position of the Fire Spirit Academy Vice Dean was currently vacant. As a result, he was now the new Vice Dean of Fire Spirit Academy. Jean Duoming was well aware of the stories surrounding the Battleaxe Hotel and the Fire Spirit Academy. He had been quite proud of them once upon a time. The Battleaxe Hotel might not be a trillionaires corporation asset, but it did, to some degree, belong to their family. Jean Duoming wasn't concerned that the hotel was currently under Wang Bao's ownership. He wasn't someone so easily cowed by rumors. He arrived at the Fire Spirit Academy with his vast fleet and was personally received by the dean and other academy staff. He saw the 500 battle axes outside the hotel, just across the road. Despite his firm belief in his great fortune and that he had nothing to fear about the rumors, the sight of 500 battle axes still sent Jean Duoming gasping privately. He deliberated for a while before deciding to resolve the matter himself instead of seeking Wang Bao out. The first thing he did when he came into office at the Fire Spirit Academy was to instruct someone to build an enormous shield and erect it outside the Fire Spirit Academy to shield against the malicious intent directed from the battle axes. The shield was enormous. Its production was swiftly completed, and the news of it quickly spread throughout the city and was known by the public. Wang Bao naturally found out as well. He might have raised an eyebrow and questioned the move if it had been someone else who had done it, but Jean Duoming was the one who had done it, and Wang Bao liked the guy. He sent a message to Su Jinjing at the Battleaxe Hotel and got all the battle axes removed. Of course, the original battle axe, the one that had given the hotel its name, remained, though Wang Bao instructed for it to be shifted so that its blade faced another direction. The competition with the Fire Spirit Academy had, in reality, ended with the friendly match and the governor's personal conferment of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy student platoon. The Fire Spirit Academy's reputation was dragged down after the entire fiasco, and the Dao Mountain Mist Academy had become the only elites academy in the entire Martian colony. The academy basked in their elevated status and fame. There was no reason for Wang Bao to continue his fight with the other academy. Even with Jean Duoming's new appointment, Wang Bao felt that they could just stay in their own lanes and mind their own business. That was why he had initiated the removal of the battle axes, as a show of goodwill. As the entire fiasco with the Fire Spirit Academy came to an end, Wang Bao turned his attention towards his own cultivation. Despite having spent some time cultivating the students and preparing for the friendly match the past 3 months, Wang Bao hadn't paused his own cultivation. The mystic lunar realm incident had left a lasting impression on Wang Bao. He knew that the foundation on which he established his strength and reputation was built on his cultivation and his battle strength. That was why he had been diligently practicing the Lightning Dao, first volume. Even though Wang Bao hadn't made any significant headway in the powerful Dark Corpse face art, his diligence practicing the Lightning Dao, first volume had brought him close to mastering the first tier of the mystic technique. Once I hit the second level of the Lightning Dao first volume, I'll be able to break through to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. I'll be able to create the second lightning tattoo and condense a heavenly thunder. It's a pity that the Dark Corpse face art is so difficult to master. Wang Bao was happy and frustrated at the same time. His joy stemmed from his cultivation nearing his peak early-stage cultivation level. His frustration stemmed from his inability to sense the negative spirit body mentioned in the Dark Corpse face art. If he couldn't even sense it, how could he form dark fire? He had tried casting aside his sense of shame and making a visit to the hallucination realm. He had consulted little Missy, but she had a look on her face that clearly expressed her belief in how easy the mystic art was. The look on her face had also expressed her disbelief at his failure to master the mystic art, considering how simple it was. It had been a severe blow to Wang Baol's pride. After he had left the hallucination realm, Wang Baol bit the bullet and attempted countless tries. Every attempt had sent freezing chills and spasms shuddering through his body and left him in extreme agony. He had almost despaired about ever learning the mystic art. Fortunately, just as he was in the depths of his despair, he reached a breakthrough in his refinement of artifacts which boosted his self-confidence. He had already been crafting fourth-grade numinous treasures since he had arrived on Mars, and he felt he would soon be capable of crafting fifth-grade numinous treasures. What's stopping me from succeeding is not my technique but my cultivation, Wang Baol pondered as anticipation flashed across his eyes. He was confident that when his cultivation reached the mid-stage foundation establishment realm, he would have the capacity to refine fifth-grade numinous treasures. Time passed steadily. 7 days soon flew by. During this period, Wang Baol handed all administrative matters of the academy to Lin Tianhao while he went into seclusion. He soon reached the peak of the first level of the Lightning Dao, first volume, stepping into the perfected early-stage foundation establishment realm. He was but one step away from his breakthrough. I'll definitely reach a breakthrough within a month. Wang Baol assessed his current cultivation and concluded. He was satisfied with his current rate of progress. During his cultivation, as the devouring seed continued inhaling and exhaling spirit qi, his green lotus had gained an increasing liveliness. It had strengthened visibly alongside his physical body. Just as Wang Baol intended to work tirelessly towards the mid-stage foundation establishment realm without rest, he received a message from Li. Wang Baol frowned upon reading Li Yi's transmission. He had half a mind to ignore it until Li Yi informed him hurriedly that she had brought along almost every brand and type of snack available on Mars. Wang Baol gasped when he heard that. He realized Li Yi must want something really important from him very badly. Any other reasonable person would not have done what she had done. Even though I am an immensely charming man, so attractive that she'd fall head over heels for me, I'm not so charming that she'd go to this extent. Wang Baol frowned. A cold glint flashed in his eyes before he immediately sent a message to Lin Tianhao and got the latter to quickly verify Li Yi's appointment on Mars. Lin Tianhao dared not keep Wang Baol waiting. He hurriedly sought the help of people he knew and soon got back to Wang Baol. When Wang Baol found out that Li Yi was serving as an assistant to the giant tree, alarm bells started ringing, and his wariness of her spiked. He narrowed his eyes and considered his options. After a long while, he decided to decline meeting Li Yi. Just as Wang Baol was about to turn Li Yi down, little Missy's voice rang clearly in her head. There was a hint of hostility in her cool voice as she spoke. Let's go meet this vampish woman. I want to find out what exactly she is plotting. Wang Baol immediately sensed the clear enmity in little Missy's words. He blinked, then coughed. He was secretly pleased. After thinking a while longer, he replied Li Yi and agreed to meet her for lunch at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy canteen. Li Yi was presently sitting in the deputy governor's office building, and her eyes flashed when she read Wang Baol's reply. She smirked, pleased. This horrible fatty looks exactly like a pervert. I don't believe he can resist my charms. Li Yi had full confidence in herself. In reality, she had been both pleased and troubled during this period. She had been troubled by Trillionaris Corporation's Jean Duoming and his relentless attempts at courtship. She barely felt anything for him, not even dislike. However, his behavior was affecting her practice of the heartless willow art. This displeased her greatly. On the other hand, she was also pleased. Jean Duoming had been a boost to her self-confidence in her own appeal. Men are all pigs. Li Yi pulled out her mirror and started gazing at her reflection. She sighed and lamented at how beautiful she was. Then, she made herself even more presentable, rose to her feet, and trotted over to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Li Yi soon arrived at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy canteen, her voluptuous figure once again drawing the attention of all students. Her confidence grew as she felt the scorching stares directed at her. When she sat down, her back made the perfect silhouette of an exquisite hourglass. Many students dining in the canteen were swallowing their saliva and staring at Wang Baol, who was sitting opposite Li Yi with envy. Li Yi smiled demurely and with coyish eyes, pulled out a storage bracelet and placed it before Wang Baol. Baol, these are the snacks I bought you? Wang Baol stared at the snacks, then at Li Yi, his eyes lingering on her shapely curves. Little Missy snorted coldly in his head, and the sudden ringing almost deafened Wang Baol. That's quite interesting. It hadn't been so obvious the last time, but it's a lot stronger this time. This little witch is practicing the heartless willow art, and she intends to use you to master it. Little Missy's voice rang out clearly in Wang Baol's head. Wang Baol froze when he heard what she had said. Little Missy then started to explain what that particular mystic art entailed. After hearing the requirements for mastering the mystic art, Wang Baol's eyes widened. He stared at Li Yi with incredulity and disbelief. Li Yi clearly misunderstood his stare. Her pretty face blushed, and she seemed to recall something and hastily lifted her head. She leaned towards Wang Baol and whispered, Baol, besides delivering snacks to you, I also have some news for you. Xianxia's been deployed to Mars as well. He'll be here in a few days. He's been appointed to the colony disciplinary order. There's also Kong Dao. Do you still remember him? He's the president's godson. He's actually been deployed to the Martian military a while back. The two of them are holding actual political power, especially Xianxia. I know they're not exactly friendly with you. I was afraid you didn't know about them and would be trapped in an unfavorable situation. That's why I've come here to inform you. Wang Baol watched as Li Yi pretended to be concerned as she shared the information with him and felt put off by her pretense. He started sulking as he wondered if he really was a true son of Earth. That was why his luck had taken a turn for the worse ever since he had left Earth. That had been the case when he had been on the moon, and now that he was on Mars, the same thing was happening again. First had been his unfortunate meeting with a formidable foe, the giant tree. Next had been his encounter with Li Wuchen. After having finally settled down and gotten himself on firm ground, he still hadn't yet resolved the problem that was the giant tree. To make things worse, Li Yi had started eyeing him and had also brought him news of worse things to come. Why have all my enemies come to Mars? This is just... Frustration simmered inside Wang Baol. He felt as if all his enemies had suddenly come together while his friends had not. He felt alone in his fight. Fortunately, I've made an ally out of my former enemy Lin Tianhao, else things would just be a disaster. There must be some conspiracy going on. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He stared at Li Yi, then suddenly asked, Who approved their transfer orders? Li Yi gave Wang Baol a deep, meaningful look when she heard his question. She was deep in thought for some time. Then she leaned into him further. Wang Baol could smell the perfume wafting from her body. She had sprayed it before she came to the academy as she had heard that it could ignite a man's desires. The deputy governor? Wang Baol smiled as he breathed in the perfume from Li Yi's body and listened to her words. His heart rose to his throat. He finally understood now. The giant tree wasn't able to make life difficult for him too openly, so he had transferred all of Wang Baol's former enemies over to Mars to help him do the deed. This didn't seem like a simple matter of getting others to gang up on him. The giant tree might be plotting something. However, despite his diligent reading of the high officials' autobiographies, he had no idea what the giant tree was planning. This is so troublesome. Wang Baol sighed. He threw a glance at Li Yi. You must really like me to share this information with me. You bought me so many snacks too. Fine, let's go to my room. You can help me with my bath. Wang Baol got to his feet. He had a look of exasperation on his face when he stared at Li Yi. Li Yi sucked in a breath. If she weren't so concerned about destroying this mood that she had so carefully built with so much effort, she would flip the table on him right now. She struggled to calm down and forced a smile on her face. Baol, it's not a good time for me today. I have to go now, Li Yi said hastily and prepared to leave. Wang Baol's eyes glimmered. He smiled and walked her part of the way out. He watched as Li Yi stepped out from the school gates. Then he turned, the smile he had on his face vanishing without a trace. So what if I'm surrounded by enemies? Wang Baol snorted inwardly. If it had only been the giant tree alone, he might have considered leaving Mars. However, he had settled in comfortably and made a name for himself on the planet. Now that so many people he couldn't get along with were all gathered here, he decided against leaving after all. What do I have to be afraid of? They weren't my match when they were on Earth, and they couldn't beat me when we were on the moon. Now that we're on Mars, I can still hold my own and overpower them. At that thought, Wang Baol suddenly felt full of aspiration and ambition. He raced towards his residence and went right back into seclusion. He had made up his mind to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation as soon as possible. After all, cultivation was the foundation for everything. Wang Baol was aware that if he were at the core formation realm now, the threat posed by the people he disliked would be superficial at best. Even Li Yi, who had intended to use him to master her mystic art. So what? He'd make her pay twice the price for her decision. After he was done with her, she would be left with nothing but the shirt on her back. As Wang Baol returned to his residence and resumed his seclusion, as Li Yi walked out from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy and left in her cruiser, Jin Duoming sat inside Fire Spirit Academy, gnashing his teeth as he watched what was showing on the spirit screen before him. The spirit screen showed a clear audiovisual recording of Li Yi and Wang Baol in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy canteen. Their heads were lowered as they sat close to and murmured softly to each other. A smile had blossomed on Li Yi's face in the recording, and she had a coquettish look in her eyes. Wang Baol was smiling as well. His eyes were narrowed as if he was enjoying her presence as well as the perfume wafting off her body. After Jin Duoming had found out that Li Yi had been headed for the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, he had pulled some strings and paid a student of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy to film the recording. Since he had arrived on Mars a few days ago, he hadn't gone to the extent of visiting Li Yi every day, but he had sent multiple messages proclaiming his love for her. Li Yi had ignored his attention, which sparked a greater interest in her. To improve his chances, he had arranged for someone to keep tabs on Li Yi. That way, he would know her every move. That was what had resulted in the current situation. He hadn't wanted to make a big show of it. There were people who knew, but they weren't many. He had only arrived on Mars just a while ago, after all. But more would find out that he was courting Li Yi after another week or so. The news of his courtship would definitely spread like wildfire then. Li Yi, Wang Baol. Jin Duoming stared at the two figures on the screen and gnashed his teeth. He was torn inside. He knew about what had happened to Wang Baol in the mystic lunar realm, and he thought they could be friends. He didn't wish to make an enemy of him unless it was the last resort. But it's just not right to go after a friend's love interest. Jin Duoming took a deep breath. He was torn about the entire matter. At the same time, based on what he knew and had found out, he simply could not believe that Wang Baol and Li Yi would become a couple. He turned towards the female cultivator beside him and asked, Duo, say a man and a woman are always hostile to each other whenever they meet. They get into fights with each other countless times. Is there a possibility for them to fall in love with each other and become a couple? The female cultivator by the name of Duo smiled as she sliced the fruits up. She spoke. Young master, the possibility of such things happening is high. You don't understand women. From how I see it, Li Yi has a strong interest in Wang Baol. This is what we call a bickering couple. When Jin Duoming heard what Duo called them, he smacked his forehead. Hidden behind his palm, his eyes revealed a deep, considering look. When he removed his hand from his eyes, the look disappeared. Replacing it was a look of agitation and fury. He pulled out a purple jade slip and pressed it hard. The enormous stronghold that had been parked in the Martian sky port shuddered immediately. Under the stunned gazes of everyone in the port, the pilotless stronghold rose into the air and sped at top speed towards Zone 12, where the Fire Spirit Academy stood. On its way, it caught the eyes of many people. The stronghold soon reached the Fire Spirit Academy. Jin Duoming entered the stronghold, and it once again roared to life and charged towards the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Everything happened within half an hour. Wang Baol was just about to begin his meditation when the stronghold appeared in the skies above the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Its appearance shocked the academy's teachers and students, and a commotion stirred in the school. What the hell is that? My God! Look at the inscriptions on that thing. It's too much. Is this the legendary space stronghold? As the students and teachers stood stunned, Jean Duoming's voice rang out from inside the stronghold. Wang Baol, your friend is here. Won't you join me for a chat? Jean Duoming's voice rang out. A balcony appeared on the outer shell of the stronghold, and Jean Duoming stood on the balcony and gazed at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy below. His visit didn't mean that he believed that Wang Baol and Li Yi were dating. He simply felt Wang Baol a threat and wanted to impress and intimidate. That was the reason for his particular choice of entrance. Wang Baol walked out of his residence as Jean Duoming's voice rang out into the air. He raised his head and saw the majestic stronghold before him and gasped. He had only managed to catch a glance of the stronghold from afar a few days ago and hadn't gotten a clear look at it. Now that it was hovering right before his eyes in midair, he finally got a close look at it. It's just too lavish. Wang Baol realized what the stronghold was made of and became even more shocked. He felt the aura of extravagance that belonged only to the filthy rich exploding from the stronghold. It seemed to be able to overwhelm everything. Compared to this, what the senator's children had been showing off during the ethereal fruit feast had been peanuts. What they had then paled in comparison. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes at Jean Duoming's invitation. He considered how Li Yi had just left, and here Jean Duoming was mere steps behind her. He wondered if there was something to it. He was confident in his own abilities, though. Besides, this was his turf. He wasn't going to be cowed by Jean Duoming's impressive entrance. He raced towards the stronghold in the sky and, in an instant, landed on the balcony. He stood before Jean Duoming and turned towards the latter. Fellow Taoist Jean, you've made quite a grand entrance. What's the reason for it? Jean Duoming stared at Wang Baol. He had always been a straightforward guy and had no intentions to beat around the bush. He said very openly, Wang Baol, I'm interested in Li Yi. Can you not compete with me for her affections? We're good friends, after all. I'll let you have anything else you want. Wang Baol froze. He didn't expect Jean Duoming to make such a dramatic entrance just for this. His heart rate sped up, and his eyes started shining brightly. Jean Duoming was practically signing him a blank check. He stared at Jean Duoming, blinked and tried his luck. A 9th grade dermic armament? Jean Duoming fell silent when he heard what Wang Baol had asked for. A moment longer he spoke in a weak voice. Do you have a 9th grade dermic armament? How about I give up on Li Yi if you give me one? Wang Baol burst out into laughter when he heard what Jean Duoming had said. What he had asked for was an impossible thing. He hadn't really believed that Jean Duoming would give him an actual 9th grade dermic armament. Can't you be serious about this, Wang Baol? I'm very serious. Jean Duoming sighed. He had made a grand entrance with his stronghold and his opening speech. Everything had pointed to his immense wealth. The atmosphere he had created, though, had been partially dispelled with Wang Baol's simple question. Fine, I'll be more serious. Taoist Jean, how about an 8th grade dermic armament? I, Wang Baol, swear I'll give up on Li Yi. No matter how crazily in love Li Yi is with me, I'll turn her down without mercy. I'm even willing to go to the extent of beating her up just so that she'll give up completely on me. Wang Baol thumped his chest. When he made his proclamation, he also stared at Jean Duoming with anticipation in his eyes. He seemed prepared to offer a whole range of after-sales and value-added services if they sealed the deal. Jean Duoming could feel a headache coming. He hadn't expected Wang Baol's reaction. He sensed that Wang Baol seemed to be very excited at the prospect of negotiating with him. Logically speaking, shouldn't he first feel pressured at his own forcefulness? This would allow Jean Duoming to soften his stance after and let them come to a compromise in the end. Wang Baol, are you interested in continuing this talk at all? Do you really intend to fight me for Li Yi? Jean Duoming inhaled a deep breath and asked solemnly. Taoist Jean, you're being a miser. Li Yi's such a great girl. She's got a great face, great figure. Even if she's not worth a 9th grade dermic armament, shouldn't she at least be worth an 8th grade dermic armament? All right. How about a 7th grade dermic armament? That should be okay, right? Wang Baol sighed. He looked as if he was on the losing end of a deal. Wang Baol, are you taking me for a fool? A 7th grade dermic armament? If I give her a 7th grade dermic armament right now, do you not believe that she'll immediately agree to be my girlfriend? Jean Duoming raised his eyebrow. He gave Wang Baol a look of displeasure as frustration simmered inside him. It was true that he was courting Li Yi, but even he didn't believe she was worth a 7th grade dermic armament. This was, after all, completely different from when he had been in the mystic lunar realm. Then, he had made a bet with someone and had been missing a single fragment. That one step away from his goal and his bet had resulted in the eventual trade. That and his current courtship were two completely different matters. No one knew how he had established his yardstick. However, it was clear that he simply felt that he was the one on the losing end of the deal if he made an exchange with a 7th grade dermic armament. Wang Baol thought for a bit after hearing what Jean Duoming had said. He seemed to agree with him and started feeling slightly bad for even suggesting it in the first place. He sighed. What you said makes sense. It's not worth it. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you, but I'd like a promotion. Can you do that for me? Jean Duoming released a sigh of relief. If Wang Baol had insisted on a dermic armament, he would have given up on Li Yi himself. He smiled confidently. The dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy is getting old. He should retire and return to Earth. The dean sacrificed the prime of his years for the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. During his appointment, he groomed numerous talents that became the pillars of Mars and of the Federation. Wang Baol immediately added as a reminder to Jean Duoming. Jean Duoming stared at Wang Baol, surprised. What he had meant earlier was that he would transfer the Dao Mountain Mist Academy dean through his family's connections. After which, he would get Wang Baol promoted to the position of the school dean. He hadn't considered what would happen to the original dean. After discerning Wang Baol's intentions, though, he pondered for a few moments, then nodded. The old dean is still physically fit and mentally nimble in his old age, and he contributed greatly to the school. After he's been transferred back to Earth, there will definitely be another important office waiting for him to take over. Wang Baol was pleased. Jean Duoming was pleased as well. They stared at each other and smiled, the tension between them vanishing. They even chatted leisurely for a while. Jean Duoming instructed someone to bring them wine, and both of them sat down and started conversing like old friends. Before Wang Baol left, he thumped his chest. Old Jean, don't worry. I Wang Baol am so good-looking. Why would I settle for Li Yi and make you unhappy? Am I that sort of guy? I admit, Li Yi is interested in me, but for my friend, I'm willing to sacrifice anything. You have nothing to worry about. All right? I'll send her a message right now. Wang Baol thumped his chest and pulled out his voice transmission ring. He sent Li Yi a message right in front of Jean Duoming. Li Yi, things won't work out between us. I hope you will treasure the person who's been by your side all along. Let us both find our happiness elsewhere. Wang Baol ended the transmission without waiting for Li Yi's reply. He lifted his eyes from the transmission ring and looked at Jean Duoming. Jean Duoming was overcome with emotion. The more he looked at Wang Baol, the more he realized what a true friend Wang Baol was. Baol, I've been too rash. If you really like her, I'll give up on her. Old Jean, don't say that. I, Wang Baol, will do anything for a friend. Wang Baol had a fright. He thought about how he had just managed to push Li Yi away and gotten some positive returns out of it with great difficulty. If Jean Duoming decided not to go ahead with it after all, wouldn't he have gone to all that trouble for nothing? He smacked his chest again righteously, then turned and left. Jean Duoming stood on the stronghold and watched Wang Baol leave. He looked clearly moved and overcome with emotion. He sighed. That's what I call a good friend, he said, then steered the stronghold away from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy and towards the Fire Spirit Academy. As soon as he walked back into the stronghold, the emotions on his face vanished. They were instead replaced by a look of contemplation. This Wang Baol is extremely sly. He's the sort who seems all smiles and friendliness, but will immediately stab you in the face without mercy once he decides you're an enemy instead of a friend. He's a dangerous character. Why would the old man ask me to befriend him if he's so dangerous? Why would he instruct me to help him where I can? Could it be that this is related to the reason I've come to Mars? Jean Duoming fell into deep thought. It might seem that he had come to Mars for the sole reason of courting Li, but in reality, there was something even more important that he had to do. At the same moment, after Jean Duoming's departure, Wang Baol stepped into his residences. The smile on his face had long vanished, and he narrowed his eyes and started thinking. This Jean Duoming's put on quite an act. He's not an idiot. I don't believe he didn't see through the entire lie, but he still made it seem like he bought the whole thing. In the end, I got myself a promotion. Wang Baol thought for a bit, then laughed. He set the matter aside and was about to continue his seclusion, but then he recalled Jean Duoming's stronghold. Since Wang Baol's arrival on Mars, Jean Duoming's stronghold was the thing that had impressed him the most. It wasn't only lavish in appearance but equipped with powerful battle capabilities. He hadn't truly gone into the stronghold earlier, but he could still sense its powerful aura. It likely was capable of displaying battle capabilities rivaling a core formation realm cultivator. The stronghold was effectively an enhanced version of a Dharma artifact. If I have something like that, I won't be as helpless as I am now when I face the giant tree. I'll at least stand a fighting chance. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He thought about how he was from the Dermic Armament Pavilion. He had been refining artifacts since he had entered the Ethereal Tao College. With a bit more thought and effort, building a stronghold shouldn't be an impossible feat for him. It's just that it would require too many resources. Wang Baol sighed. When he had been at the Lower Academy Island, outsiders had always said that Dermic armament cultivators were all walking spirit stones, that they were all rich. Now that he had reached the Foundation establishment realm and was able to refine 4th grade and 5th grade Dermic armaments, he was keenly aware of what it meant to be poor. The resources required for refining artifacts were too much. Despite how fast he was able to refine spirit stones, he still couldn't keep pace with the rate he was using up materials. Even though it's not possible to build a stronghold anytime soon, I should still start my preparations now. That way, once I have enough resources, I can immediately start production. Wang Baol thought. He had made up his mind. He would create a stronghold that was invincible and impenetrable. He even thought up a name for it. We'll call it the Eternal Fortress. Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly. After some assessment, he realized that even if he had the blueprint and materials ready, it would still not be possible for him to build such a stronghold single-handedly. He was troubled for a moment before he remembered his puppets. If I lack manpower, then I should first study how to create puppets that can serve as construction workers. They should be able to provide some basic support and carry out simple construction work. Wang Baol thought. During his seclusion, besides practicing the Lightning Tao, first volume and edging closer towards a breakthrough in cultivation, Wang Baol also spent time studying how to refine construction puppets and running through the blueprints for his stronghold. Time crept by. Soon, more than a month had passed. Come noon one day, Wang Baol was sitting in meditation when his eyes suddenly opened. A rumbling roar erupted within his body, and bolts of lightning erupted from his right leg. They snaked around him in the air, thundering. The entire chamber was flooded with electricity in that instant. It appeared to transform into a pool of lightning. Sitting cross-legged within the pool was Wang Baol. The cultivation within his body erupted at that moment, breaking through the early stage and stepping right into the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. After Wang Baol attained his breakthrough in cultivation, he seemed to experience a sudden turn in fortune on Mars. Within 3 days of his breakthrough, the Dean of the Tao Mountain Mist Academy received his transfer orders from the Federation. The Dean would be returning to Earth. He would be promoted from secondary rank 4 Noble to primary rank 4 Noble. Besides the promotion, he would also be stationed in his hometown. It was not only a comfortable retirement but also an establishment of his authority in his hometown. The arrangement showed the Trillionaris Corporation's generous treatment towards their own people as well as Jean Duoming's capabilities. He had managed to achieve his end of the deal within 2 weeks after reaching an agreement with Wang Baol. Orders for Wang Baol's new appointment also reached Mars around the same time. The Martian colony city had the right to overwrite such direct orders from the Federation. It was, after all, to a certain degree an autonomous city. However, Mars wouldn't easily use its powers, especially when the order was a promotion for Wang Baol, from a primary rank 5 noble to a secondary rank 4 noble. As a result, Wang Baol received his promotion to secondary rank 4 noble without a hitch. He became the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. The fact that everything went smoothly spoke greatly of the authority and political clout the Trillionaris Corporation wielded. It also said something about Wang Baol's own achievements. The match between the two elitist academies not only secured Wang Baol's fame as an educator, but it also gifted him with a wider social network. The reputation of the Soaring Cloud student platoon served as an amulet for him as well. That was why his new appointment had gone so smoothly, without any obstacle. Despite not being the youngest person ever to become a secondary rank for noble, he was still a rare sight in the Federation. He had surpassed most of his peers. His promotion to his latest noble also signaled the step he had taken from the lower ranks of the Federation administration to its mid-ranks. This step might not seem like much, but to many people it was a step that might take them 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to take. Wang Baol was keenly aware of what the promotion meant. That was why he was overjoyed when he received the orders. He happily accepted the congratulatory messages from the teachers and students of the academy, and he didn't forget to reward the hard work of the deserving. He immediately submitted a request to the Martian administration to appoint Lin Tianhao as the vice dean. Wang Baol had informed Lin Tianhao of his request prior to its submission. Lin Tianhao was naturally overcome with excitement and happiness. He had only been on Mars for less than 6 months before receiving a promotion in both office and ranking. He was beyond excited. Concerned that someone might stir trouble for him, he hurriedly contacted his father. Lin Yu was constantly keeping himself abreast of the situation on Mars. As soon as he heard from Lin Tianhao, his eyes brightened. He made preparations immediately, and Lin Tianhao's appointment was finalized. From his current secondary rank 5, he was promoted to a primary rank 5 noble. He also became the vice dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Lin Tianhao was extremely grateful towards Wang Baol for his efforts in promoting him and helping him rise up the ranks. He realized how wrong and immature he had been during his ethereal Dao college days. He became keenly aware of how right his father had been. He had already acknowledged Wang Baol's abilities earlier, and now he had absolutely nothing to complain about him. This is nothing, Tianhao. Keep tagging along, and you may soon see me become a secondary rank 4 noble within half a year. Then, I'll get you a secondary rank 4 noble as well. Wang Baol laughed. He patted Lin Tianhao's shoulder and looked at Lin Tianhao, pleased. The latter had just poured him a cup of tea and had only sat half-perched on the sofa. Wang Baol conversed a while more with Lin Tianhao and instructed the latter to focus on the educational aspect of the academy. He left Lin Tianhao with most of his work while he made full use of whatever time he had to familiarize himself with the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. He also poured a great deal of his energy into studying the stronghold as well as construction puppets. Time passed. 2 months after Wang Baol's and Lin Tianhao's new appointments, winter descended upon Mars. Snow appeared as the temperatures plunged. The lands outside the city became deserted and barren. The combat cultivators and hunting cultivators who were regularly deployed outside the city returned in batches. The temperature within the city fell as well. Even though there was still air circulating, one would see puffs of white clouds when they breathed. Nothing major happened in those 2 months. Where the academy was concerned, Lin Tianhao revealed his talents at administration and supervision. He had watched his father growing up, after all. After he had become the vice dean, backed with Wang Baol's approval and support, Lin Tianhao was able to carry out the plans Wang Baol had wanted to make fearlessly. The entire academy began learning the Baol heaven-devouring skill as a core skill. A great deal of effort was also spent on developing the students' fighting capabilities. The numbers of the Soaring Cloud student platoon grew, and their reputation stabilized with frequent and regular exposure. There was no longer a danger of them being forgotten by the public after the end of the friendly match. As Lin Tianhao busied himself with the school, Wang Beol kept himself occupied as well. His work on the stronghold blueprints and his research into construction puppets progressed swiftly. As his ideas gained clarity, he tried to craft his first batch of construction puppets. He was now at the stage of testing them out. Wang Beol knew that he was still a long way from success. There were still many problems with the construction puppets and his stronghold blueprints. He still had a long way to go before they could be fully functional and ready for use. He still needed to continue to make improvements before the final product was ready and could be mass-produced. Wang Beol wasn't anxious about the time required. As he continued his research, Lin Tianhao's regular reports and the private reports from other teachers ensured that he maintained a full grasp of everything happening within the academy. Wang Beol had brought glory and renewal to the school. In the past few months, students who had heard of the school's reputation had requested transfer to the academy. Their student population spiked, and his presence had become irreplaceable. He had become a mental and spiritual pillar supporting the academy. However, as the number of students grew, the existing teaching staff was no longer sufficient to support the growing student population. They recruited many new teachers. Wang Beol's office alone had 3 department heads. Besides the young married woman with coyish eyes, there were now 2 more beautiful staff members. Wang Beol was extremely satisfied. He thought the 2 new staff members also looked at him with hooks in their eyes as if trying to reel him in. At present, inside Wang Beol's office, the 2 new staff members brought Wang Beol tea and smiled at him. Wang Beol coughed. Just as he was about to ask them to take a seat and inquire about how they had been coping with work, Lin Tianhao arrived. "Dean, our current state won't do. We don't have enough teachers. We need more teachers. I'm thinking of arranging a friendly match for the Soaring Cloud student platoon with the 4 Dao College's lower academies in the Federation. This is the only way to maintain the platoon's current popularity and reputation." Lin Tianhao immediately started reporting on his current work as soon as he arrived. Wang Beol was immensely pleased with Lin Tianhao's enthusiasm and passion for his work. He agreed to the friendly match and also began thinking about recruiting more teachers. They had too many students and not enough teachers. The newly recruited teachers had to go through a round of background checks to verify their background and identity. This was an elite's academy, after all. It wouldn't do for there to be any security-related incidents. As the 2 discussed the matter, the shrill sounds of alarm suddenly rang outside. It was deafening. Through the windows, they could see a dozen black cruisers in the distant sky, headed for the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. The appearance of the cruisers immediately sent all Spirit Stone-related devices in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy into a temporary malfunction. They ceased working suddenly as energy suddenly erupted from the cruisers, creating a translucent shield that enveloped a teacher's residential pavilion in the academy. The Colony Disciplinary Order. Alarm flashed across Lin Tianhao's face. He rose to his feet hurriedly. Wang Beol frowned and stood as well, going over to his window and watching as the dozen specially crafted Colony Disciplinary Order cruisers sped towards them and sealed the teacher's residential pavilion. A dozen or so people dressed in black uniform rushed out from the cruisers and dashed into the pavilion. Behind the black uniforms walked out 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman was clearly the higher ranked of the 2. Her cultivation was at the perfected foundation establishment realm, and she exuded the aura of a volcano on the verge of an eruption as she stood in the open. Her presence was overpowering. She wore a uniform, but her voluptuous figure made the uniform appear a few sizes smaller than it actually was. She had a well-endowed body, a head of long, flowing red hair, and pale, icy blue eyes. They resulted in her striking, mature appeal. She was like a fully ripe peach. She drove the hearts of men racing. Such a stirring figure was paired with cold features devoid of emotion. Even the look in her eyes was frosty, cold like a glacier. The mix of fire and ice was what made this woman so deathly attractive. Wang Beol had seen his fair share of beauties. Regardless, he was still momentarily stunned by this woman's beauty. Behind her was clearly her subordinate. Wang Beol recognized him. It was a familiar face. The man was Xianxia. The entire process took but the duration of a dozen breaths. As Wang Bai's gaze landed on Xianxia, the black uniformed men who had barged into the teacher's residence earlier dragged a middle-aged teacher out. They brought him before Xianxia. Xianxia sensed Wang Bai's eyes on him, and he raised his head and flung a frosty glance at Wang Bai. Then, he stared at the pale-faced, middle-aged man who had been arrested and spoke. "Take him away." Wang Bai watched as the other disregarded his presence and arrested one of his own without even a prior warning. The expression on his face darkened. Even though the other party was the colony disciplinary order, what they had done had completely disregarded his own presence and authority. Wang Bai narrowed his eyes. He smirked, then pushed his windows open, flying out in the next instant. Lin Tianhao had wanted to say something, but he had been too late. He hurriedly followed, but by then, Wang Bai's voice had sounded throughout the entire campus. "Is there no one left alive in this Dao Mountain Mist Academy of mine? All my teachers, all my students, I want you to give a display of your cultivation. Let others know our academy isn't a place where anyone can simply trespass and intrude upon." As Wang Bai's words reverberated throughout the entire college, he managed to make the thousands of teachers standing around look furiously at the staff from the colony disciplinary order through his authoritative manner. Their cultivation was also instantly activated. The weakest of this group of more than 1,000 teachers were at least a pulse enrichment cultivator of ancient martial arts. Many of them were in the early stage of true breath, with tens of them in the mid-stage. There were at least 30 of them in Dao Mountain Mist Academy who were in the true breath late stage. Even though there were only 2 foundation establishment cultivators excluding Wang Bai, with the cultivation of thousands of people being unleashed, it was frightening. It shocked the tens of people from the colony disciplinary order. That wasn't the end to everything. Under Wang Bai's command, everyone, not just the teachers, but also the tens of thousands of students from Dao Mountain Mist Academy, with Jin Duaji and Zhou Mei leading the pack, all roared angrily. Instantly, a concentrated force of blood qi erupted astonishingly from their bodies. That was especially so as the heaven-devouring skill had become so widespread that most of the students of Dao Mountain Mist Academy, regardless of whether they were male or female, were seen as little fatties at one glance. They were fat, yet their blood qi also significantly exceeded that of others. One could feel that their physical strength was indeed impressive. As a result, the eruption of blood qi in all directions from the bodies of these tens of thousands of students and teachers, who were of a similar level as them, surrounded everyone from the colony disciplinary order from all corners. Such an imposing manner at such a scale immediately made the tens of men in black from the colony disciplinary order frightened, and they turned pale with shock. They were severely alarmed, and even though the woman with the fiery hot figure appeared calm throughout the period, Xianxia, who was beside her, didn't have the same calmness. Looking at the thousands of teachers and the tens of thousands of students, and sensing the blood qi erupting from their bodies, his breathing uncontrollably quickened. If someone else and not Wang Bai were the dean, he wouldn't have cared. However, knowing that Wang Bai had a bad temper and would go into battle once something didn't go his way, he was worried that if Wang Bai were angered, he would command everyone to attack. Death would then be a reality that could be imagined. Therefore, as he grew increasingly nervous and anxious, Xianxia suddenly looked at Wang Bai and exclaimed loudly, "Wang Bai, are you trying to revolt? All of you, are you trying to revolt as well?" Xianxia was a witty person. With his words, not only was he trying to land Wang Bai in a sticky situation by poisoning the well, but he was also stressing the others around him. The meaning was clear. If anyone were to attack, it would be considered an attempt to revolt. Indeed, what he said had some effect. Some teachers were frightened, and their imposing manner was weakened. Wang Bai, who was standing on the veranda, was initially very pleased with how domineering his college appeared. But when he noticed that some of them backed down after hearing Xianxia's words, he sneered. He looked at those who had become cowardly, before looking back at Xianxia, and was about to speak. Just at this moment, Jin Duaji, who was paying attention to Wang Bai and had been instinctively judging the situation, felt his eyes light up. He seemed to have found an opportunity to suck up to Wang Bai, and was filled with agitation and excitement instantly. He felt that the heavens were on his side, treating him extremely well by always granting him the opportunity to showcase his loyalty to the dean. He was delighted as he rushed out and roared loudly. The colony disciplinary order is a bully, oppressing the weak because they have greater power. Jean Douagy was loud. As he roared loudly, he raised his hand and slammed his own chest forcefully. He punched hard, and large volumes of blood spewed from his mouth. He staggered backwards with blood in his mouth, his voice carrying a pitiful tone. "How dare you hit me? I will seek justice from my grandfather." Zhou Mei's eyes lit up, and she immediately punched herself. Soon, all the students seemed to have realized what was going on and were instantly agitated. As if without any fear of the consequences, they all punched themselves several times, resulting in them either vomiting blood or simply bleeding from the corner of their mouths. With more than half of the tens of thousands of students acting this way, it was a bewildering scene, especially when they completed the act by staggering backwards, screaming and shouting painfully. "People from the colony disciplinary order have attacked me. I will look for my mother to seek revenge for this. How dare you attack me? My father is Zhou Yuntao. No one has dared to hit me since I was young. You people have the guts to hit me. My grandfather will not let this pass." As the screams reverberated, the surrounding teachers were dumbfounded. Lin Tianhao was flabbergasted, and even Wang Beol was surprised. That was even more so for the people from the colony disciplinary order, who were entirely overcome with shock. As they listened to the angry screams from the students, they trembled and were on the brink of going crazy from all that was happening. It was obvious that none of them attacked the students. The threat from the students was a clear situation of them accusing the colony disciplinary order. They felt extremely helpless and upset. Zhuo Yixian felt suffocated with shock and grew increasingly anxious. It wouldn't have mattered much if it was just a handful of students acting that way, but with so many of them, their backing was just too strong, such that even the 5-generation Sky Clan would have to look at the situation seriously. What the heck is this college trying to do? Why do I feel like I've just entered an acting school? Zhuo Yixian was frightened and indignant. Those students were just too unprofessional in their acting. However, regardless of whether they were professional or not, the blood that they vomited was real. As a result, he felt extremely frustrated and troubled, as he was the one who had pushed for the visit to Dao Mountain Mist Academy. According to standard procedures, he should have met and greeted the school committee first. However, as he didn't have a good relationship with Wang Beol, he didn't bother with the formalities. He had originally thought that Wang Beol wouldn't do anything no matter how unhappy he was. However, he had never imagined that Wang Beol could generate such a strong reaction in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy with just a simple sentence. While he grew increasingly troubled, Wang Beol blinked his eyes, staring speechlessly at Jean Douagy and the others. He knew well that those rascals were physically impressive, and the act of vomiting blood was as easy to spitting saliva for them. They appeared to be injured, but in reality, they could all recover fully by meditating for 5 minutes. However, Wang Beol was still satisfied with their performance. No matter the situation, he felt that his college shouldn't weaken on its imposing front. As for the teacher who was taken away, Wang Beol wasn't particularly familiar with him, as he had only recently been hired. Furthermore, that teacher was still under internal probation in the college and wasn't assigned to teach yet. Arrangements for him to teach would only occur after the probation and investigations had been completed. He wasn't overly concerned that the colony disciplinary order had sent people to apprehend the teachers. However, the colony disciplinary order had shown up forcefully, unannounced, throwing him into a situation that he didn't understand. He was definitely not agreeable to such a manner of handling things. After all, Wang Beol could be considered a secondary rank 4 noble. Therefore, after looking at Zhuo Yixian and company, he raised his right hand. Silence! With that sentence, the teachers and students standing around instantly fell silent. Jean Douagy and company all stood at attention, looking at Wang Beol. Such an imposing and authoritative manner immediately made the people from the colony disciplinary order look at Wang Beol with respect and fear. Only Zhuo Yixian was indignant as he continued to stare at Wang Beol angrily. Wang Bail completely disregarded Zhuo Yixian, as he spoke calmly while looking at the lady with the hot figure beside Zhuo Yixian, who had remained calm since the start. Dear fellow Taoist, I need a way to explain everything if you are to bring people away from my territory. Wang Bail, don't be overboard. The colony disciplinary order is carrying out its due diligence, and there is no need to give you an explanation. You? Zhuo Yixian heard Wang Bail's words and immediately laughed condescendingly. However, even before he could complete his sentence, Wang Bail suddenly turned his head around and roared with a deep voice. Shut up. I'm speaking to your superior. How dare you interject, you rude rascal? You're asking me about what basis I have? I, Wang Bail, am worthy, based on my status the Dean of Dao Mountain Mist Academy, an educator of Mars, the founder of the Soaring Cloud Student Platoon personally chosen by the governor, a secondary rank 4 noble, and my contributions to the Federation all these years. Is that enough? And you, Zhuo Yixian, the revolt that you mentioned previously has been said too easily. Because of that, I will notify all the parents of my students that you, Zhuo Yixian of the Colony Disciplinary Order, is suspecting their children of carrying out a revolt, and more specifically, that the Soaring Cloud Student Platoon personally chosen by the governor is organizing a revolt. Zhuo Yixian felt as if he was being punched continuously by Wang Bail's words. That last sentence especially frightened him. He was about to speak when the cold and distant lady with the provocative figure frowned and calmly spoke to Zhuo Yixian. Silence! She was initially very satisfied with this subordinate of hers, but now there was some dissatisfaction. Zhuo Yixian trembled internally as he quickly obeyed and didn't dare to speak any further. He was extremely frustrated, but he understood very well that this woman was someone he couldn't afford to offend, whether it was based on her family background, her position, her cultivation, or simply the news that had been spreading about her. Having stopped Zhuo Yixian from saying anything further, the lady looked at Wang Bail with a chill in her eyes that she didn't bother to hide. She waved her right hand and threw a jade slip directly at Wang Bail. The Colony Disciplinary Order apprehends people based on the evidence they have collected. You can read about it yourself. When she was done speaking, she no longer bothered about Wang Bail, and she sent out a command to her subordinates from the Colony Disciplinary Order. Bring this heretic cultivator away. Just as Wang Bail grabbed hold of the jade slip, the teacher who was apprehended suddenly began to struggle after the lady passed her command. He seemed to want to say something, but even before he could say something, the lady with the chilly look but provocative figure shot him a cold gaze. She walked towards him and slapped him hard with her right hand directly. When she raised her hand, a force belonging to someone who had perfected the foundation establishment stage and was approaching breakthrough into core formation instantly erupted from her body. It sent shock waves in all directions, and when the slap landed on the chest of that Dao Mountain Mist Academy teacher, the teacher vomited blood immediately. His chest turned into a mesh of flesh and blood, and his ribs were exposed. However, he didn't die. An easy option like death won't be available to you. The lady carried her usual facial expression as she reached into the bloody mess created in the teacher's chest and broke 3 of his ribs. The pain caused the teacher to scream pitifully. The lady then wiped her bloody palm carelessly on the teacher's shirt before turning and looking coldly at the teachers and students who were standing around. All the teachers held their breaths, and even the students grew nervous. Jean Duoji looked closely at the lady and seemed to have realized who she was. He hurriedly stood at attention, trying to appear as if he was perfectly healthy and good, and that whatever that had happened previously was just a fluke. After frightening everyone, the lady didn't even bother to look at Wang Bail. She directly entered the cruiser, and Zhuo Yixian, who stood behind her, heaved a visible sigh of relief. He made use of the authoritative manner of the lady to look at Wang Bail viciously, as he apprehended the teacher from Dao Mountain Mist Academy who had lost consciousness and brought him into the cruiser along with the other people from the Colony Disciplinary Order. Soon, all the cruisers from the Colony Disciplinary Order rose into the sky and disappeared into the distance. With their departure, all the equipment in the area that was powered by the spirit stones began operating again. Wang Bail frowned. He couldn't stop what just happened as the incident recorded in the jade slip had shocked him. Using live people as an offering to practice a forbidden cultivation technique. brutally killing 7 people at the ancient martial arts realm and 11 commoners. There were few words in the Jade Slip, but those few sentences had managed to outline the offenses committed by that teacher. After reading about the crimes listed on the Jade Slip, Wang Beol then looked towards the cruisers from Colony Disciplinary Order in the distant sky. He remained silent, and Lin Tianhao, who was beside him, took a deep breath and began to speak in all seriousness. Dean, don't provoke this female lunatic. She is simply crazy. You know her? Who is she? A glow flashed across Wang Beol's eyes. He had noticed that Lin Tianhao wanted to say something previously but had stopped himself. It was clear that it was because of the presence of the lady that Lin Tianhao didn't dare to say anything. In addition, he also noticed the swift transformation and a drift look in Jean Duoji's eyes after he noticed her. It was apparent that he recognized who the woman was and didn't want to provoke her. Lin Tianhao hurriedly replied after hearing Wang Beol's question. He knew that he was slightly cowardly just now, but with the crazy woman standing there, even he didn't dare make a sound. Now he began to speak softly, as if trying to rectify his blunder. Dean, do you remember Li Xiu? He is the senator's son, and this female lunatic is his sister, his blood sister. Lin Tianhao's reply caused Wang Beol to widen his eyes in disbelief. Li Xiu's sister? Wang Beol's facial expressions changed instantly. He thought of the serious look Li Xiu had when he said he would introduce him to his sister when he was in the mystic lunar realm. Yes, her name is Li Wanner. Though her name sounds dainty, she is actually this woman with a frozen face. Just by looking at what a disaster Li Xiu is, you will know what kind of person his sister is. Even though this Li Wanner is an extremely gifted natural talent, having perfected foundation establishment and was nearing the core formation stage despite being just a few years older than us, she has an icy nature and is extremely imposing. She is like an ice mountain that wouldn't melt even in 1,000,000 years. She is an infamous spinster, known for her ruthlessness and eccentric personality. She looks pretty, which was why many people tried to pursue her many years back. However, every single one of them was almost beaten to death by her. You know Jin Duoming, right? He also once tried to pursue her. He merely flirted with her with words. Yet this Li Wanner went after him so viciously that she almost had him castrated. Therefore, she is a female devil. It's been said that Li Xiu has been beaten by her since he was young. Every single time, he would swear to us that he would find his sister an ugly, perverted, shameless, and vicious person to marry in order to take revenge. As Lin Tianhao rattled on, he grew more excited, not noticing that Wang Beol was beginning to look awkward. In the end, when Lin Tianhao noticed Wang Beol's awkward facial expressions, he immediately stopped speaking. Even though he didn't know why Wang Beol looked that way, he felt that it would be dangerous for him to continue staying where he was. Therefore, he found a reason and hurriedly left, even sending orders to disperse the crowd. When the people from Dao Mountain Mist Academy left, Wang Beol then turned to leave for his office with a stiff facial expression while gritting his teeth. Li Xiu, make sure you don't appear in front of me again. Darn it. So, in your eyes, I'm someone who is perverted, ugly, shameless, and vicious? I'm so handsome, yet he can't see it. He must be blind. Wang Beol was most offended at Li Xiu thinking that he was ugly. Therefore, he became determined to teach Li Xiu what beauty truly was if he ever had the chance to see him again. With that thought, he suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and took another look at the jade slip before setting it aside. This matter actually had nothing to do with him. He only felt uncomfortable with how the colony disciplinary order handled the matter. Now he had calmed down and continued to draw the blueprint for his stronghold and construction puppets. Just like that, a day passed. The next afternoon, Wang Beol stepped out of his residence and into the dean's office, thinking that the incident with the colony disciplinary order had already concluded the day before. Even though he was unhappy with the way they handled it, he had managed to save his reputation somehow. However, he had never imagined that not long after arriving in the office, cruisers from the colony disciplinary order landed once again. This time, there was only one cruiser. Even though it did not barge into Dao Mountain Mist Academy and was instead parked outside, The person who emerged seemed like someone who was used to handling things head-on and boisterously. He was in Wang Bail's office but was still stern and direct in his words. Dean Wang, our minister needs you to go over to assist in the investigation. Wang Bail looked coldly at the expressionless middle-aged man dressed in a black robe standing before him as he narrowed his eyes. What's the investigation? Dean Wang, this is something that I don't know. This is an order by the Colony Disciplinary Order and is within the authority of the Colony Disciplinary Order bestowed by the Martian colony. Everyone below the secondary rank 3 has to cooperate. Dean Wang, after you, please. Wang Bail frowned. He was unhappy, but as he didn't do anything wrong, and as the Colony Disciplinary Order had sought cooperation, people would speak behind his back if he didn't cooperate. Therefore, after thinking about it, he took out his jade slip and contacted the sect lord of Ethereal Tao College. After informing the sect lord about the matter, the sect lord assured Wang Bail that he would keep tabs on it and that he should cooperate. With that, Wang Bail stood up. He didn't enter the Colony Disciplinary Order's cruiser. Instead, he stepped into his own cruiser, expressionlessly following the middle-aged man to the Colony Disciplinary Order in the Zone 19. He soon arrived on the grounds of the Colony Disciplinary Order, which was filled with buildings that were painted black, giving off a suppressive force that felt extremely cold and distant. Everyone there was dressed in a black robe, looking extremely stern. The office of the Colony Disciplinary Order's minister was located on the top floor of a high-rise building in the middle of all the buildings. When Wang Bail arrived and pushed open the door, he saw Li Wanner, Li Xiu's sister, sitting there, staring coldly at him. Her perfect level of foundation establishment cultivation was transformed into a suppressive force, enveloping Wang Bail. It was worth mentioning that even though Li Wanner was expressionless and extremely cold, Wang Bail felt her looks could be compared to Zhao Yaming. To a certain extent, her hot figure put her higher in the ranks in terms of looks. Dean Wang, there are a few matters that we need your cooperation with, which is why we invited you here. Please answer truthfully. Li Wanner didn't mince her words, instead, speaking her mind directly. The questions mostly revolved around the apprehended teacher, such as when he was employed and who he interacted with most on a day-to-day basis. Though Wang Bail was unhappy, he had no need to withhold information regarding these questions. Therefore, he answered everything truthfully. In the end, Li Wanner judged the situation silently in her mind before lowering her head and checking the documents, not even looking at Wang Bail, before speaking coldly again. You can leave now. According to regulations, whatever is mentioned here shouldn't be made known to anyone. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Wang Bail looked at Li Wanner, who remained cold and distant. As he turned towards the door, he turned his head, looking coldly at Li Wanner, who was reading the documents, before speaking calmly. Minister Li, I am not a newbie to the Federation. When I first entered Ethereal Tao College, my job was in investigative matters. When I became Deputy Pavilion Head on the Upper Academy Island, investigative matters were also under my purview. I am clear about matters like these. Guilty or not, it's all based on your words. Are you sure that you have the right evidence and didn't malign the teacher under my watch? Furthermore, don't try to suppress me with your perfect foundation establishment cultivation. Even though I have never killed a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, I have killed many who were in the early stage and mid-stage of foundation establishment when I was in foundation establishment myself. I can even kill those in the late-stage foundation establishment with a lift of my finger. You, a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, are no threat to me. Wang Bail's words made Li Wanner frown, and she raised her head to look at Wang Bail with even more chilliness in her eyes. Wang Bail didn't seem to back down as he looked back at her, and this staring contest went on for a significant length of time. Since I began my cultivation, no one in the same realm as me has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Needless to say, it has never happened before with someone like you who is merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The chill in Li Wanner's eyes intensified, and a dangerous aura spread from her body, making all the items in the entire office vibrate ever so slightly. In the face of Li Wanner's suppressive force, Wang Bail raised his brows and laughed. What a coincidence! Every single person who said such a thing to me has been killed by me. Shall we compare to see who has killed more Foundation establishment cultivators? Wang Bail narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly, and a frightening aura emerged from his body as well as he prepared to fight. If he were still in the early stage of Foundation establishment like previously, he would perhaps not have the guts to do what he was doing now. However, as he advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, riding on the heavenly thunder, possessing the dermic armament, and coupled with his immense physical strength, Wang Bail's unhappiness towards the colony disciplinary order that arose previously now showed signs of erupting. Seeing that they were clashing with each other and that their hostile auras were growing stronger, Li Wanner suddenly stood up. She didn't make an attack and instead pushed open the windows with her hands and stepped out. Instantly, a cruiser appeared, landing at her feet. Aren't you asking me if I made any judgment errors? Come on board. I'll show you what real proof and evidence is. Li Wanner spoke indifferently. Wang Bail took a look at Li Wanner and weighed the consequences before stepping into Li Wanner's cruiser. Immediately, the cruiser picked up speed and went into the distance, so fast that perhaps the other people from the colony disciplinary order might not have realized what had happened. The high traveling speed of the cruiser, coupled with the fact that it was made specifically for the colony disciplinary order, bestowed it with such authority that it was able to disregard the outermost layer of array formation protection surrounding the Mars colonial city, and before long, it had emerged out of the colonial city. It was now winter on Mars. The winds froze one to the bone, with temperatures at an extreme low. As the cruiser charged at high speed, its temperature increased, which led to the inevitable formation of frost layers. A glow flashed across Wang Bail's eyes. When he first emerged from Mars City, he contacted Ethereal Tao College's sect lord with his jade slip to inform him about what was going on. He then kept the jade slip, looking coldly at Li Wanner as he tried to judge if she had connections to the giant tree. However, if they were indeed connected, the voice transmissions he sent out would definitely be blocked. Since he could still send out voice transmissions as usual, it pointed towards Li Wanner not sharing a relationship with the giant tree. Noticing that Wang Bail was sending a voice transmission, a look of disdain appeared in Li Wanner's eyes. She didn't say anything, simply continuing the journey in the cruiser as it traveled further away from Mars colonial city until it reached a barren plain. The plain was all white, entirely covered with snow. There were some small, scattered areas which the snow didn't cover, revealing the deep red-colored ground. The cruiser slowly landed. Li Wanner leaped and alighted from the cruiser, landing on the snow. Wang Bail frowned, narrowing his eyes as he followed suit. It was then that Li Wanner took out a jade slip, which she pressed while aiming it on the ground. When she pressed the jade slip, a purple glow emerged from it, which immediately spread in all directions, causing Wang Bail's pupils to constrict. He saw that the entire area began to be warped, turning blurry. Soon, like a broken mirror, the hundreds of feet of snow surrounding them disappeared, and an underground cave appeared. It appeared as though the cave had been there since the beginning. The array formation left by people covered it, making it impossible for outsiders to explore it. Wang Bail's breathing grew rapid when he saw the underground cave. When he looked towards Li Wanner, she had already taken the lead and entered the cave. Soon, her voice emerged from underground. "What's the matter? You're afraid to come down here? Didn't you want real evidence?" Wang Bail narrowed his eyes and raised his hands. Instantly, the 7th grade dermic armament appeared in his hands. He turned and charged into the underground cave. The temperature inside the cave was significantly higher than that outside. Looking into the distance, there was a passageway. Wang Bail walked along it to the end, where he saw Li Wanner and a scene that made him extremely shocked. In the depths of the underground cave was a secret chamber weakly lit by spirit stones. However, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could see everything clearly despite the low visibility. Right now, the door to the secret chamber was already open, and he could see that there were receptacles placed everywhere inside it. Taking a closer look at the contents of these receptacles, he realized that human organs were being stored in them. Some of them even contained the corpses of babies, A significant number of them contained unrecognizable pieces of bloody flesh. Wang Baol was unable to identify every single one of them, but it was clear to him that the existence of the secret chamber was sinister. That alone caused Wang Baol to breathe heavily. There were limits to humanity that shouldn't be breached. What Wang Baol saw before him severely violated the principles of being human. See all of this? Li Wanner remained expressionless as she took out a jade slip with a wave of her right hand. After grabbing hold of it, a scene immediately played out through the glow that emerged from the jade slip. The scenario depicted the secret chamber. The only difference was that instead of Wang Baol and Li Wanner, there was a middle-aged man. With just a single glance, Wang Baol immediately recognized that the man was the teacher that had been apprehended by the colony disciplinary order. In the image, the man was meditating with his legs crossed. His facial expressions were frightening, and he appeared to be going through cultivation. There were receptacles containing the human organs placed around him, and he seemed to be in the process of absorbing a mysterious force. This scene made Wang Baol solemn as he took a deep breath. He knew deep in his heart that the colony disciplinary order was properly handling the matter. He wanted to say something, but Li Wanner didn't give him a chance to, as she immediately kept the jade slip and began speaking coldly. The reason why this area is preserved is to lure his accomplice. Bringing you here can be considered an exception. You aren't to question future matters of the colony disciplinary order. With that, Li Wanner turned and walked towards the passageway with a cold expression on her face. Wang Baol was somewhat embarrassed. If it was in a different setting and someone were to speak to him this way, he would have flipped. However, he wasn't the least bit angry now. In his embarrassment, he quickly followed behind Li Wanner. Looking at her shockingly attractive figure accentuated by her tight-fitting uniform, Wang Baol uncontrollably thought of the incident where Li Xiu wanted him as a brother-in-law. However, just as the thought circled around Wang Baol's mind, an unusual transformation suddenly occurred outside the cave. A loud boom emerged and spread from outside the underground cave. It sounded as if a large number of people were crying pitifully, their cries spreading in all directions. Li Wanner and Wang Baol grew solemn as they noticed that blood-colored winds were blowing towards them from the wilderness a distance away from the plains. This blood-colored wind could perhaps be better described not as wind, but as fog. It was as if the tides swept towards them from all directions from a distance, covering a large area and at such a high speed that if one were to observe from above, one would see that it was boundless. It was like a red-colored sea, churning from a distance. They didn't have time to rush out. Almost immediately, the blood-colored wind enveloped Wang Baol and Li Wanner in the zone where the underground cave was. The cries grew even more pitiful as if innumerable wandering spirits were crying out all their sufferings within the blood-colored fog. Hearing it, one could feel chills down their spine as if they had come into contact with spirits. Instinctively, fear and shock arose in their hearts. At the same time, there were sounds of grinding teeth reverberating from within the fog. All of it was harrowing, and as Wang Baol and Li Wanner were frozen with surprise at the cave being enveloped, the cries reverberated. The entire area was covered with the blood-colored fog, which decreased the visibility. At the same time, the spirit chi within their bodies lost vitality right at that moment. As if being restricted, they could no longer feel their spirit chi. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Li Wanner's breathing quickened as she shrieked. Spirit restriction. What's going on? A torrent of thoughts crashed in Wang Baol's mind. Similarly, he couldn't feel the existence of his spirit chi. Even the green lotus seemed to have broken off all ties with him. Wang Baol could only vaguely feel the devouring seed, even though it was also being affected. This weak sense required time before it could be completely detected. Within this time, his spirit chi disappeared, unable to be activated. In that moment, a cultivator was turned into a commoner. The voice transmission ring, the storage bracelet, they all lost their function. Everything that was related to spirit chi was being forbidden. Thankfully, the foundation of life formed through one's cultivation was unaffected. Therefore, one's breathing wasn't affected as quickly. However, there was no time to lose, as one would endanger their lives if they were out of the city for a prolonged period of time. Everything happened too quickly. The vanishing of one's cultivation and the spirit restriction, coupled with the extinguishing of the light from the spirit stones, rapidly decreased their visibility. At the same time, the pitch-black surroundings became even more prominent. Luckily, Wang Baol still held a weak connection with the devouring seed, which allowed him to maintain his field of vision slightly. He vaguely saw that the red fog had already spread into the underground cave's passageway, and signs of the mud rotting appeared wherever the fog passed. At the same time, Wang Baol instinctively sensed an extreme level of danger. If he were to come into contact with the red fog, there was no doubt that he would die. Therefore, he grabbed hold of Li Waner, who had lost all her spirit energy, and he charged towards the secret chamber. Li Waner wanted to struggle, but also seemed to have felt the danger from the fast-approaching fog. Therefore, without needing Wang Baol to pull her along, she quickly charged towards the secret chamber. However, it was still too late for both of them. The blood-colored fog churned, and it only spread through half the passageway without advancing further. However, when the duo entered the secret chamber and shut the secret chamber door behind them, a small portion of the fog seemed to have sensed Wang Baol and chased after them like a living creature. It followed the door as it was closing, wriggling into Wang Baol through his nose and mouth. Wang Baol was shocked and instantly felt an indescribable pain in his body, as if his life and spirit were dissolving. Thankfully, it was only a tiny portion of the red fog, and Wang Baol's body could disintegrate it. Therefore, the pain was only temporary, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. However, he already burst out in a sweat, and a sense of weakness instantly appeared. In that pitch-black environment, the duo waited for a moment while still on high alert. Realizing that the red fog only seemed to have spread through half the length of the passageway without advancing further into the secret chamber, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. What they didn't know was that this red fog didn't only appear where they were. Instead, it had emerged simultaneously in many locations on Mars. At the same instant, blood-colored winds appeared on almost 30% of Mars. It was an extremely bizarre scene as the winds blew in all directions. A thing like this had never happened before, either after the establishment of the Martian colony city or ever before in history. If one were to look at Mars from outer space, they could see that the red-colored fog was like the tides, spreading at high speed and covering an increasingly large area. This event was instantly detected by the array formation on Mars, which led to a warning signal being sent out. This immediately caught the attention of the Martian colony city, and people like the governor and deputy governor personally made the trip down to the core of the array formation to find out what was going on. The core of the array formation was located in the military base of Mars. It was extremely large, covering over 60% of Mars. At the same time, even though it was meant for military use, the one with the most authority over it was the governor. Right now, on the enormous spirit screen located within the military base, an illusory model of Mars could be seen. 30% of the region of the model was covered with churning red fog. It was extremely harrowing to watch, and in the crowd which densely covered the area, the military elites, the governor, as well as other personnel looked solemn. There weren't any signs. Suddenly, this blood-colored fog appeared. Based on the investigations carried out by the sentry guards stationed outside, the blood fog was found to be corrosive and has the capability to restrict spirits. Furthermore, an unknown creature seems to exist within the fog. The person in command of the military was a burly, middle-aged man. Right now, he was standing behind the governor as he spoke with all seriousness. Therefore, other than reporting the information to you, we sincerely request for the governor to use your authority to increase the power of the Mars array formation in order to better investigate the situation, so that we can get a clear understanding of what is going on inside the fog. The governor, dressed in a bright red long robe, frowned as she stared at the spirit screen. After a brief moment of silence, she suddenly raised her right hand, activating her hand seals as she pressed the enormous spirit screen in front of her through the air. As the spirit screen was pressed, it instantly vibrated, and the image on it began to blur immediately. However, very quickly, the image reappeared much clearer than before, as if it could permeate the screen. The unclear figure formed by the blood-colored fog seemed to have been filtered, such that everyone could vaguely see what was within the blood-colored fog. What was bizarre was that within the blood-colored fog, the ground and the rocks appeared normal. However, both the common and unique vegetation that the Federation had been trying to cultivate following the appearance of Spirit Chi on Mars had withered and died. At the same time, there seemed to be several things flowing within the fog. The things that were flowing all looked different, seemingly translucent as they blended with the fog. They could be seen through the array formation but were completely invisible to the naked eye. This made everyone even more solemn. At the same time, the Martian colony governor suddenly looked towards a small area on the northwestern area of the Mars model. The pupils of the Mars governor constricted, and with her finger pointing at it, the area was instantly magnified. Immediately, the entire spirit screen turned blood red, and after layers of filtering, everyone finally managed to see the true appearance of the area beneath the blood-colored fog. They all gasped in disbelief. There it was, a village. Impossible! The burly middle-aged man from the military let out a voiceless scream. At the same time, gasps of shock and disbelief, as well as sounds of heavy breathing, emerged from the people around him. How could there be a village on Mars? I know that place. I'm very sure that it was just a basin in that location previously. There was no village. As the crowd was gripped in shock, the giant tree also took a few steps forward to take a closer look. He then waved his hand suddenly, minimizing the area on the screen before pointing at several other regions of Mars. Soon, images of the various areas appeared on the screen, each having identical, bizarre-looking villages within them. There were a total of 7 such areas. The atmosphere grew more solemn. As people grew more surprised, the detection by the array formation showed that there wasn't a high level of danger in those 7 villages. At the same time, it detected that within the 7 villages, there was the existence of broken array formations and damaged dermic treasures. This made the 7 villages even more mysterious. Interesting. The Mars governor narrowed her eyes, revealing a glint of danger in them. After a brief moment of silence, she gave a command. According to the detection done by the array formation, the 7 areas aren't considered very dangerous. However, we shouldn't belittle them. This matter shall be placed under your charge, General Lee. Send out 7 troops to investigate each of these 7 areas at the same time. Furthermore, be alert and make sure that a core formation cultivator leads each team. At the same time, gather all the array runes cultivators as well as dermic armament cultivators in the Martian city and bring them along. If the objects within the 7 areas can't be brought out, then they are to research them on the spot. General Lee from the military immediately obeyed the command. He then turned around, efficiently making plans to carry out the command. With that, the entire Mars military was activated, and as commands were passed down, the identities and residential addresses of array runes and dermic armament cultivators within Martian Colony City were retrieved. Wang Baol and Lin Tianhao's name were among the data reviewed. As the command was sent out, numerous cruisers rushed out from the military base. With the fastest speed, they ferried the array runes and dermic armament cultivators to accompany the 7 branch teams. At the same time, in order to prevent widespread panic, the entire mission was conducted in secrecy. One of the cruisers headed directly to Dao Mountain Mist Academy at high speed. After it arrived in Dao Mountain Mist Academy, it immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Baol. However, it was futile as there was no reply received. That made the military personnel who were looking for Wang Baol troubled. Instead, they located Lin Tianhao. The arrival of the military surprised Lin Tianhao, and he immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Baol. However, he was unable to contact him as well. In the end, with the military running out of time, they looked at Lin Tianhao and announced, "Lin Tianhao, you have been drafted." Lin Tianhao didn't know how to, nor was he able to reject being drafted by the military. After a few silent breaths, he immediately nodded his head and stepped into the military cruiser, leaving Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Before long, the 7 unique cruisers that could withstand a brief moment of spirit restriction emerged from Martian City, heading at high speed in 7 different directions. At the same time, outside the colonial city in the wilderness, on the plains within the blood-colored fog, It was completely dark in the underground cave where the evil cultivator previously resided. In the darkness, Wang Baol sat down after guiding himself using the wall. He gasped as he thought about the sudden appearance and disappeared of extreme pain despite his body disintegrating the blood-colored fog that entered him. "Quiet!" Li Wan'er ordered softly the moment Wang Baol gasped. Wang Baol stared at her. However, when he thought about the misunderstanding he had towards her previously, he sneered under his breath and unwillingly followed suit without paying further attention. He shut his eyes and tried to connect with the devouring seed, so as to regain his cultivation as soon as possible. At the same time, he was also feeling troubled. Being trapped where he was without doing anything felt too passive. However, he understood clearly that the blood-colored fog outside would probably not last long. Furthermore, the longer he and Li Wan'er remained uncontactable, the more likely the Martian colonial city would realize. Then, following the clues, they should be able to locate them. Thankfully, I contacted the sect lord previously. If I don't reply to his messages for an extended period of time, he will probably know that trouble occurred. With that thought, Wang Baol heaved a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he continued to strengthen his connection with the devouring seed. Li Wan'er also tried all ways to regain her cultivation. The problem was that the spirit restriction happened so suddenly and was on a large scale. It appeared that neither of their cultivations couldn't be regained within a short time. As for the underground cave, it wouldn't have mattered if it was merely shrouded in darkness. What made it worse was that it was now winter on Mars, and temperatures were already low. On normal days, the array formation provided some form of protection in the colonial city. Even if they were to go outdoors, their cultivation could protect them, allowing them to withstand Mars temperatures. However, right now, due to the spirit restriction, Wang Baol and Li Wan'er seemed to have immediately become commoners. Not only was their cultivation restricted, they gradually grew incapable of withstanding the cold. After half an hour, the duo, who had kept silent since the start, began to feel an increasingly stronger sense of cold in the underground cave. Wang Baol, despite being fat and thick-skinned, began to feel weaker and colder as his body was somewhat exhausted when it tried to disintegrate the red fog. As for Li Wan'er, even though her cultivation exceeded that of Wang Baol's, she wasn't as strong physically. Therefore, very quickly, Wang Baol heard Li Wan'er's teeth chattering as she shivered, as well as her gradually weakening breathing. It could be that the dip in temperature was very significant or that it was low to begin with, but the emergence of the red fog affected and weakened the duo, causing Li Wan'er to lose heat extremely quickly. She couldn't withstand it any longer. If this were to carry on, even if the duo's bodies evolved by virtue of the spirit qi, which could allow them to maintain the demands for breathing, they would still die eventually. Seeing that that was the case, Wang Baol hesitated. Even though Li Wan'er was trembling, she still remained calm as she spoke, her voice emerging in the darkness. "Wang Baol, take off your clothes."